because we almost there. What up, everybody? It is 10 a.m. in the District of Columbia. Points north, south, east, and west. You're listening to B. Mitch and Finley, and we had a lot of fun last night at Los Rhino.
Yes, we did.
It was a really cool event.
Well, it was supposed to be yesterday evening, but it ended up being last night. Yeah,
that's true. 4 to 6 is a perfect happy hour time. We both stuck around a little later than that because we were just having fun. A lot of good people.
Yeah, definitely.
One of the coolest parts I thought, B, and seriously, shout out to Megan and Lincoln and everybody at Los Rhino that was so cool and so kind.
Yeah.
I loved like the different range of people.
Yeah.
Like if there's one thing a sports show is going to appeal to, it's dudes, right?
Yep.
Like whenever we do a thing, I always know there's going to be dudes, like just bros. But dude, there was a young couple there, like a young married couple with their 3 little kids that I was talking to. They were playing taco versus burrito, which I had never seen. I might have to order that for my kids. There was an older couple. Dude was from England, and she's a retired Loudoun County teacher. Like it was a big cross section of people, and it was fun. Ashburn Dave was there. It was the Leesburg Parks and Recs department was there. Landfill.
A lot of people say they listen to the show all the time. That was good.
My man from Leesburg wants you to know Friday nights they shut down the streets and all the restaurants are in the streets, and he will take care of you if you want to go out to dinner in Leesburg. So just keep your options open is all.
If Landfill didn't come to our place, he can't go there either. Nah.
I don't know. I do like Leesburg.
You like, but dude, Los Rhino
is closer to your house than damn Leesburg is.
Yeah, but all you do is just get on Route 7 and you just go.
That's true.
It's very easy.
But you got to
get
get to Route 7.
I like Leesburg too.
I live but close to Route 7B.
Downtown
you live on
Leesburg
Sterling Boulevard, don't you?
Yeah.
You just get on Sterling Boulevard, get on 28, jump on Wax Pool, bam, you go to the place.
I don't like dealing with 28. It's a disaster.
I have a question for you, Brian.
Yes.
When we got on 28 and then got off at Wax Pool, did you notice that you could see the bubble?
Did not see no bubble.
You didn't look then.
I'm serious.
It's like
I did not
totally noticeable.
I truly think you're looking at another building thinking it's a bubble.
Nah, man.
It's not the bubble.
If I'm ever riding with someone, I will take a photo for you because I don't think I should do that while driving.
After I looked over there. All I saw was trees.
I'm trying to think,
and I'm looking. I'm looking at the street. The actual street is the bubble is like off of that. It's hard to see that, Jay. Unless
it's wide right there.
I think when you
it's
come
easier in the winter when the trees don't have leaves, but you won. I saw it yesterday. You 100% see it.
I did not see it.
Greg or Cody, dudes that live right there or drive right there. Let me know if you know what I'm talking about. But I really had fun, man. The food there is great. It's a cool setup. I'll probably
those wings were terrific.
Yeah, the wings are so good, dude. I meant to try a burger. I didn't. I just ate wings.
Yeah, I did the same. And then, I like my wings well done. Because, some of these people be playing a little too close. And you don't want to get no raw chicken, bro.
Nah.
So, and I say, well done. And you put the sauce on the side. Those things were perfect.
Good. All right. We're off and running here. You know who else is off and running? Commanders are reporting to Ashburn. We were in Ashburn last night, kind of warming it up for them. And now the rookie class has reported.
All right. And you know what? They should be welcoming today? The weather.
Yeah. Good thing the bubble's up.
Ooh, imagine if they were out there yesterday.
Or just the last month. Boy. It's been butt hot for a month. Maybe this is a sign of cooler temps to come. Do we know? I'm
supposed to be around for a little bit.
Looking at my phone, it looks like I don't see anything in the 90s.
Looking at my Gucci is about that time.
I don't see anything in the 90s for the next week, which is tremendous news.
I'm getting a lot of training on that bike.
But it does look like a lot of rain coming.
That I don't like that.
Honestly, though, like the earth needs it. I'm not like a scientist. What do you got, Landfill?
Landfill trying to show you what I didn't see it.
I finally decided to just pull it up on Google Maps, and I found the bubble with ease.
It's right there when you come off the ramp.
Well, I didn't see it.
It's the gigantic white thing.
What I've learned, I'm not disagreeing with you that you didn't see it. I'm just telling you it's very easy to see.
Okay, well, the tip top of it, you mean?
No, you see the bubble when you're on that ramp.
That's the top of it.
You see the bubble.
You don't see the inside of it from the ramp.
I'm trying to say you see the inside, but I have never seen it from that ramp. So
I just
maybe next time I will gander a gaze to make sure
Take
I can
a good
stare
gander.
Because,
I also am not trying to argue about
I ride
this.
like this, you know what I'm saying? I'm a cool rider. I don't sit. I don't ride. I passed by JP yesterday. JP ride like he's 65 years old.
I was on the phone,
You
dude.
sit straight up and down, dude. Put a little lean on that thing. All that damn rap music you doing,
I didn't know where we were going.
Like
I was
you
kind of
looking at
letting you
country
catch
western
up
or
with us
something.
anyway.
You ride just like you on a horse.
I hate riding horses. I have zero interest. Oh, Greg Height confirms you can see it from the ramp.
Greg barely can spell. I don't hear nothing he has to say.
All right.
How do you spell ramp? RAMP?
We got a packed show. Our boy Brendan Porath from the Fried Egg is joining us at 10:30 to go over this British Open. It looks rough in the British Open. Tiger's got like a neck warmer on. How cold is it? Jeff, can we get a temperature in
Listen, man.
Troon?
I told you, I went out there and I played. We were playing the old course, I think it was, that day. And within the first 7 holes, sunshine, rain, sideways, I'm talking about, wind, and snow.
I believe it.
And I looked at the cat. He said, "We don't leave the course, mate." I'm like, "Well, I need some damn antifreeze." He said, "I'll be right back." He knew what I was talking about. Came back with some scotch and some cocoa.
When we played, I want to say it was November 1st. It was either Halloween or November 1st. I think it was November 1st because we got off-season rates, which was pleasant. And we got a great day. It was like 55 and partly sunny. And the dude said, he's like, "Man, this is better weather than we had all summer." Like, you just never know what you're getting over there.
I don't think we saw a day in the 50s.
It looks pretty miserable over there right now. Justin Thomas playing well.
Imagine, this is July.
Right. It's July, dude. So Brendan's going to join us, give us a full rundown of everything going on over in Scotland. I wrote a story for NBC Washington. Maybe we run through some encouraging stats I put together for the Commanders as you get ready for training camp. That's not to say that I couldn't come up with some discouraging ones, but I think there are real reasons to be excited right now. Yeah. John Keim joins us at 11. Mike Jones from The Athletic joins us at noon. And, of course, Bleep You Thursday, 1 o'clock. We've been doing these roster reviews throughout the week, and they've been pretty cool. I just noticed if you want to watch the roster reviews, like say you missed the stream, which we are up on the stream right now, but if you missed the stream, you can go to the 106.7 The Fan YouTube page, and it looks like, best I can tell, they're starting to post some videos from Beamish and I. So check that out if you're interested. But I wanted to start here and maybe go around the horn with this. Commanders rookies report today.
Yeah.
Obviously, like when we had our Mahomes conversation, when we had our best quarterbacks in the NFL conversation, there's Mahomes, and then you can start debating.
Yeah.
Right? As far as the most interesting rookie this training camp, this preseason, it's Jaden Daniels. Yeah. Like the number 2 overall pick, the quarterback, the Heisman Trophy winner, it's Jaden Daniels. Then there's everybody else.
Yeah, I'm with that.
So of the everybody else division, what rookie are you most excited to see and learn about?
Luke. Because I think he has the capabilities of possibly doing multiple things. And after you look at his brother, you know what his dad did, you wonder if he can just be damn good, be better than average in all the different things that they have tried to work him on. He could be a hell of a plus for this team. So he's the one that I'm looking at because he got the possibility of playing slot. He could be outside. He could be in the backfield. And you put him in the backfield, he has an advantage over any damn linebacker checking in.
And he's big. Yeah. Like, having seen him now a little bit, he's
bigger than you would think.
Right. Yeah. Maybe that's a better way.
He's little. He's slight.
Yeah.
He's taller than you think.
Yeah. Because I wonder what Christian is. Yeah. Christian's 5'11" listed. He's probably about 5'10". Luke, what do they have?
6'1", 6'2"?
He's got to be 6'2", I would think. And maybe he looks taller because he's kind of skinny. They list him at 6'2", 2 bills. 6'2", 198. All right, Landini. Non-Jaden Daniels division, the Commanders rookie you are most interested in.
Is it Sanders still? Is that how you say it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Why?
I mean, 2nd round pick, right? Like that's one of the guys that I fully expect to come in and make an impact. You know, I mean, it's hard to to truly get excited for someone outside of there. But didn't they give him number 2 as well? They gave him De'Ami Brown's number. I kind of like that. That's a bit of a power move.
Now they can always change numbers in camp. They double up numbers. So.
Right, but if you give a guy number 2 and he's a second round pick, like he's keeping that number.
Let's remember that
plus
Nick Saban said that guy was the best player in the whole draft.
Best pound for pound player.
I mean, their DBs have been a huge weakness, like going back multiple seasons. So,
I do wonder.
I think he can be a guy, not only is he a second round pick, but it's at a weak position group. I think he could come in and make an impact right away.
Dude,
I hope so.
I
Fingers
think
crossed.
they kind of pencil him in to start as their slot guy right away. And I think we've had this conversation a bunch about how bad the pass defense was. And if you get more rush, that'll certainly help.
Yeah.
And perhaps you're better schemed up, all those things. But like in an ideal world, Forbes and BSJ are playing on the outside for you. I don't know that will happen. BSJ had a down year, but we've seen some good things from him. Forbes had a really bad rookie year. I'm not ready to throw him away. But maybe if your slot guy is you're able to feel confident in him right away, maybe that helps the entire secondary. Because I will say Quan Martin looks it's early.
He late in the year, he played as well as anybody on that team.
The time I like to judge rookies is Thanksgiving and on, right? Like, how much have you advanced? Especially rookies that are a little down the draft board. Now, and granted, he was a second rounder, but they never played him. For whatever reason, the kid couldn't get on the field.
Yeah.
Then Thanksgiving on, maybe even Halloween on, he started to play pretty well. He's had a couple impressive plays in minicamp. There's no pads on. But, like, all of a sudden, if
the one he caught behind his back was nice.
Unbelievable.
Yeah.
If you feel comfortable in Quan, you feel comfortable in Samerstill, they signed the guy Jeremy Chin. They feel comfortable with him. They feel like he's really versatile. They're willing
He's big.
He's big.
For safety.
Dude, and runs. Like, when he runs, it sounds like an elephant's running at you. Maybe it's Defoe. Like, we'll see. Maybe it's Percy. Like, we'll see what else. They're willing to run 3 safety sets.
What they did, they have competition.
Yeah.
At that damn safety position.
Safety positions.
I think that was a good one, Landini. All right, Jeffrey. Non-Jaden Daniels division, the rookie you're most excited to watch.
Ben Sinnott. I'm ready for us to have a dominant tight end in Washington. I miss those days we had Chris Cooley. I miss when we was having those little glimpses of Jordan Reed. Just couldn't stay healthy. And
Reed was a baller too, man.
Yeah, and just looking at Sinnott's film and, how he run routes, how he blocked, and just the build of the guy, I'm excited to see what he do this year. Especially learning behind Ertz. Oh, yeah.
That's a good one there, Jeff.
It's a good one. I think all of them have been very good. I do think.
How about yours?
I'm going to give it to you. X going to give it to you. I think the most important rookie, obviously, is Jaden Daniels. And I like Samerstill. I like Sinnott. I like Luke. I like all of them. I'm really excited to see what they can do. I think the second most important rookie in this class is Brandon Coleman. His tape is clean. He played a ton of tackle at TCU. There was some question if he's a tackler or guard coming into the pros. The organization certainly feels that he's a tackle. They've made that clear. I think by the end of minicamp, Jaden got all the work with the ones, which I think is what should happen and fairly indicative of both the performances thus far. Like, if DQ's thing was it's a competition, well, Jaden looked better than Mariota, so he's ahead in that competition. But Coleman started to get a lot of that left tackle work. They really think he could be the guy. His athletic testing is off the charts. He's just got to prove that when he's got a speed, strong guy across from him on that edge, he can handle it. Now, maybe it's schemed up better. Maybe there's tight end help. Maybe there's running back help. I mean, this is going to be a rookie potential left tackle. Maybe they like Big Luke there. And then all of a sudden, Andrew Wiley's got a fight on his hands for the right tackle side.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? I think the only things we know about the offensive line are at center and right guard. I think, we know those spots. We think Allegretti at left guard. We think. And then we probably think Big Luke, Wiley, But I think Brandon Coleman's going to get every opportunity.
Yeah, I kind of what's the kid in I gotta say it the Chargers, the one that gave Chase problems.
Slater.
I think he's that bill right there, and I don't think his size has caused him a problem. Slater eats people alive.
I don't think. I think Coleman's size is fine.
I know, but when that was part of the problem. Like people look
Slater's 6'4",
they like to
315.
look at guys and say, "Oh, he looks like a guard." Doesn't make a damn difference what he looks like. How does he play? And if he can handle it, then that's all that should matter.
I agree with you, man. Rashawn Slater has played really well. 6'4", 315. I'll give you Coleman. I want to say he might be shorter, but man, everything you hear about this guy, I did an interview with his college O-line coach and the assistant OC down at TCU.
Mm-hmm.
And listen, a college coach probably isn't going to ever say something negative about their guy that just got drafted, but the praise was so high. He said there's absolutely no doubt to him that this guy can be a tackle in the NFL. And what really stood out is when he talked about the person he is.
Yeah, Coleman is listed as 6'6", 320 pounds.
Plenty of size.
So I mean, I don't know how you can just look at him and say, "Oh, he looks like a guard." That's a tackle bill.
I got one thing that's kind of interesting, and I actually go back and check the tape when they signed Andrew Wiley last year. At moment, if you go back and look at Wiley's performances in Kansas City, because he played guard and tackle, I said, okay, cool, make Wiley your right guard and keep Cosmi at tackle. They didn't. They moved Cosmi inside. Wiley played tackle, didn't necessarily excel. Wiley listed on the Commanders' website on the roster page, guard/tackle.
Hmm?
What if Wiley's in play at left guard?
Possibility.
I'm just saying, like, new world. Who's my man from the Giants? Bobby Johnson.
Mm-hmm.
He's a classic O-line coach. He barks. He yells. It's going to be loud. He's going to push these guys. And
I think that's part of their prerequisite.
When we were at the place yesterday, we were talking about, like, we can have all these conversations. We can talk linebackers and running backs and whatever else. From July 24th to August 26th,
about the big beefies,
the odds are somebody's going to get hurt, and that will impact how this all shakes out. That's just how this works. We're going to not have time for this, so I want to say this real quick. Sam Hartman is a fourth string quarterback for the Commanders, undrafted guy, Notre Dame, Wake Forest before that. He got drafted by, I want to say, the Birmingham team of the UFL, and I saw a lot of people saying, like, oh, he probably won't go there. He's going to be the third string quarterback for the Commanders. I'm not sure that's accurate. I would say Jeff Driscoll's ahead of him. But I would also say this. Hartman would be a prime practice squad candidate.
Mm-hmm.
I think you take the NFL practice squad over the UFL. What do you think?
I think so.
Yeah. So everybody getting all worked up about Sam Hartman, chill. Brendan Porath joins us next.
Hey, it's Brian Mitchell here. Are you tired of those lackluster cooling systems? Well, it's time to switch to Ruud and feel the difference. Thanks to the IRA Act, you can score up to $2,000 in tax credits on select heat pump systems. And Maryland residents, there's exclusive rebates from Ruud just for you. Personally, I've upgraded to 3 Ruud 18-series inverted heat pumps to stay cool at my house. Ruud keeps me comfortable whether I'm chilling at home or hosting game day parties. So beat the heat this season and visit Ruud.com. That's RUUD.com to see why they're the MVP of cooling. And remember, if it ain't Ruud, it ain't right. You.
You can't really tell. You can't really tell it's a Scottish dude except for the U. You. Oh, what a great little country. Helping us break down the British Open is our friend, Mr. Brendan Porath from the Fried Egg Shotgun Start podcast. Brendan, what's up, dude? This is not looking beautiful over there in Scotland.
No, it never does. JP, thank you guys for having me. It looks proper, quite honestly. Not beautiful is proper. I don't want to wake up and watch a British Open or an Open or whatever you want to call it, and it be sunny and calm. That's part of the golf. So it's kind of the tradition of it. So I love it.
What's the actual temperature? Because we see everybody wearing long sleeves and neck things, all that stuff.
I think like the high was 64, the low was 57. So this isn't like we're, playing outside football in January or anything.
What's the feel like? What's the feel like
Yeah.
temperature? Because it's right on that
Wet-
water right
wet
there.
and windy,
and it
too,
feels
right.
a little cooler than 57, I'm sure.
Yeah, it's a heavier air. Like they always talk about that. Like the wind there is much heavier and cooler. So it's probably pushing down around 50 and you're wet. And it's probably not great fun to play golf in, for sure.
Right. So the guys that got out early, DeChambeau, Rory, two of the major favorites in DeChambeau and Rory got their ass kicked. What went wrong for those guys?
They tried to play Basham golf. They tried to play machine golf. That doesn't work. For Rory, he was just way, way off with his iron, like way off. He just didn't have it from the start. He talked about how he changed his number. As soon as he lost the U.S. Open, he went home and changed his number. He also seemed to lose his golf game, too, because he did not have any of it. He's like just basic stuff, right? Precise irons, par threes, wedge shots, he knows he can't hit. He's ballooning up into the wind, like an awful, awful day. He hit it on the train tracks or over the train tracks at the 11th hole, which is a hard hole. But
was he OB?
Yes, he was OB. So that was like kind of the disaster of it. The really unraveling started there at 11 when he hit it OB. He had to reload, then missed a short putt that would have saved a bogey. So he's just having a disaster of the day. He may make the cut, but his sort of race is run, as Paul McGinley just said. He's not going to win. Bryson, on the other hand, this is kind of the outstanding question for Bryson. He's really adapted to play a little bit more styles of golf, right? To be able to, Pinehurst wouldn't necessarily set up well for him, right? He wants everything to be very predictable, and Pinehurst can be unpredictable, right? With the ball bounding off to places you don't expect. So he has gotten better for sure, adapting his game. But the outstanding question for him, and then honestly, Scotty Scheffler now, as we go out here, is Bryson guy who's everything we hear about. He's just optimized on a launch monitor. He makes a swing, the monitor spits out data, and he adjusts. Well, that doesn't always work well, right? When it's blowing 30 miles an hour and the wind, you have to feel, you have to be artist. And so that's the outstanding question with Bryson. And certainly it takes the distance, the booming drive a little bit and mitigates those. He hit one, I think, 405 yards on the last hole.
That's
but aside from that, you're not going to do that a bunch like you would on a LIV or PGA Tour event. So this is a style he's still got to figure out. We've seen that over the decades with Americans. That was what the deal was with Phil Mickelson. He didn't really figure out like how to play links golf because he hits it so high and into the wind. He didn't figure it out until really his late 30s or mid 30s. So that's an outstanding question with Bryson.
But like when you look at a lot of those courses, they have the dunes and things are so unpredictable. And him hitting the ball that far, he could end up in some of those pop bunkers that I don't think he wants to end up in.
Yeah, totally. He wants to know what happened. He wants to know as soon as it comes off the club face where it's going. And the beauty of links golf, in my opinion, is when it gets on the ground, you don't always know what's going to happen.
Mm-hmm.
You can't. Yeah, Tiger has an all-time quote. He said, "Links golf, it's about controlling into the air so you know what will happen on the ground." And sometimes going in the air is like 5 feet off the ground. A little bump and run or a punch shot or a low bullet through the wind. Bryson, hates unpredictability and a little bit of that links golf. Like you said, if you can't just send it everywhere, or else you're in a gorse bush. The way these guys hit it in the gorse bush, they immediately go to their caddy, like, give me another ball. This isn't one where, like, let's go look around in the bush and see if we can find it. It's like, give me another ball. We're not going to get that. Or it runs off into a pop bunker, like you said, which is more of a one-stroke penalty. Unlike the tour, a lot of these guys are rooting for their ball to go in the bunker when they miss. Here, it's like a half stroke to a full stroke penalty when you go in.
Totally. You don't want to go in that gorse bush.
Well, dude.
No.
That hurts.
No. You're not. No.
I listened to your pod the other day, but I've been listening to a bunch of golf stuff, just getting ready.
Sure.
And somebody, it might have been you, I don't remember who it was, said, at this point in the majors, the British might be the one Tiger still has the best chance at, because it's not about just bombing it and his body and holding up over 4 days. This is more about weather, and you know what I mean?
I think the terrain, though, eats at his
but
knee and
think
his
about
ankle.
how he wanted the Masters in 19 was his knowledge of the course. Like, he's going to have more knowledge. And Brendan, to your point, he's not wired into hit it as far as possible off the tee, and then if I'm in a trap, it's okay. Like, he understands this stuff, and he's under right now.
Yeah, he can consolidate. He can get much closer to a lot of these 20-year-olds or young 30 guys who hit it 185 miles an hour ball speed and hit it 400 yards. Like, it kind of consolidates that a little bit. It closes the gap. And this is the major. I know Beamish mentioned that terrain. Like, the one thing that is a problem is the weather, right, for his back. If it's cold and windy, that's a problem. He wants it to be like Pinehurst. He wants it to be 95 and humid for his back and his knees. But aside from that, the walks aren't as hilly. They aren't as crazy like Augusta. Sometimes it'll be flat. There'll be some dunes you got to get up and down on, but it's really the temperatures, and the style of golf allows an old head to play and compete. We saw that Tom Watson, right? 59, kind of crafty his way around in 2009. Phil competed here when he was 46. That was 8 years ago. We saw Greg Norman when he was, I think, in his 50s or just turned 50 compete. So this is the one major, I think, more than any other. Certainly not the PGA, not the U.S. Open anymore. I think the Masters, if you're some past champion, like a Fred Couples type that we've seen, you can contend. But I do think the Open is the one that Tiger could keep playing for the next 10 years and legit have a chance on a certain week if it works for him.
Yeah, sometimes you need it all to break right.
Break right. Might get him a 80-degree day out there one time.
Right. So what we've seen so far, is there anybody you really like kind of where they are and how they look?
I mean, I love Justin Thomas. It's kind of a wonder that his Open record has been so poor or so negligible. There really isn't much there to speak of, because he is one of these modern players that is a total old school shot shaper. I think that's why Tiger loves them so much. They're so tight. There's video of them in the practice round hitting all these like different kind of shots, these spinners, these traps, these little chip shots. They can make the ball do anything, spin any direction, go out at any trajectory. And JT is kind of a throwback in that way, which is what the Open demands, right? If all of a sudden it's blowing 30 and I can't hit my high and it's going right to left, well, it's a bad idea to start hitting it a mile in the air and draw on the ball, right? Because you're just going to lose it. JT has shown over and over again, Southern Hills was super windy out there in Tulsa when he won. He won a Players Championship when it was crazy windy. Like, he can adjust to the conditions and start hitting low bullets. And I think that's why Tiger has really taken to him, because he sees that talent. So I love JT, even though he has not been good this year. He's not been great at the Open throughout his career. That's harder to explain because he does have the skill set. He's not like so many of these TrackMan players, these guys who come up in junior golf, who honestly just bomb and gouge all over junior golf and American style courses. JT has all the shots. And so I love him sitting at 3 under. It's just, can he keep it up given his recent form hasn't been great?
Has Scheffler figured out how to play these courses? Because we know what he does on the American courses.
Yeah.
When he steps up, when he shows up, he's the favorite.
Well,
I don't know about that.
Over.
Yeah.
He just started 1 over through his first hole, so maybe not. But he says he has. It's interesting. He said he'd never even played links golf as a kid, a junior golfer. A lot of these elite amateurs go around the world. He'd never played until 4 years ago, his first Open championship. He claimed this week he loved it. It's like chicken soup for the golf soul for him. It's like allows him to be creative, and he is a creative golfer. He's another guy who can, move it all these different ways. But what we saw at Pinehurst was he didn't love the unpredictability. He didn't like knowing where not to miss. And sometimes at Pinehurst, when you went off the fairway, there wasn't a specific spot to miss. You just either got stuck in a clump of grass or you didn't, and it was kind of a 50-50 ball. And the Open could kind of bring that into play. So I think it's TBD on if he's figured it out. He's so talented. He is that creative golfer that you said. Like he moves it. He's the kind of guy who doesn't sit on the range with his TrackMan. He'll just go and hit a bunch of balls. His feet, it's all feel for him. His feet are flying everywhere, and it's just like, let me go be an artist and make shots. So I don't know if he's figured it out, but he has the talent to do it.
Dude, I don't know. I assume you're watching, but you're being very kind and talking to us. The shot Koepka just hit, I think on a par 4.
No, that's
it was a 3. Okay, all right. He almost aced
it's 214 yards.
Damn. So this course has the smallest par 3 in major championship golf. The postage stamp's $120, and then they have 2 par 3s that are at least 220 into the wind. It's crazy.
Yeah, and what they're seeing this today is like the win they haven't had all week, and it's not the win that's normally there. So like this is really a tale of 2 nines. Like it's pretty easy 9 going out, and a really like ass kicker of a 9 coming in, and the wind is switched to kind of switch that up on them, and they couldn't practice, so they're seeing like a totally different course, and it's kind of throwing them for a loop. And yeah, they have that postage stamp where I know one guy early hit a 60-degree wedge there. I mean that's crazy. Crazy. It's a lob wedge off the tee, but it's if you miss the green, you could make a 10. So it's a cool hole, one of the best par 3s in the world.
Kind of like Pebble Beach, you can hit one day you can hit a damn 60-degree, and the next day you're hitting a 3-wood.
Right. Exactly.
Brendan, thank you so much, dude.
Appreciate you, brother.
I'll be listening. Make sure you follow Brendan on social media at Brendan Porath. You should follow the Fried Egg, Shotgun Start, all of it. They put out a ton of awesome golf content. This is gonna be a fun one. I can feel it. I'd love JT to go wire to wire. I just feel like that's tough.
It'd be great. It's great. It's going to be a great weekend.
Thanks, buddy.
All right, man.
All right, thanks, guys.
All right, that's our guy, Brendan Porath from the Fried Egg, Shotgun Start. If you're looking for a golf podcast, Shotgun Start will make you laugh. Brendan's partner, this dude, Andy, is wild. You'll enjoy it. John Keim joins us at 11. This song came out, it was like a banger.
Can't tell me nothing.
All right. Keim joins us in about 10 minutes. Quickly, I wrote this story for NBC Washington, just some stats that I find encouraging for the Commanders going forward. We've talked about this at length. The offense last year lacked any balance. I think there's a misnomer with Cliff Kingsbury because everybody just thinks it's the same offense that he ran at Texas Tech 100 years ago.
No.
His 4 seasons in Arizona, his teams averaged 13th in the NFL in rush attempts.
Okay.
Their best season in 2021, when they went 11-5, they were 7th in the NFL in rush attempts. Some of that is Kyler and Kyler's ability to run, but I also think Jaden can run a little, and he's going to run some. And then I also think a lot of this, and we've talked about this, is I think the duo of Robinson and Eckler can really help you. I'm kind of running through this because we got Keim joining us next, and I don't want to belabor anything. Moving on, one of the reasons Sam Howell was supposed to be a first rounder.
Yeah.
Then he slipped to the 5th round. I like Sam a lot, but one of the main reasons he slipped in the draft is folks were concerned about the turnovers and the sacks. And then he got to the NFL, and what was the concern?
Turnovers and sacks.
Right. Jaden Daniels, in his last 2 seasons at LSU, played 26 games. How many interceptions do you think he threw in 26 games in SEC football?
Somewhere around, I'm going to go 14 to 16.
Divide it in half.
7?
7 in 2 years. And it's not like they're not taking chances. That wasn't Bo Nix throwing at the line of scrimmage. Yeah. He's going downfield. I think Daniel's ability to protect the football could really be important. In the same time frame for Howell, he threw 16 picks in 24 games at North Carolina. I think that's telling you something, that Daniels really kind of keeps it low key. Leadville, this is not a stat. I want to own that. Okay. I recognize this is not a stat, but I did Landini. Cam Cheeseman is gone, and they signed a guy from the Ravens to be the long snapper.
Oh, the Ravens.
That's encouraging.
Where they play good special teams.
Is that encouraging?
Yeah. I mean, yes.
Yeah. Dude, I looked this up. Tress last year had his worst numbers in
because he didn't know where the hell the ball was going to be.
Think about the Rams game when he had to field the punt and just got his clock clean.
Yes.
Like, dude, I looked it up when they cut Cheese, was that Rams game, after multiple botched snaps on field goals and punts. Yeah. There's no statistic on long snappers, but that's an advantage. That is a encouraging sign.
Well, the thing about the punter, for sure, even the holder, it come to the hold and the kicker, because if that ball is in different places, they are affected. They are looking for things to be damn near the same. I remember Trevor Maddich when he was snapping.
The operation.
Trevor knew exactly the distance, and as the year went on, he had to make a dude move back maybe an inch or two, because all of a sudden when you start to get into your groove, the rotation of the ball is a little different, and they if they weren't catching it with the strings right on the palm of the hand, he didn't like it, and he would adjust for it. But last year, man, Cheese, you didn't know. Like, you say, when you're a golfer, you need to miss one way. He was missing all over the place.
Well, dude, I mean, Sundberg was just like that. So precise. And it's just, say what you will, but I think a big part of Sundberg's dismissal. Now, granted, he was dealing with injuries and coming back from some stuff, and age catches up to everybody in the NFL. But Sundberg was an outspoken guy. They're like, we don't need an outspoken long snapper.
I think that was more because I think when you look at long snappers in this league, most of them been around forever.
Right.
Because when you find somebody that can do that very good, you don't get rid of them until they can't walk anymore.
Right.
So they didn't. I said it a long time ago. They did not want people who would question things.
Tyler Ott is a Harvard grad. He's going to be 32. Made every long snap in Baltimore last season.
32.
Right. Yeah. I got, Level, one more for you that is not technically a stat, but as of next week, Dan Snyder will have not owned the team for a full year. That
really helps.
That's encouraging, dude.
Encouraging as hell.
And then you want to be encouraged, Jeff? You ready? Ready to be encouraged?
Yes.
In the past 2 seasons, at least one NFL team has advanced to the divisional round of the playoffs. So not just making the playoffs, sneaking in as the last wild card, winning a game, getting to at least the divisional round of the playoffs with a rookie quarterback under center.
Huh.
Last year, everybody remembers C.J. Stroud.
Yep.
Brock Purdy 2 years ago.
Mm-hmm.
It's not that unheard of, people.
Not that unheard of.
It's not that unheard of.
I'd have a team, though.
Last one. Last year, the Commanders got 8 interceptions. Only 2 teams had less. The year before that, they grabbed 9 interceptions.
Ooh.
That's a combined 17 in 2 seasons.
And the guy that worked with the secondary is in here now.
How many do you think the Cowboys had last year? They got Dan Quinn and Joe
I know
Witt.
in 2 years they had 2 guys that had like 19, 20.
So the Commanders had 17 in the last 2 years. Dallas had 17 last year.
Wow.
We'll see, but there are reasons to be encouraged. John Keim joins us next. B. Mitch Finley, 1067 The Fan. Right now, time to join our friend, ESPN Commanders Insider, host of the John Keim Report. John Keim, what up, Johnny? How are you, buddy? You've been traveling a bunch. How was it?
Yeah, nice and over. Well, not actually over because I have to actually go up for a wedding for my niece tomorrow. So one more weekend of travel. A little bit tired.
Good for you. Where you were in Yellowstone or
Yellowstone, Glacier, and then last week LA. So it's been some long plane rides, but that's good. It was really nice. All of it was really good.
That's great. What was cooler, Yellowstone or Glacier?
Oh man, they're different. But I would say God, like we rode UTVs up to the top of this mountain. There's like 11,000 feet up. So that's kind of hard to beat in Yellowstone.
Wow.
Saw a lot of wildlife there. But if I had to go back to one, I think Glacier, because there's areas there like I think we'd like to go into Canada and go to Banff, which is only like an hour away. So there, I think there's more things that I think we wanted to explore at Glacier that we didn't get to.
Gotcha.
So it was awesome.
Very cool, man. Very cool.
Gotta go back.
Yeah, I think.
Yeah, exactly.
Just do what JP do. Take 18 vacations.
There'll be vacations over, man. It's football time. The rookies report today, John. We'll all be out there next week for the full roster. B and I talked about this a little bit. Remove Jaden Daniels from the conversation because he's far and away the most important. What rookies are you most keen on seeing what they can do when we get out there, and especially once they get some pads on?
Brandon Coleman.
I think that's the answer.
That was number 2.
Yeah. I mean, it has to be, right? Because the importance of that position, like I kind of feel like you got a little bit of a feel for like Samerstill, Sinnott, just in the spring and all that. It's hard to get a feel for an O-lineman without the pads on. And I'm really, because again, the importance of that position, left tackle, can he be the guy that at least provides them quality left tackle play for the next handful of years? And, because if not, then you have Cornelius Lucas, who has shown he can be a very solid backup. Can he be a long-term, full season starter? Regardless, if Coleman doesn't ascend, then you're looking at having to address that in the off season. So I think to me, he's the next guy, and for sure.
How firm do you think, I agree with you, by the way, how firm do you think Andrew Wiley's grip is on the right tackle spot?
That's a good question. And it shouldn't be that firm, because it's not like he had a great year last year. And so I think the question is, how would you replace him? So, so that's the problem, right? If Coleman's not ready to start at if he's not ready to start the season, but maybe he ascends there in the middle of the year, that means you need Cornelius Lucas. And can Trent Scott be that guy, or is he just a backup, or is he a guy that even makes the roster? I don't know.
Right.
So I think there's questions there. Like, it's more about the depth than it is anything else. And I will also be curious to see how the impact of a new scheme and play calling and all that factors. But we all know at some point, both those tackles, all those guys have to sit back and block one-on-one. Can you do that? And I think there were some issues there last year with that. So, yeah.
I wonder.
I think injuries will bring a lot of that.
Totally.
Yeah, be worried about that as well, because like the depth of this team is what's going to take it where it needs to go.
Yeah. I just wonder how much Coleman, Wiley, Lucas might be battling for 2 spots. You know what I mean? Like,
possibly.
Say Coleman proves he's your left, but they think Luke looked better and they try him on the right. Those are the kind of the nerdy inside baseball things that I love during camp that they're going to try to figure out.
Well, here's the other thing. Who should be safe from the past?
Right.
Mm-hmm.
So, and now there are a few guys. I mean, McLaurin, John Allen, Deron Payne, but how many of these other guys should be safe?
I think I'd say Cosme. That's kind of the
Cosme would be on that group too, of course. Yeah, and I mean, and Brian Robinson. There's a couple guys, of course, that are. But the overall point is, I mean, do you think that like a guy like Fedarian Mathis is a lock?
No.
Second, is Jamin Davis a lock? I don't know. I mean, I would think that he makes it. For him, it's going to be, what do they think of him as a linebacker and the ability to blitz and all that, plus can he help as an edge rusher? And so, I think I'm not saying he's not going to make it, but like, should anybody feel that secure when you haven't done anything in a long time?
They were 4-13 last year, John. Nobody should feel secure.
Mitch, I haven't seen a lot of good teams over the years.
Yeah.
So I don't think that, again, nobody should feel comfortable, period.
Yeah. I totally agree with you.
that.
And I think a big part of why they liked Dan Quinn is he's the guy that's going to come in and make sure that's clear that they're competing for everything.
I mean, that's been made clear to us, even with Jaden Daniels, like they're not going to just give him the job. Now, I think we all know who ultimately will win the job at some point.
Right.
Whether it's, 3 weeks, 4 weeks, 6 weeks, 8 weeks. I mean, eventually he's the guy, and we know that.
Well, dude,
but they're not going to just hand it to him.
And if it is a competition, he looked better in OTAs and minicamp.
Yeah, exactly. Sure.
You could argue some of the quote unquote competitions we've seen don't go to the guy that looks better. Or the other guy doesn't get a real opportunity. Like I think last year with Brissett, he never got to run with the one, so we don't really know what that would have looked like.
Right, for sure.
But I think Jaden has looked better, and Mariota got work with the ones, and then Jaden got work with the ones. So I think they've actually held. We all knew he was going to start anyway, just by the draft position. By far though, John, the most annoying story of the summer has been Brandon Aiyuk. We're talking with our friend John Keim here on the BetQL guest line. You can follow John at John_Keim, Keim, Commanders Insider, ESPN, the John Keim Report. He's on Instagram, same name, John_Keim. What do you make of Brandon Aiyuk's now official trade request?
I think Brandon Aiyuk is doing whatever he can to get any ounce of leverage because he doesn't have a whole lot. He's under contract. And the other thing is the Niners don't want to trade him. So, he can request whatever he wants, but if they don't want to trade him, he's either got to report or not play.
The fine that they can give him, I think he's going to report
40 G's a day.
Yeah. Now they can waive that, but but you don't know. But yes, I agree. Like, so the ball, he does not have the leverage here and everything that he's done this over the offseason. I think he's even talked about that in some interviews that he's doing what he can to create leverage. So he's not winning with that because the Niners aren't engaging in trade talks. The end. I mean, so and the other thing is like they have a history of not signing these guys to long-term deals until like I think there's like 4 or 5 of them, including Deebo Samuel, Nick Bosa, where they've signed them after this point to long-term deals. This has been their MO. So, yeah, that's what I make of that.
Mm-hmm.
I agree with you, man. I think throughout this has pretty much been contract negotiation 101. I think the only real mistake, and I think it really reflected poorly on Jaden as kind of a welcome to the league, time to grow up moment, was the practice film that he posted to TikTok.
Yeah.
What are you doing, man?
That's a good question. And, I don't know, is that commonplace that guys share that stuff? I don't know, but that was not what you want. So, and it's certainly not what you want public. So, but yeah, I mean, that's, yeah.
I mean, it looks bad, but I don't think it's nothing that serious because believe me, every team has more than that one picture.
Sure.
Oh, for sure.
Of this team. But Jaden has to understand that when a guy is trying to promote himself, you have to protect yourself.
Right. Yeah, exactly. And I think, the other thing is they may have that, like, they do scout these teams. Like, they know a lot of what Cliff Kingsbury is going to run. I mean, there are wrinkles and all this and all that. I get it. But, but yes, I agree with what you say, Mitch. Yep.
Yeah, it's an interesting time, man. I do think like optimism is running so high for the organization. But I hope it. B and I had this event last night at Lost Rhino, Johnny, and a lot of fans were like, "Man, go get Aiyuk. They haven't done anything in so long." And it's like for fans that have sat here and watched bad football and roster turnover and coaches and all that, they're like, "Yes, go do something. We want it done." But you got to remember, like Harris and Peters just got here.
Yeah,
right?
Totally.
They're looking at a long runway to build this the right way.
And this is their honeymoon year, so they can take the approach that they feel is best, And if they're 3-14, you're going to have to adjust. But I think you're going to stick to that. And the whole thing with Aiyuk, again, great player. We all know that. It's not a debate: is he a good player or not? Would he help your team or not? Yes. What are you willing to give up for a guy like that? And because the Niners want to win a Super Bowl. They're not going to take him for a future 2 and a 3.
No,
right?
Like they're not going to. You know what I mean? Like this isn't. You can't be in fantasy land with that. So what do they want? They want impact players who can help them win a Super Bowl.
If they get players, if they trade for something that's going to hurt your team, that's the problem.
Yes, and then it's so. Here's the other part of it too. If I'm Washington, what have we seen them do? What have we heard them preach this offseason is building a certain way, right? And that's, the foundational pieces are the draft picks and all that. And they, so if you go, let's say they had traded, well, if you trade before the draft, like they weren't going to do that because Niners wanted a high pick and they're not giving up number 2. So, but let's say the Niners would accept high picks now. What are you willing to give up? Like if you're the Niners, like you don't have to trade them. So you're only going to trade them if you get wowed by a deal. Like, that would include a first round pick. So if you're Washington, where's that first round pick in 25? Do you know? Like, do you know where this team is at? There's so many questions about them that I think you can all be optimistic about the future of this franchise. But we don't know about this year because there are questions along the offensive line. We don't know, Jaden Daniels, what kind of impact, what kind of immediate impact will he have? The corners, where are they at? So you may need certain things in the offseason to bolster the roster. Does paying $28 million plus giving up at least one high pick and another pick, does that help you get there? And what you know what I mean? I know you'd be getting an impact player, but you're still going to need, certain spots. And I just think that like a year into this, you may be better suited to make a bold move like that. But again, the Niners aren't wanting to engage in.
They're not budging.
So,
You saw Houston do it, right? They realized, oh my God, Stroud's awesome. Let's trade for Steph Diggs. But you don't make the trade before you know the guy is awesome.
Right. And again, like how good do we, I think they know, like they knew this roster needed a lot of work. Right. They know that this isn't a one off-season fix.
4-13 with no Pro Bowlers. Sometimes you have a year where it completely falls apart because the quarterback gets hurt. Like you have a good team and then your quarterback goes down and you're screwed. That wasn't the case last year.
No, it wasn't. And so you don't, let's say they win 7 games. I think if you win 7, you're competitive and you look good, like you're looking competitive and you're looking like, hey, you know what? Jaden Daniels is going to be the guy. All right. So now you feel pretty good. And now you can go do some things because you figure you take that second year leap. And, because you maybe like Coleman is the answer at left tackle. Like if you get those questions answered, now you feel more confident about making some more immediate impact moves.
Agreed.
Than I think you would right now when you're very early in the process. And as good as Aiyuk is, again, whatever you give up for him, it's going to hurt you. It's not a, oh my gosh, he wants out. Give him a 3rd and a 5th. Like, no.
Yeah. And you got to be careful with that type of mindset of a guy that wants to be out right now. Hell, he'll be like that with you next year.
Totally.
Yeah.
I wanted to ask you something kind of different. And I don't think we've ever talked about this, like even in the press room, just the two of us BSing. You grew up in Cleveland. You're a huge Indians Guardians fan, right? They're having an awesome year, best record in the AL. It was cool watching the All-Star game the other night and see some of those young Cleveland players that are really good that I'm not that familiar with. Brian and myself to a lesser degree, there's a lot of consternation about the Commanders' name. But if they got good, if they won some games, we both think the name would start to sound a lot more familiar.
Right.
As a lifelong Cleveland fan, with the best record in the American League, I mean, they're 21 games over 500, your Guardians. They're good.
Right.
Has the name gotten easier for you to hang out with?
I think you slowly get used to it. I will say there's a couple of differences here. One, while definitely fans there want the owners to spend more. Now, David Blitzer is now part of that ownership group, but they wanted the Dolans to spend more. Like, that's always been a consternation, but it's also been one of the better organizations in sports over the last 10, 15 years. Like, you just look at the track record, they've been a really good franchise. So there's not the same level. Like here, the owner was hated for a different reason. It wasn't about because of his ability to spend. It was because of everything else. And he was just bad.
Yeah.
So I think, so that's part of it. That's for sure part of it. And then the other part of it too is, like, I remember watching the first game when they were called the Guardians, and I turned it on and my first thought was like, how's Jose Ramirez going to look? Right. Because they looked like the same team. It wasn't about the name. It was about, like, are they going to be any good this year or not? And like, I'm watching I'm watching them, like the jerseys look the same.
Uh-huh.
I always felt like here they made a big mistake in trying to change too much.
Mm-hmm.
And, it's one thing to change the look, but when you change the look and the name, now it felt like, for me, watching a different team.
I just pulled it up and looking at, I assume those are the home whites with like the Guardians with the underline. It looks like the Indians jersey did. Yeah. That's a good point.
The hat is the same. The hat is very similar. So to me, that's off the boat. That's not to say, like, I definitely hear from people. I've had some fans try to fansplain me this, because I'm like, dude, I am from Cleveland. I know people there. My family's from there. I still go back up there. I know some people don't like the name.
Right.
But I also know that people are showing up. They have record attendance for the first half, like their best attendance for the first half of the season since like 2008. So winning matters.
Well, and that park is awesome.
You know what you can look at too, John? All these people here that like to say, oh, I'm not going to support because of the name. They were losing with the name, and you weren't showing up. So I don't know why the name is such a. It's about, if this team is better, people will show up. Point blank.
In 2018, Tarek El-Bashir and I are at Dulles Town Center Mall watching Josh Norman hand out tickets when they're 6-3.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. They were called the Redskins then. They were handing out tickets to get people to go to the game. So, and that's like, I get some of the consternation. I get the disappointment over it. I understand all that, but I'm not going to sit here and think that, like, if you just change it back, which they're not going to do, but if you just change it back, that it's all going to solve every problem. And maybe for some, and maybe they'll feel like they're watching, the same thing, but are people showing up or not? Like, you've got to win and put a good product on the field for them to do that. Whether if it's called the Redskins, the Commanders, or the Washington B. Mitches, you got to put on a good product.
That was
I kind of like the Washington B. Mitches.
Yeah, I like that one.
It's called the Washington Bees.
Yeah, I mean, they haven't put out a good product in a long time.
Totally.
Test the and I get, I mean, I saw when the Browns moved, I had friends who said I can't root for them again because it's just different now, and I get it. Like, I'm not going to blame those fans if it doesn't feel the same. When they were the football team, I felt like I was still watching the same team because it was just the football team was such a small part on their jersey that you felt like the idea to go to an Arizona Cardinals type look was a mistake. You know what I mean? Like, and I think people there know that. And so, I think that if you can go back to an old, the former look, I know and maybe not everybody wants that. I don't know. And you're not going to please everybody. Listen, whatever let's say in 2 years they decide, you know what, it's just not working with Commanders, we're going to change the name. Are people really going to embrace the new one after that?
Probably not.
If they go to an NFC title game, they might. John, we got to break, man.
Win, and people will be happy, whatever they're called.
Thank you, buddy.
Right, man.
Appreciate it.
Thanks,
See you next week. So our friend John Keim, you can follow him at John_Keim, Keim. Time for another Commanders roster review. Let's look at the running backs. We have an expert. Yeah. Jeff, is this a song you requested an hour ago?
Yeah. Dirty babe.
Listen, wrote a story this morning about encouraging signs for the Commanders. I got another encouraging sign. Anybody ready?
What's that?
From Unusual Whales, the website and social media site that tracks finances. PepsiCo, which owns like Frito-Lay, they own Doritos. The Pepsi company is massive, right? PepsiCo admitted that snackflation might have gone too far, per Business Insider. Rising snack prices might have finally peaked, Pepsi's CEO said. Even high-income customers are feeling the impact from years of food inflation.
Did he say anything about lowering the prices?
I think what they try to do is not lower any prices, but don't raise them as fast.
Yeah, but tell you, we know.
Yeah, chill out.
Hear that crap?
Doritos shouldn't be $8. All right, B, roster review time.
All right.
Running backs.
Running back.
We know the top two here. Brian Robinson, Austin Eckler. You start on either one.
Well, Brian Robinson, we've seen him. We know his toughness. We know how he runs the ball. I think Brian has also shown he can catch the ball at the backfield. I think having that and improving that part of his game will make his game easier. Because if he's just the guy when he goes in the game, he's running the football, he's going to always be, the team's going to be prepared for that. Austin Eckler, on the other hand, has already proven in his career that he's a very effective out the backfield. He's dominant when he gets into the red zone. He knows how to get into the end zone. But I think both of those guys working together can be a plus for this team, because you can't just say, well, they're doing this or that, unless it's that type of situation. But following those two up with Chris Rodriguez, I think that kid last year showed his power. The things he can do. Yeah, he can
5'11",
play.
220.
Yeah. And I think you're looking at those three, they'll probably be the guys, but then they have guys that are follling them up that with
the guy Austin Jones they signed from
Nichols
USC
and those guys.
Yeah.
I think 3-4 guys make the team. I believe that.
I think it kind of depends what happens at tight end. But if they got to keep 4 tight ends, the squeeze comes one way or another. I think McNichols, Jones, also the kid Mike Wiley's an undrafted guy at Arizona. We'll see what happens there. Jones got a little bit of cash, was at USC with Cliff, so that's one you wonder.
It shows him having a good chance. That's what. But looking at Jones and looking at Rodriguez and the way he's been doing, you can see those top 4 guys right there being people.
Sure,
because I think the running backs will be more of the return guys, especially when it comes to the kick return.
Yeah, the new kick return rule, for sure. And honestly, Rodriguez could probably really help you there.
He can block or he can run.
Dude, the one thing I'm curious what you think. So at this stage of his career, through 24 games, Brian Robinson's averaged exactly 4 yards per carry.
Mm-hmm.
If you look at his rookie season, where he got 205 attempts, he didn't really get going until about halfway through the year. If you remember, he was on the PUP list for the first 4 games, so he didn't play at all after being shot in the leg. Then he kind of came back slowly a little before he really hit his stride. And then late in the year, the numbers really dove off. And I think he might have even ended his rookie season on IR. If not, yeah, I knew he was inactive for the final week. But there was a stretch in there where Brian Robinson really looked like he could be a horse, right? Mm-hmm. But that rookie season, he got shot. It's hard to really gauge what you had there. Then last year, offensively, nothing worked. Nothing clicked. You didn't get a great performance from your O-line early on. There was no balance in the play calling. You had a quarterback that wasn't a rookie, but performed like a rookie, turned it over too much, took too many sacks. His carries actually dipped last year from in 9 starts in 22. He had 205 carries. Last year, Brian Robinson had in 15 starts, had 178 carries. Now, there was in both seasons a timeshare with Antonio Gibson. I don't know that we've seen everything he's got yet.
No, you haven't. You look at the first year, as you stated, when he came in his first year, he was set back. It was a hell of a setback.
Totally.
But once he started to run the ball and started to feel himself, just like we talked last year about, Sam going through a whole season.
Right.
He hit that wall too his rookie season.
Yeah.
The next year, he came back last year, and I think the whole thing about it is those guys, I don't know, some certain guys on that team, I think, even when they felt they should be taking a break, they didn't try to. Most of them would take it automatically. Brian was one of those guys that tried to work through things.
Yeah.
And that's how you get yourself hurt.
Well, and then you look at some of these games, right? Like late in the year against the Niners out there when they brought Wentz back in the second half of that game, and then they didn't want to have to ask Wentz to do too much. He ran the ball 22 times for 58 yards, right? Against a really, really tough physical Niners defense. 2.6 per carry. He's getting his ass kicked.
Yeah.
Right? And they're just leaning on him. Then they come back the next week game. They've got to win. Carson's terrible. He starts them. They end up losing 24-10 to the Browns at home, get knocked out of the playoffs. We all remember that.
Yeah.
He ran the ball 24 times for 87 yards. That as much as last year's offense where they never ran the ball didn't work, that didn't work either. Just the straight up battering ram style. And that's why I'm excited for Robinson with Kingsbury, with Jaden. Honestly, I think a guy like Tyler Biotish is going to make a big impact. Just a capable, durable center that ideally is calling protections and sliding things in the run game. They haven't had consistent center play since Chase Roullier broke his leg in Denver in 2021. You know how long ago that was?
Yeah. Been a while. But see, that's the whole thing of it. Like, we constantly say about the importance of the quarterback. I think it's the importance of the O-line and the D-line. And then it allows everybody else to be able to do their job in a more efficient way. Right now, we've had running backs trying to run through walls, and we had cornerbacks trying to cover forever because pressure wasn't getting to the quarterbacks on the other teams. But I really believe that by strengthening those lines, if you get those lines strengthened, then all of a sudden this team will get better. Because just because you buying a jersey don't mean much.
Right.
It's about the guy who you don't buy their jerseys. Those guys are more important than the others. Believe me.
I think the running back room certainly has enough. I'm not going to say they're the best in the league. I think Eckler doesn't strike me as a dude. Austin Eckler knows his public profile, knows his public worth. He likes to engage in fantasy football stuff. His wife is a dancer, apparently. There's a Netflix documentary. Apparently it's kind of weird. I really don't care. I don't think Eckler is upending his life and moving from LA to DC. From LA, where I would say Austin Eckler appears to have a future in media or maybe even entertainment. He's that kind of guy. He ain't leaving LA to come to DC unless he thinks there's a real role and a place that he can show the NFL he's still got it.
Well, he want to show him he still got it, but he doesn't want to carry the ball 300 plus times.
Right.
And I think he's at a position in his career now where he can truly help a team by doing less. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And I think that's the ultimate thing where they have basically made the running back position be cheap,
right?
In a sense, instead of trying to enhance what you have on your team. They shouldn't have. When a guy gets into 8, 9, 10 years, shouldn't be carrying the ball 350 times. But if he can now, you can start utilizing more. The game now is about passing and receiving. And if the running back can start to be that a little bit more and still be able to run the ball effectively, still have an effective running back.
Giving away Sammy Hagar tickets when we return.
it's going to drop off.
Right.
Did the Chargers look exceptional last year in anything else? No. So they had a lot of stuff broken too. So maybe it fell off because the overall team wasn't as good as they were normally. So we'll see what happens this year. Once they put on pads, we'll start figuring it out.
Exactly. You know what I know we don't have to figure out? Mike Jones joins us next. The other thing I know, if you're going to buy a car, go to Oarsman Automotive of Virginia. I say that from personal experience. I've bought 4 cars from these dudes, including my new 4Runner. What'd you think of my new 4Runner, B? You saw
Nice,
yesterday.
dog. Nice.
Clean.
Although you're looking straight up and down like you're riding a horse.
In fact, it's not a horse. It's a new car from Oarsman Automotive of Virginia. They got 7 locations all over Northern Virginia, from Alexandria to Chantilly. They'll take care of whatever you need. They'll buy your car. They could lease you a car. They got great service options. They can really help you out in a high interest rate environment. But what sets them apart is the Oarsman Lifetime Edge.
And with that Lifetime Edge, you get over $1,500 in extras, including the complimentary car wash with every scheduled maintenance, loaner cars with every major maintenance, and the lifetime engine guarantee. There's more good news. If you're trying to sell a car, reach out to Oarsman because they'll give you up to 125% of the Kelley Blue Book value, regardless of his make, model, or year. Everybody else is just trying to give you 100% or even less than that. It's simple at Oarsman. They like to keep their customers happy. So take it from JP and I, 2 beyond satisfied Oarsman customers, and let's ride together. All right, welcome back. Be Mr. Philly, 106.7 The Fan. We have Mike Jones going to be joining us shortly from The Athletic. And he'll be joining us on the BetQL guest line. Sports betting has come to Maryland. Don't place that first bet without checking with BetQL. BetQL analyzes every game to find you the most profitable betting opportunities. Get 3 free days of BetQL access by downloading the BetQL app or visiting BetQL.com. Also, the Be Mr. Finley Show is brought to you by Rude HVAC Equipment. Head over to Rude.com to find a contractor near you and available tax credits and rebates. That's RUUD. And remember, if it ain't rude, it ain't right. We're going to talk to Mike about some football and all our football coverage on 106.7 The Fan is presented by T-Mobile. Switch to T-Mobile, and you can get tons of benefits and still save on every plan versus AT&T and Verizon. Use their savings calculator to find out how at T-Mobile.com/switch. But Mike Jones has done a lot of different things. He got the top 10 stories he's going to be talking to us about that are going into training camp, the storylines entering training camp. Also did a exclusive with NFL director Lloyd Howell. We're going to talk to him a little bit about that as well. Joining us right now, Mike Jones from The Athletic. What's up, Mike? How you doing, brother?
What's up, B-Mitch? How you been?
Man, I am chilling. You can follow Mike on X at by Mike Jones. All right, Mike. I had a chance to meet Lloyd Howell. Also, he's with the NFLPA. He's a new director, and I think the man is very, very smart. He understands money, and I think the NFL is about to be dealing with some stuff they hadn't been used to before because the people they dealt with prior just wanted to litigate. This man is going to come in with a different mindset.
No, I think you're exactly right. And part of the thing that appealed to him, appealed to the players about him was his business mindset. And like you said, their last director was a former trial lawyer, which DeMaurice Smith serves his purpose as they were negotiating new CBAs. But Lloyd Howell, I think, is really going to help them grow their earning potentials, not just on the field, but off the field, looking for ways to leverage and, have more endorsement deals and things like that and be more profitable. And he also wants to form a better, stronger partnership with the owners because he's like, look, if we grow the pie for the NFL, that means we grow the pie for our players too. And so it's not an us versus them. This is a partnership that he wants to form with them. And so he's really he speaks the language of these owners. These are billionaires from the business world. And so I think that it's a change that's going to wind up being very, beneficial for the players.
Yeah, I had a chance to talk with him earlier this year, and I think he had been meeting with owners not meeting with them to get to know them and get to understand their mindset so they can work better together instead of just making everything about, oh, we got to fight.
Right.
And I think that change will probably open their eyes, let them be a little bit more receptive to things because they see somebody that's working with them. And hell, they all care about green. And if you try to help them make more green, they're going to damn sure be happy about that.
No, you're totally right. And I think that, and part of his mission is these owners, they say they appreciate the players and everything, but there is still some people say, they kind of see them as commodities or property. But he's like, look, we're business partners. And he's going to try to change the mindset, the way these owners view the players and garner some more respect. And that should pay off in the earning potentials, he thinks.
Does he see a difference in some of the older guard and some of the younger owners that are coming in, the receptiveness to that?
Yes, he does. Now, he said there are some guys, like he had a really good talk with Jerry Jones, who is receptive to hearing some of his ideas. But definitely some of these new owners that are coming in, there's less of that type of, slave owner type of mentality. They are more receptive to looking at these guys as equals and partners, rather than dictating, hey, this is my way, because for a long time, players were used and then chewed up and spit out. And so his goal is to have them better taken care of right now and also after they're playing days are over, and better benefits, better retirement, continued being, cared for rather than just kind of forgotten.
Well, you got training camp starting now, Mike, and the Commanders, I think they report today. They have the veterans coming in next week. A lot of people reported earlier than today. Some guys, I think, came in on the 13th. I think some of those guys will be playing in the Hall of Fame game and things of that nature. But you are going to be having an article come out tomorrow where you're talking about the 10 leading storylines entering training camp. And my question would be, do you have any storylines about the Commanders leading of the top 10?
Yes, they're in there because one of the big storylines is going to be these rookie quarterbacks that are coming in. We've seen these guys come in the last couple of years and make an impact. Look, C.J. Stroud was the number 2 pick, and he wound up being Offensive Rookie of the Year and rewriting the rookie passing record. So it's going to be interesting to see what happens with Jaden Daniels. They have, pieces that they're still trying to assemble. There are things to sort out, but he still does have, a pretty good cast of as far as pass catchers to work with, running back, his defense. They've got some good pieces there, even though it's still a work in progress. So also, I'm curious to see, how does this play out? Is this really going to be a competition between him and Mariota? Are they going to go ahead and, promptly name him the starter? They hadn't done it yet. But so he and, his other draft classmates are definitely among the leading storylines, both from the standpoint of here, the rookies, the bright new faces coming in, and just, there's a lot of quarterback competitions around the league this year.
We've been breaking down the different roster positions on this team, JP and I, and we were at running back today. You do a lot of national stuff. When you talk to people nationally, how are they viewing the Commanders at this point?
I think that it's a situation where kind of like a wait and see type of thing before you really pass judgment. It was one of the jobs that teams looked at, when I was talking to coaches that were going to be hitting the market, that they thought like, okay, look, it's a very attractive job because you got a new owner, you got a new GM, you got a lot of draft picks. And so Adam Peters has done a good job of going out, and the way he was able to build through the draft. Obviously, you got the number 2 pick, but they also were able to trade down and add to the collection, the wealth that they had in draft picks, and fill out the roster. So people gave him high marks as far as the draft that they had. And now it's just a matter of, okay, how does Dan Quinn and his team piece this whole thing together? How long is it going to take? Is this going to be a quick turnaround, or is it going to be a process? And so, there are no strong predictions yet from people when I ask where they think they're going to finish, but they do feel like they've had a really good offseason.
You mentioned the quarterbacks, and we saw what C.J. Stroud did last year. Of your top 10 storylines, does C.J. Stroud fall into any of them?
Yes, I've got him and Jordan Love being 2 of the most intriguing guys because, okay, look, they did really well last year.
Yes.
C.J. Stroud surprised everybody, outplayed Bryce Young, took them, they won the division, took the Texans to the playoffs. Okay, so now that we've seen what he can do, now that these defensive coordinators have the film on him, they go into the lab during the offseason, can they find ways to stop him? How does C.J. Stroud, Bobby Slowick, D'Amico Ryans, how do they help him continue to advance his game? Similar situation with Jordan Love in Green Bay. He was, on the bench behind Aaron Rodgers for a number of years. Last year was his first year as the starter. Really came on down the stretch of the season. They made a run for the playoffs, pulled off an upset in the opening round of the playoffs, and had a very narrow defeat to the 49ers. And people really feel like, look, if Jordan Love can continue to ascend, if he can play like he did down the stretch of the season, these Packers could wind up being trouble because people talk about the Detroit Lions. They fell short. They're trying to get back to the conference championship and take it a step further. But the Packers really have an opportunity to kind of throw a wrench in those plans if they have Jordan Love playing at a high level like he was late last season.
Well, Mike, at this time of the year, we're talking to Mike Jones from The Athletic on the BetQL guest line. At this time of the year, quarterbacks get a lot of play, and we know the best, Pat Mahomes. And then another guy that was drafted and Mr. Irrelevant. You just mentioned the 49ers earlier, Brock Purdy.
Yeah.
Does those 2 guys fall anywhere in your top storylines? Because Brock Purdy is now a guy who was picked last in the draft who's now going to have to get paid here soon. And Pat Mahomes has just been good, possibly could go for a 3-peat.
Yeah, the 3-peat is definitely one that's on my list there because, look, it's hard to win back-to-back Super Bowls. Nobody's ever won 3 in a row, not just because of just the challenge of physically, but mentally. It's easy to subconsciously let up a little bit. Also, everybody's gunning for you. Teams like the Bengals have improved their roster on both sides of the ball. You're going to have a healthy Joe Burrow coming back. You have the Ravens who, they lost some people as far as defensive coaches. but they've bolstered their run game to kind of improve the support and the backing that Lamar Jackson has. Are they better equipped now to give the Chiefs, a challenge? So everybody's going to be gunning for you. Is that hunger still there? We're going to learn a lot about the Chiefs here and just their mental makeup, because like I said, nobody's done it before. But if Andy Reid, and more so, I think the veterans like Patrick Mahomes, Travis Kelce, Chris Jones, they have to bring a hunger and really elevate everybody around them so that they are as bought in. There's no letting up, feeling like, hey, we've arrived, we've done what we need to do. No, you want to stay just as hungry as if you had lost the Super Bowl last year. So it's going to be interesting to see how they do. And now they have the massive target on their backs. They already showed they could handle adversity. They already showed that they can evolve kind of the way that they play. They're going to have to show they can do it again.
Well, Pat Mahomes and his crew, they've been good, and I'm sure they're going to be people going to be gunning for him. But the one thing I want to talk about, have you been watching the stuff on Hard Knocks on the Giants and all that?
I have not gotten to see that one yet. I've been alone, a lot of traveling last couple of weeks here. So that's on my list as I hit the road. That's one of the things I'm going to be catching up on here in training camp. I've heard good things about it, but I haven't gotten to watch it yet.
The next time we talk, I'm going to ask you some questions about it, because for me, it seems like this is a brilliant way that an owner has put a guy out there and let him just keep putting his foot in his mouth to where when I get ready to get rid of you, it's all documented. And all, just remember everything about Saquon Barkley. We have to discuss that again.
Okay.
Right?
Okay.
So, but like this team here, everyone was talking about Ben Johnson at first. They got Dan Quinn on this football team. And I think when you look at it now, the coaches that came here because of Dan Quinn. The man seems to have a way of getting the best of the best to come and coach for him and work with them. He has a different mindset with these players. How do you visualize this defensive mindset being for this team based off of Quinn, his track record, and the guys that he brought in with him?
Well, I mean, one thing about him, when I asked about it, because look, yes, we heard all the Ben Johnson talk, and everybody's looking for the bright young offensive mind. And so when Dan Quinn was hired, it was a little bit like they going with the retread, huh? And so I texted a lot of people, but everybody in the league that I talked to, coaches, front office people, said, look, Dan Quinn is going to have that team playing very hard on both sides of the ball, but especially on defense. And a lot of people felt like, look, there were questions about Ben Johnson. Yeah, his agent did a great job of selling him to the media, but as far as people in the league, was he really ready to be a head coach? Right, but people feel like the guy like Dan Quinn, he's been a head coach before. Yes, the thing hanging over him was the collapse in the Super Bowl. But look, you learn from all those experiences, and people feel like, look, he commands respect. You saw the coaches that he brought in, so that shows that they are bought into his vision. And so the players are also going to fall in line as well. It's probably a better situation for Washington that it wound up being Dan Quinn instead of Ben Johnson, who, it's kind of wishy-washy whether he actually wanted to be a head coach or not.
I think if he would have got the money that he was asking for, he would be a head coach. The fact
but
that
how
somebody
locked in would he have been? You just never know. Is he cut out for it? Not everybody is.
Yeah, Sean Payton. I mean, not Sean Payton. Sean McVay. Sean went out there and was very, very gung ho. He thought about retiring, in a short period of time. So many people want it because they look at the way you're paid and things of that nature. But once you find out how hard it is, I don't think a lot of people if people ask me about it. I tell them straight up, no. Coaching, nah, because I know I'm not built for that. I'm not built for being somewhere at 6:30 and 7 o'clock in the morning and being there till it's dark. No, I'm not doing it.
Yeah.
Now, if I could come in
a lot of hard work.
I come in and give you about 3-4 hours and go somewhere else after that, I'm good.
To be a consultant, right?
Yeah, there you go. But I can't do the other stuff. But Mike, there are a lot of people with some excitement. This is the last question I asked you. A lot of excitement about this football team, and we don't know. I see the energy that they have in practice. I seem to believe they're going to be coached better than they were previously. But when you look at it, and like I keep saying, you talk to people around this country, what do you think we're going to see this year? What type of growth could they have?
I think it's going to be a process. I think you're going to see a young quarterback that's put in a lot of good situations. Cliff Kingsbury, as an offensive mind, is very good. Yeah, he didn't have the success that they had hoped for in Arizona, but he also, there's some questions about Kyler Murray. And also there was, injuries and things like that. But right now, Cliff Kingsbury, and I've talked to him this offseason, he doesn't have to manage the whole operation. He can focus on the offense, focus on putting Jaden Daniels in the best position to succeed. It's probably the best thing for him right now, best thing for this team that they have this. They've got a really strong defensive-minded coach for the head coach, who everybody who's played for him, either side of the ball, people who've coached for him as assistants have nothing but good things to say for him. And so I think you're going to see a young team that plays hard. We're going to see a process. I don't expect we're going to see overnight sensation of them, making a run at the division title. But I think they're going to be in the thick of things. They might fall short here and there. There's going to be some hiccups, but you just want to see the journey. You want to see them taking steps forward. And I think that we're going to see this thing unfold kind of gradually. There'll be some bright spots here and there, but it'll be kind of, organic as it unfolds.
Well, Mike, thank you for giving us some time. Man, you can follow Mike on X at by Mike Jones. Also follow him on Athletic. He has a story up right now with Lloyd Howell from the NFLPA. And tomorrow, the 10 leading storylines coming up. Make sure you tune in. Make sure you, subscribe to it so you can read those articles from Mike. Mike, thank you, man, giving us some time.
Thanks, B. Mitch. I'll see you soon.
All right. Well, coming up, we're going to take some calls and get your take on some things. 800-636-1067. Want to find out, other than Jaden Daniels, okay, which rookie will be the most impactful for you this year, other than Jaden Daniels? 800-636-1067. B. Mitch and Finley. We'll be right back.
the calls pretty soon. And if not, we got to get this city in the Hall of Fame. We got to get them in there, buddy. But here, mine's Brandon Coleman and the corner out of Michigan. Our secondary right now is in dire need of help. I mean, we're in dire need of help. So I'm curious to see about the secondary. Well, the corners, not the secondary, but the corners and Brandon Coleman. Offensive, look, he's going to be protecting our future. So we got to see what. Hey, look, right now, left tackle is more important right now than Jaden Daniels, I believe. Number one, we can't have another Sam Howell out there and getting sacked 70 sometimes, or he ain't going to last the season, and he's going to get gunshot. We don't need another Sam Howell, David Carr situation. So that offensive line, those young offensive tackles, absolutely, that's what I'm looking at.
I appreciate your call, man. And you know what? I think Shane hit the nail on the head right there because we talk so much about quarterbacks, and I think, we've gotten into this mindset where quarterback. I've said it. I'll say it again. Most dependent position in sports. And if your left tackle sucks, how is he not more important? If you don't have a good left tackle, I said it like that. I'm not going to say suck. If you don't have a good tackle, how good can that quarterback actually be if he's getting hit all the time? So I kind of agree with Shane that the left tackle might be more important than the damn quarterback at this point because the quarterback can't properly become what he needs to be if he's not properly protected. So Coleman may be as important as anybody on this team to make sure we get what we want from Jaden. Let's go to Springfield and check out James. What's up, James? How you doing, brother?
Hey, B-Mitch. How you doing, sir?
I'm good, man. How you feeling?
I'm well. Thank you. So my quick answer to your question was Johnny Newton, but I'm also looking at McCaffrey, in the slot. How important is a good slot receiver? How important was Wes Welker to Brady, in his career? And then I'm also looking at who we got for a kicker. I don't know if they didn't draft one, but how many games were lost by 1 point, 2 points? What are we doing at that position? I'll take your comments off the air, man. Big fan.
But see, the thing is about rookies right now, and I don't know if the kicker is going to be necessarily a rookie. I wouldn't go get one. I think they need to go with a veteran guy who's been through it before because he's absolutely right. You lose games by 1 point here, 1 point there. And that is more important than anything. People won't give a lot of respect to him. But hell, every time a kicker goes on the field, he's dealing with chunk yards of points. And you want to make sure you take care of that. He mentioned Luke McCaffrey, and and also Newton. Newton is a guy who was drafted and was great, had a super high grade. And the thing about Newton for me is I believe that kid was as good as any. He had the foot injury, and he had to get a little procedure on the other foot. Once he's healthy, if he can be very effective, and I'm at the point now where I'm not just stuck on people coming off the edge to get at the quarterback. I'm expecting more from the interior guys to get after the quarterback, and I think he has that capability, just like John and Duran does. So Duran ended up with double-digit sacks 1 year, and I think it's about why not do it again? We were looking at this thing as Chase and Montez going after the quarterback, but in the interior, you can put more pressure on the quarterback by collapsing the pocket in his face. If you put those guys at his feet, at his lap, that quarterback is not going to be as effective. They can't step up in the pocket. So Johnny Newton, being a guy as a rookie coming in the interior, he could be one of those guys, and we're trying to make sure we talk about a lot of the rookies at this point because we know what the other guys should do or whatever. Let's go to Fairfax and check out Jeremiah. What's up, Jeremiah? How you doing?
Hey, B. Mitch, I'm doing good today. Thanks for taking my call. And I 100% agree with what you're saying. An up-the-middle gut rush will always pressure a quarterback more than something off the edge. Yep. But so my most impactful rookie, I say it's Mike Sanders still just because Johnny Newton is coming to an already stacked D-tackle room and McCaffrey is already coming into a stacked wide receiver room. Sanders still has the chance to make the most impact week one just because there aren't that many elite corners on the team above him, unlike with Terry McLaurin for McCaffrey and then John and Duran in terms of Johnny Newton. So I think Sanders still will have the most day one impact, and I can't wait to see how he plays. But thanks for taking my call, B-Mitch.
I appreciate your call, Jeremiah. And I agree with you because you know what? The other guys are going into a room where guys already have established themselves as that person. And I think you're going to have to see that they're going to still be getting that opportunity. Right now, after looking at last year, I mean, whoever comes out of that room playing the most consistent will probably be the guy that we look at as the most impactful. But Sanders still, when you look at, I know Steve Spurrier has seen not Steve Spurrier, not him for sure. I can't think of his name right now. The coach, Saban, Nick Saban has seen a lot of football players, and he's seen a lot of football. So Nick Saban is when he gives a guy that type of praise, saying that kid may be the best player in the draft when he came out this year, it says a lot. And then you watch him, and I watch him in different in other settings. I look for people's personality. I look to see if they, have people, they attract people around them. He is that guy. He's not as big, but hell, a lot of people are not big. Darryl Green wasn't that big. He played 20+ years in this damn NFL. You don't have to be the biggest person. You just have to be a guy who takes care of your body and make sure you understand the game. And I think he does that tremendously. So I'll be looking forward to Sanders still because and then last year we had Quan. Quan came in on late and did a lot of good things. So those two guys to me can change up that room. Two young guys at that fact. Let's go to DC. I think we got Sunday. What's up, Sunday?
Hey, Brian. How are you doing?
Doing good, man.
Well, the nice about left tackle, I think the people still think of the 80s era of football, which is the 7-step or 10-step drop, where we needed left tackle Jim Lachey or Jay Jacoby. With the modern day offense, you can manipulate the play call where the linebacker or safety, whoever it is, that's going against the left tackle, can pretty much have control of the situation. So the 10-7-step drop is no longer a primary thing. So why are people always concerned about left tackle when it comes to this thing? This is the only team, Washington, D.C., a football team, is the only place people are concerned about left tackle all the time.
You know why they're concerned? Because they don't have one. That's the reason, Sonny. They don't have one. The other teams have left tackles that are damn good, and they don't have to worry about it.
Okay, thanks. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Yeah, appreciate you. Like, the whole thing is, you don't worry about something until you don't have it. The 49ers are not talking about the left tackle. They got Trent Williams. I think that's the ultimate thing where when you get one, it's not a problem. But today, in this day and age, compared to what football used to be, even back then, when they ran the ball tremendously, the left tackle was vitally important. And the left tackle is vitally important because most quarterbacks are right-handed. If you're left-handed, it's the damn left tackle. I mean, the right tackle then. Because people look at it where I think the majority, the better athletes, they put them at right defensive end where they're going to be playing against that left tackle. And you want that guy to be legitimate. Hell, when we had my man up down in the Jacksonville Jaguars, he was left-handed, okay? And he had to still deal with those better athletes coming in his face all the time. It happened to him. Laugh for you a fool. It happens all the time where if you are not as good as a left tackle as that guy across from you, your quarterback going to have problems. And that happens tremendously. Let's go to Fredericksburg. Check out Tyler. Tyler, what's going on? Who's going to be the most impactful rookie other than Jaden Daniels?
Hey, B. Mitch. Man, you know what? After hearing some of these callers, I got a hard time choosing between these two guys, but I'm going to have to say both of them. I have to say Ben Sinnott and Mike Sanistril. Sanistril, I mean, we haven't had a corner like his caliber probably in a long time.
Mm-hmm.
I know when Kendall Fuller first came in, I mean, he played lights out, and as he progressed, started playing safety and playing outside corner, which I think he's always played, the best at slot corner. And Ben Sinnott, I mean, we haven't had a dominant tight end since probably Chris Cooley, if I had to guess.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, Davis did really well. Logan Thomas, on the back end was serviceable, but we haven't had a real all-around good tight end in a very long time. So I think for Ben Sinnott, I mean, he's going to be an automatic safety valve for Jalen, and he's just all-in-one guy that we're going to have on offense, and then Sanistril on defense. I think he's going to start creating a lot of big waves here really, really soon.
All right, man. Appreciate you for the call, Tyler. All right, we're going to take a break here, but we're going to keep this going. 800-636-1067. Who's going to be the Commanders' most impactful rookie other than Jaden Daniels? We got Jaime and Manassas on the phone. We'll come right back to it. B. Mitchell Finley, 106.7 The Fan. Welcome back. B. Mitchell Finley, 106.7 The Fan. Just tell y'all something. You all should be able to deal with these two dudes in the breaks and stuff. One of them I talked to, he can't hear nothing because he's always on the phone looking at all this little stuff. And I try to talk to him. He can't hear Landfill. I'm talking about you. And the other dude too busy trying to take shirts and stuff in the hallway all day instead of doing the things they need to do. Just let me know what I'm supposed to do, Bammers. All right, let's go back to the phone line. We're taking your phone calls, 800-636-1067. And we're trying to find out from you all who you think is going to be the most impactful rookie on the team other than Jaden Daniels. The rookies today, they're starting their training camp. Rookie minicamp starts today. Next week, you'll have the veterans coming in. And we're just trying to find out from you all which rookie you think is going to do it, be more impactful than Jaden, other than Jaden. And we're going to go to Manassas and check out Jaime. What's up, Jaime? How you doing, brother?
Hey, what's going on, Mitch? Jeff Walker. How's everybody?
We're doing good.
I think it's going to be Mike Stainstill.
Stainstill.
Yeah, I've been practicing pronouncing his name for a while, and I botched it anyway. So yeah, I think it's going to be impactful because I think, first of all, he comes from a winning culture. He comes from Michigan. They're national champions right now. He's being coached by Harbaugh. He was a captain, so you see a lot of. He has to be very accountable. He has to be able to provide leadership if you're a captain in that type of team. And then he's a ball hawk, and he's going to be coached by the best. I remember the Dallas Cowboys. We hate them. I know we hate them and all of that. But those are hungry dogs. They were after the ball, trying to create turnovers all the time. So their D-backs coach now is our defensive coordinator, and Dan Quinn has been an excellent defensive coordinator for a long, long time in the NFL. And I think they're going to put him in a position to succeed, a position to create turnovers, to go up get to the quarterback, and put him in position to maybe get to the Pro Bowl. Who knows? So I think he's going to be the one.
All right, man. Appreciate your call, Jaime. And listen, he's a guy who comes in with a lot of accolades. He comes in with a lot of talent. And that word leadership is something that stands out. The kid was that in Michigan. But when you watch him around his other, see, the thing for me, I like to watch athletes. I watch very talented people around other talented people. And you quickly find out the influence, what type of leader somebody is. And when I watched that kid, the time we went over, we were at the school building this playground and the other little, and doing some stuff inside some benches and all that. I watched how they were dealing with him. He's the smallest dude, but everybody is trying to talk to him. The guy has great influence, but on top of it, he's a damn good athlete, and I think he takes it seriously. And I'm believing in him. So that has changed my mind a little bit. You know, I said earlier when JP asked the question, I talked more about Luke, and I still have a lot for Luke because I like multi-talented people. And I've seen two people out of his family be successful at it. Doesn't guarantee anything for him. But I just think that kid who was a former quarterback who changed position and became a draft pick in the NFL as a receiver and now have a possibility of also doing some of the things his brother does, because football is not necessarily the fact of, I'm going to go out there and just overwhelm somebody. No. It's about having great matchups. And if you could put him in the slot, put him in the backfield sometimes, linebackers won't be able to check him. Hands down. You know? And I think that's the thing about it. What I love so much about even Joe Gibbs and Andy Reid, when they had people out there, they made sure they had favorable matchups. Joe was able to run all of his stuff from any type of segment. Formation. Joe would go out there, put some big people out there. You think, they're going to run the ball. Nope, they threw it. Put some other guys you think we're going to throw the ball, and we ran it. Because you will try to come out and match up what we were putting in there. All we needed was to get the best matchup. And I think that is one thing that's going to happen with it. That's why I look at Luke, and then when you flip it over to that kid, Samuel, he is a ball hawk, as Jaime just stated. He likes to watch film. He understands what people are trying to do to him. And if he's going to be on top of it, I think he could be a major, major impact because right now, as one of the other callers stated, wasn't a lot going on that looked very great last year with it. So if you see anything that's consistently good, it's going to look even more impactful there than it's going to look anywhere else. So I'm going to save this little thing that Landfill gave to me about the top 30 NFL players over 30. I'll probably do it in another segment. We also, remember, we have Bleep You Thursdays coming up at 1 o'clock. I'm sure somebody has upset you. Somebody did you wrong. They pissed you off, and you have something you want to say to them. So we give you an opportunity every Thursday to do that, and we're going to make sure we do it again today. And I know what I'm doing, Jeff. now y'all want to talk to me. I don't want to hear y'all now. I know what I'm doing when it comes up this time. But other than that, we will be doing the top 30 NFL players over 30 later on in the show. But Bleep You Thursdays will be coming up 800-636-1067. But before I go, hey, you heard JP and I talk a lot about Paul Henry's winning installation. Paul went over to JP's house and he completely changed his back room. I went over there a couple years ago and it was rather cold outside and JP had heaters in it and I was still cold. I had a jacket on and everything else. Paul now has gone over and changed that thing into a glassed-in room and it's very, very warm when it needs to be and it's cool when it needs to be. Paul came to my house and he changed every window in my house. He also went over to the detached garage. He changed those windows now. Now he's coming to change out all 3 of my garage doors. You have to change the other doors, the doors where you enter the garage from into one bathroom and the other one to a little hallway. And you have a little walkway where he's come and change that up for me. The reason I have Paul come back constantly because Paul does a great job, and he gets it right the first time. He doesn't oversell. He comes in and he'll tell you. If you ask for something, he say, yeah, you don't really need that. You can do this. And it may be something that's a little cheaper. Most business people never do something like that, especially this time. Paul does it. He has a family-run business with his son and his I think his brother also. So you reach out to Paul right now, you get $120 off each window with the 5-window minimum and $500 off each door. So contact Paul Henry's Windows Installation today and tell him B. Mitch and Philly sent you. PaulHenry'sWindows.com, your clear home improvement choice. All right, welcome back. Be Mr. Philly. 1067 The Fan. Every Thursday, 1 o'clock, we give you a chance to get stuff off your chest. And that time is called Bleep You Thursdays. 800-636-1067. And we're going to take your calls. Let's go right to the phone line. I'm going to start off in my man, Commander Tequila. What's up, man? How you doing?
Hey, what's up, brother? How you doing?
We're good, man.
Well, I'm great, bro. I want to bleep drama from the Commanders. The Commanders didn't start us up, but then the drama queens, we don't need no drama. We got our guys, let's play our game and make money,
Mm-hmm.
Like we said, we just need to win games, and then we will get games. Other than that, just stop this BS and stop this drama.
All right, man.
The drama king from the drama king. All right.
No more drama in the world. Got you, brother. Appreciate your call.
All right.
All right. So, Jeff, you have a bleep you.
Yeah, I actually have a couple bleep yous.
Wow.
My first bleep you.
Is it to who?
My first bleep you are to the fans who were butthurt that we drafted Jaden Daniels instead of what's old boy name? I forgot.
Drake May.
Yeah, because now every time something comes out about this what was that, Hard Knocks with the draft process and all that, just stirring up, like Commander Tequila said, unnecessary drama. My second bleep you goes out to all the fans who had the audacity to say, let's package up Terry McLaurin in a future pick for Brandon Aiyuk. Nah, bruh. Terry is here with the fans. We rocking with him. Nah. And my last bleep you goes to anybody born after 2000. Matter of fact, anybody born after 1997. So I walked in the store the other day, B, when it was like super hot outside, and I was washing clothes at the same time. So I had some white socks on. I'm like, man, it's hot. I'm just walking to the store down the street. Let me throw my socks in the wash. I can walk in the store. I'm good. I'm comfortable with my toes. My feet look good.
Oh, Lord.
So as I walk in the store, it's like 6 to 7 teenagers, probably about, oldest one probably had to be 15.
They talk about your toes.
So I just hear out of nowhere, yeah, I feel you, OG. So I look around the store because I'm like, oh man, who they about to clown on, talk about OG in the store. And then I hear, yeah, OG got the toes out. And I look, I'm like, oh, they talking about me. So I'm like, y'all joning?
You old, dog.
Bro, I'm like, y'all joning? They like, yeah. And then I was about to sit there and go back and forth with them. But then one tried to like start recording on the slick. I said, hold up, they ain't about to get me right here, right now. So bleep you to all the kids born after like 97 who think 30-year-olds are old. Like I'm really beefing with y'all because I was really thrown away when they said OG got the toes out. And it was more so the OG part, bro. I could not get with
in
it.
other words, you now are getting what you've been dishing and you couldn't handle it.
Nah, I could handle it. It's just if I had some look, I'm waiting to see them kids again. And I'm gonna make sure every time I walk to the store now, I got some shoes on because we gonna have a Joning competition because I could have hung with him like Joning, and I understood that gave me the flashback of me talking about people back in the day. But I always vowed that kids were not gonna cut me up, and I wasn't gonna say
What's
nothing.
the saying? What goes around
comes around. Yeah, they did. They got me.
So
they got
in
me
other
pretty
words,
good too.
you hit 30 and you finally saw some 15, 16-year-olds who calling you old. And you can't believe that you're now there. You're there, dog.
Yeah, but it was like the OG part took me away.
And you got to put some lotion on your dry-ass feet when you go to the store, too.
I was moisturized.
Nah, I think you were a little crusty. That's why they talking about you, because you look crusty.
Nah, bruh. Ain't no crusty looking.
Bleep you. Jeff. I mean, Landfill, you ever bleep you?
Before
I get on this line and call it, find out who we got here.
I got a bleep you for GW Parkway. Yesterday morning, they had it one lane each way, and it was a disaster, and it wasted about 40 minutes of my life. So bleep you to the GW Parkway.
That's it?
that's pretty much it.
I think that one last. Jeff, have you answered this call yet and put the name up there for me? All right, let's go to Delaware and check out Rusty. What's up, Rusty? How you doing, brother?
Hey, B. Mitch, this is the real Rusty. How you doing?
I got you, bro.
Hey, I got to bleep you for, you see me posting on X all the time about my son. I'm going to bleep you to my son's all-star baseball coach.
Okay. Why?
And because my little man had a heck of a season. He missed 4 games with a sprained shoulder, came back, made the all-star game, and played third base and shortstop all year long. When it came time to the all-star, they stuck him in right field, took him out of the infield for the coach's son. And the coach's son batted a whopping 0.000, and my little guy had a 650 average in the All-Star tournament.
And tell him, tell him it's gonna be people in life try to break you down. Just keep shining like he did. Don't let it ever stop.
Yes, sir. We're gonna try to meet you at the Starboard in August.
All right, bro. Got you, man. See you there.
All right, man.
All right. Yeah, man. This look, the little man playing well, and the coach trying to mess over for his son, and his son came up to get the damn bat on the ball. Probably had arrows all over the place too. You know, the ultimate thing is whenever someone tries to take your shine, you still go out there and show them what you're about.
I do have an additional bleep you, B. Mitch.
And who's that to?
When you order nachos and they skimp on the cheese, that the cheese is kind of the entire point of the nacho. I'm not gonna.
If you don't get cheese, it's not nachos. It's chips.
There was cheese, but not nearly enough. You need it to be fully lathered up with cheese. Otherwise, what's the point?
When you go to get nachos and they give you the cheese, the plain one that's very bland, I like to have more of the jalapeno taste to it.
Of course.
So what I used to do back in the day, I go get the cheese, melt it up, take the jalapeno juice, and then mix it. And it was good like that. But
I like getting the pickled jalapenos just on it.
Yeah, I do that too.
Yeah.
But I like the cheese to always have the taste to it the whole way. Let's go to Bobby?
Yeah, Bobby.
Bobby in Alexandria. What's up, Bobby?
What is up, B. Mitch?
Chilling, man. How you doing?
So I'm going to say bleep you straight out to all the people in my neighborhood, and I live in a place where there's lots of trees and stuff. They know damn well their tree is broke, it's dead, or whatever the case is. They don't call an arborist. They don't cut a limb off. And my electricity's been out 3 times in the last 3 weeks because a tree snapped off. And it's not because of the wind. It's because it was dead. Mm-hmm. So bleep you to all you people aren't taking care of your trees and make me sweat at my house because my electricity's out for 6 days.
I'm with you on that, brother. Thanks for your call, man. Listen, we had a young lady lose her life the other day, man. If you got dead trees and stuff like that, take care of it. Nobody needs to be walking around or driving and a damn tree just fall because you were too lazy to call somebody because they'll come remove it. Or you were too lazy to just go out there and cut it. You know?
6 days without electricity recently. I mean, it's been like 95 degrees for like a month.
It happened in Houston, but that was because of the hurricane. It happened in Houston for a lot of people. And you don't want it to be hot and don't have air. All right, let's go. Bro, you right weird. All right, let's go to Bryantown and check out Carl. What's up, Carl?
Hey, B. Mitch, I just want to bleep that guy that called in about his kid's coach. Coach your own kid. Coach your own kid and stop complaining about the coach. Thank you. Appreciate your time.
All right, but I think he.
Hold up. That's bad.
If the guy is coaching, if his son is on a team and his son is playing both infield positions, playing great, and then you get to the All-Star game and you move your son to a position he wasn't playing, he has a right to complain about that coach, though. You know, if I'm allowing my son to go to you, I expect you to treat my son fairly. If you don't, you would have to talk to me. See, I'll tell all my kids, respect the coach. But if the coach is doing something he has no business doing, then that's time for the coach to have a conversation with a grown-up. Because the kid's not going to say anything.
Yeah, I don't even see how he could call in and say that. Knowing the situation, knowing the kid is playing better.
I don't think he listened to the whole thing.
Yeah, I was saying,
you know, because
ain't no way.
If a kid plays shortstop, plays third base all year, then all of a sudden we get to the All-Star game the kid that wasn't playing either one of them happens to be your son is playing that position, I will have a serious problem with that. So I understand the first guy who called in to bleep you, but I don't understand that second one. All right, let's go to Jay in D.C. What's up, Jay?
What's up, B. Mitch? How you doing,
Doing
man?
good, brother. How you feeling?
I'm feeling pretty good, man. Hey, my Bleep You Today go to, man, well, maybe I shouldn't say the rental company. I rented a car, supposed to pick up at 12 o'clock. I get there at 12:10 on purpose. Just make sure they have everything together. Then leave to 12:40, 12:50, B. Mitch. I get back home. Yeah, I get back home. I just get back home a few minutes ago, check my computer. I got all this stuff that I didn't clock out. So I just wanted to run real quick, pick it up. I come back, now I'm in trouble with my supervisor because I got all this stuff and I wasn't answering calls, man. So bleep the rental car for not having the joint ready for the reservation time. I said I was going to be there to pick the mofo up.
Hey, man, you got to explain that to your supervisor.
Yeah. No,
explain what really happened.
I'll just tell her, next time I'll just give a heads up. Stop trying to be slick. That's all.
Yeah, there you go. So in other words, you go bleep yourself, right?
No. I'm still going to bleep them.
All right, man. All right, Jay. Man. Take care, brother. Oh, that's funny. Why does he not answer the phone when we got a call segment going on? I got to bleep you. I'm bleeping Jeff for us having a call segment and he constantly getting away from the phone when it's ringing and answer. Answer the phone, Jeff. Go to Maurice in PG County. What's up, Maurice? How you doing, brother?
Hey, what's up, man? First of all, thank you for taking the call. And I want to say bleep you to the coach that just called in right now, telling the other guy to coach his own son. If he can't coach other kids and put the positions right, don't be a coach. Come on, we all treat this evenly, and as your talent deserves, let's go.
All right, brother. I'm with you on that. Listen, man. One thing I'll tell you, when I started playing sports early, my dad told me respect the coaches. Act like it's me. And I did that wholeheartedly. But if the coach ever was doing something that I knew was wrong, I told Pops. And Pops would step to him. And everybody in my hometown knew him. My daddy stepped to you, it was going to be a problem because he was that dude. So don't think that you can mishandle people, kids, and they can't say anything to you because there is no coach that's without fault. Just like that flight attendant that did the stuff with Terrell Davis. Ain't no flight attendant without fault either. I'm going to bleep that flight attendant. That's what I'm going to bleep them. Can't just make up stories about people, especially in a climate like it is today. Everybody around says one thing, you coming up with something else. That doesn't make much sense to me. So people have to learn. Treat people fairly. Just because you're in a position doesn't mean you get the right to do what the hell you want to do. And I notice it a lot on airplanes right now where certain ones act as if they could just do whatever because they know you are. It's kind of hard for you to speak, even respond. They can get you kicked off the plane. They have you arrested when you get to the next city, and they don't ask questions until later. So the embarrassment is already there. So bleep people who take advantage of their jobs and try to misuse people because that's what I saw with that situation. But back to this coaching thing, if you cannot coach people and do it right without trying to make things happen just for your child, don't put your kid on the team if you can't. If your kid can't play, don't play him. Don't just, I'm going to put him in his position. That makes no sense right there. Jeff, you say you got another bleep, you go for it.
Yeah, I got a bleep B Mitch and the people who put these computers together because I gotta leave the phone because the software is not on my computer, so I gotta keep going back and forth. So bleep you, B Mitch, for thinking I'm running away from the phone. And if you got any other problem with it, you can knuckle up with me after work.
I'm ready to knuckle up with you right now. We could do it right on the stream.
Come on, bro. That's too many. It's too many people.
All right, well, the phone is ringing again, Jeff.
Not that guy.
All right, that's the guy want to respond. He's the coach.
That's the guy you want him on?
Hell yeah.
All right, hold on.
I have no problem with that. I don't have to agree with people. I mean, I would love to because, like, the whole thing about it, you just called in and say, bleep that guy for saying something about the coach. If a coach ain't right, he's not right. All coaches aren't right. I've had some good ones. I had some bad ones. I had some absolutely awful ones. But one thing I always say, if you're coaching me, you're just like a teacher, you're going to be challenged. I'm going to ask questions. If I can't ask questions, then when I was young, My daddy handled it. When I got older, I took care of it, point blank. So that's the way it goes. 800-636-1067. Trying to find out who you are, who upset you, who made you. What I'm doing, I'm bleeping the weather in Scotland right now because it's giving people fits. I'm watching pro golfers look like Jeff out here, and I think it's absolutely ridiculous to watch pro golfers look like Jeff. All right, that's Carl. Let's go straight to him. What up, Carl? How you doing, man?
Hey, I'm just saying, a lot of times they make you put your kid on the All-Star team when you coach the All-Star team. I'm not saying that guy's kid isn't good or not, but sometimes you got to make 16 All-Stars fit in 16 different positions, and someone has to play.
Let me ask you this question, though, Carl. I ask you this question. If the other kid been playing third base and shortstop all year, why is he not playing that position he's been playing? Why put him outside to play another position?
You've got all those kids that are all All-Stars. You got to mix and match. Someone has to play right field.
Well, how about his kid go? Why his kid didn't go play another position?
Why doesn't that guy coach and he can put his kid wherever he wants?
Well, I don't think it's about coaching and putting the kid where you want. It's about putting the proper person in the proper place.
You're hearing that guy's side of the story. You don't know that.
Do you know the coach that he's talking about? Because it seems like you're taking up for another coach.
I'm just saying, if you put up or shut up, coach.
Hey man, some people are not called to coach. Some people put their kid out there and they tell their kid they're gonna be treated fairly. When they're not treated fairly, then he has a right to defend his kid.
That's fine, but if he coached, he could put his kid wherever he wanted if he coaches All-Stars. I bet you ain't coached a day in his life. And I'm not saying everybody can, but you just need, sometimes you need to just put up and get out there and coach.
All right, well, I got a response to you. Hold on. All right, we're gonna go to Rusty. What's up, Rusty? How you doing, brother?
Hey, Brian. So I'm about to hurt this guy's feelings. So I was the coach of the team during the season. We won the league championship. The All-Star coach was decided about 6 months ago. They have a process. You put in a letter, you get approved by the board, da-da-da-da-da.
So you have coached a day in your life, so he was wrong.
Oh, I got more than that. I also coach my son in Pop Warner football. He's our quarterback. He throws double-digit touchdowns every single year. I also have coached high school football at a high school level. I played 4 years of high school football. I was all conference. I lettered as a freshman. I was going to go play in college, but I had a little bit of an issue when I was a senior in high school, and I ended up going to community college where they didn't have a football program. I've been involved in more sports probably than that guy that has ever even thought of, and I have competed at a higher level probably than he's ever even been at. So my boy did the right thing. He put his chin down. He played hard. He batted almost 700. And I think the whole tournament, he had 2 balls hit to him in the outfield where usually he's in the middle of the infield making plays.
All right, man. Appreciate you calling. Hey, sometimes when people make comments like that, you don't know. You may get responded to. Now we see the guy that did coach. He coached his team. They won the title and stuff. Then he get there another thing. They messed it up. But his son still shined. That other kid did not shine. That should tell you a little bit also. We're going to Silver Spring. Got Ben. What's up, Ben? How you doing?
Hey, Brian, we're doing pretty good. I just thought you'd like to know this about coaches with integrity.
Uh-huh.
My father coached me when I was a kid all the way up through youth baseball. When I got to about high school level, he cut me. He cut me because I wasn't good enough. And when I asked him, are you going to coach next year? He laughed and he goes, I coach because I love to coach. His team went on to win 2 more consecutive Montgomery County baseball championships.
All right, man. Appreciate your call. Appreciate it. That's right. Like I just said earlier, if your kid can't play, he can't play. I don't care if you got to go home and argue with your wife. Well, why did you cut him? Because he sucks, baby. I can't put him on the team. It's going to make me look bad. But that's the problem. Too many people want to get there and just put their kids in place, and their kids aren't good sometimes. Jeff, who we got on this line here? We're going to close it out.
Some guys he's known as Rev T sometimes, or Pedro, the pizza pimp, pizza tacos.
Well, there's none of them names.
It says Rev T, B. Hey, yo, bleep
let's go to Rev T.
Bleep whoever made B Mitch glasses.
What up, Rev?
Yeah, hey, let me find out what I got
bring you some Viagra or something.
What the hell are you talking about, dude?
Oh nah, yeah. Let's.
You over there squishing and stuff.
Hold on,
I see you on YouTube over there squishing your eyes and stuff with them glasses. You starting to look like old man.
Let me break it down for you, okay? I got a computer right here in front of me. I got another computer right here.
Yeah.
That they don't get it on that. It's the one across the room I got to look at. So if our stuff was right, I wouldn't have to look across the damn room.
Like you look reading the newspaper, like you trying to read the newspaper real good. When you take them prescriptions back. But hold on, ain't this Bleep You Thursday or something?
Yeah.
Good. Hold on, before I bleep you though, well, one thing y'all talk about these parents, about these kids and have these. I hate the parent that put their kid in and ain't never played a sport in their life and try to live their dream through their kid. And hype their kid to be up more than what they are to be as an athlete instead of just letting the kid enjoy the experience. You know, they get in lie about the kid, especially the ones that get on social media. Oh, my son had 6 tackles and 8 hits and had the game-saving tackle. But then on the other hand, you show footage of that boy sitting there getting blown up in drills. Ain't no damn way in the world. So bleep you to them Bammers who be lying on their kids, trying to live a dream through their kids. Let the children's laughter remind you of something that you ain't never would be. But anyway, now let's get down to the bleep. You ready for this?
Go ahead.
Man, I got to bleep my cousin. The hell with this. Yeah, I ain't ashamed to bleep my family. I got a cousin in the hospital. So this Bama gonna bleep call me, send me a messenger at 10:30 at night talking about because everything that's going on, you think you can help me pay my phone bill. Bleep you to my cousin who tried to hit me with that hustle, using our family member's sickness to try to hustle Bobo out of some money. You a straight Bama. And you lucky you my family, Dejan, because I'll put your name out there in public and really bleep you. Did I just say that?
Yeah, you just said his name, dog.
Real record. Did I say his name?
Yeah.
Oops, my bad. Anyway, y'all know who I am, and I ain't never showed my words to nobody. Not even them Bammers in my family. The people's hype, man. Some people know me as Bobo, too. I love all you Bammers on Friday.
Boy. Later, man.
Friday. This is my Friday. Say it, B-Miss, Friday.
Friday.
I love y'all.
All right,
Bammers.
man. Hey, we're going to take a break here when we get back. That was kind of a weird bleep you, but you know what? I think we got some stuff together where, you know what? Don't just say, dude probably hasn't coached when the guy been coaching all his damn life. All right, hey, it's Brian Mitchell here with Bike to the Beach. Since it's National Bike Month, I want you to join me as I bike to the beach to support local autism organizations. Come out on Friday, August 2nd, and enjoy a 25, 50, 70, or 100-mile ride to Dewey Beach. No matter your skill level, ride with me or donate to our team to help us hit our goal. This ride is designed for all riders, so bring your crew and help us raise funds to support autism and disabilities. So visit biketothebeach.org/bmitch. I'll be putting out some stuff on social media. If you want to help support, it's biketothebeach.org/bmitch to get involved and make an impact today. That's biketothebeach.org/bmitch. I be Mitchell Finley, 106.7 The Fan. The Be Mitchell Finley Show is brought to you by Rude HVAC Equipment. Head over to rude.com to find your contractor near you and available tax credits and rebates. That's RUUD. And remember, if it ain't rude, it ain't right. Well, we still have some callers coming in about Bleep You, so we're going to go right to them and go to Leonardtown. I go down there a good bit and check out Chris. What's up, Chris? How you doing?
Pretty good. How about yourself?
Doing well, man.
Good, good. I wanted to call about the All-Star player for real quick.
All right.
That's an All-Star game. You know how many shortstops show up at an All-Star game? I mean, if it's 10 teams, there's probably 7 of them send shortstops. So, you know, to play right field, if you played the whole game, that's an honor. It doesn't really matter. It's an honorary game. You know, to blame a coach that maybe doesn't even know your son, doesn't know, you know, he's coaching an All-Star game. It's not a real season. It's just an honorary game. It's quite an honor.
If an All-Star game and I've been playing all year and I played a position, I would like to play that position too, instead of letting the coach's son play that didn't hit a damn ball.
Well,
it's amazing that you say it doesn't mean that it's honorary. The people playing the game, it mean a lot to.
Well, it does, but don't you think that again, if you've coached Little League Baseball, where do you put your best player? Shortstop. So they probably had 10 teams. If they had 10 teams, they probably got 7 or 8 shortstops. So everybody wants to play shortstop or third base. You know, I'm not saying they couldn't have rotated. They could have tried something, but it's probably not a coach that knows the kid. Maybe he did wrong by playing his kid the whole game, but still, I mean, the kid did well. Like you say, you kind of said it yourself.
Yeah.
Show out.
You show out still, and he did that. So I'm cool with that. But well, I'm not going to let the coach off the hook, though. Because if your son didn't do anything, I can't just say, oh, okay. Because I know a lot of coaches that do it like that. They want to play their kid.
Little League is really kind of hard. And, you know, I mean, I've done Little League football, baseball, lacrosse. I've done, you know, I'm 65. I'm long past all that stuff now.
Huh?
But, I mean, you know, when you're coaching other people's kids, you're going to have that stuff. And I get it. Sometimes it's justified. Sometimes it's not. But, again, the kid showed out. That's all he can do. He played right field. And it's still a team game. So I don't really see the too big a beef from an all-star game.
All right, man. I got you. Ooh, Lord. We got to ban Little League sports. Because this is like, if you coached it, you don't want nobody to say anything about it. It's hard to coach any level, not just Little League, but it's also not hard to just go out there and be fair about stuff. Because if you think you make decisions and no one is going to ever question you, then I would say don't coach. And if they were to question you, I think you have to be able to give a explanation. And you don't have to be sitting up here just say, oh, okay, I won't. No. If you did something that you thought was right, you wouldn't be worried about it. And I understand how many people can play. I just watched the Major League All-Star game. Now, that game right there, that's honorary. They get there, they still want to play. And they play everybody a certain amount of time. Not one person plays the whole damn game. And I don't think if you got 8 shortstops, 9, 10, 12 shortstops, none of them should play the whole game either. So since everybody want to call in and defend the coach because it's an all-star game, let's understand it's an all-star game. Everybody there is an all-star. Everybody should be able to play. Not one person play a whole damn game at one position. So if that makes a little sense to you, I would hope that, you know, when you call in to defend the coach, understand why the dude probably got upset. If my son is a shortstop or a third baseman, which he played both of them, my son should be able to play one of them damn positions before that game is over. It's 6 innings in Little League, right? Something like that. So if it's 6 innings, 9 innings, whatever, he should be able to play at a point at the position that he played all year to get put into the All-Star game. Because I don't think All-Star means, oh, you played shortstop, but you at this game, I could throw you anywhere. You normally play the position that you played to get chosen to go there, right? So everybody that called in to defend this coach, I want you to look in the mirror and bleep yourself, okay? Because I think it doesn't make sense for people to be defending somebody when you're playing a kid at another position that he did not play all year to make a big deal of it. It don't make that big. It's not that big of a deal. But anyway, we had the bleep use going on, and we did what we did. We said what we said. It's all good. From now on, if you got to talk about Little League, we not let you talk about it anymore. Then I don't have to get upset. But I believe that if you're dealing with something, I get the right to ask you questions just like you can ask me. And if I ask you something and you don't have the explanation, then I'm going to ask you more about different things out there too. So it is what it is. What y'all talking about now?
Nah, somebody said that that escalated quickly.
No, but what I'm saying is like, just think about it. If you playing football and you're a quarterback all year, okay, and then all of a sudden you get to the All-Star game, they tell you, "Oh, we're gonna put you at cornerback." Does it make sense?
No, not at all. Not at
So
all.
I don't understand the people sitting here basically defending the person when they don't even know the actual thing. But they tell me about all of baseball. I don't care. If I play a position all year and I get to the All-Star game, I should be playing the position that I was chosen for, not something else. And I think that's what something they're overlooking and not seeing. Take a quick break and we get back here. We're going to just close out this thing. We got some bets we had last night. I think I got destroyed. Although Caitlin Clark set a record, they lost. And I don't care about records being set sometimes when they lost. So we're going to have to get into that. Be with your Finley, 106.7 The Fan. We'll be back.
Okay, so it was a great night for the aquarium as both of us hit our bets. Inter Miami, they won. And then Philadelphia, they demolished New England.
Okay.
And B, unfortunately, your bet didn't hit. So
That's cool.
What we're sitting at,
my bet is no worse than yours right now. So
hey, it's all fine because I'm sitting at 1-1, and Landfill and B, y'all sitting at 2-1. What do you have for tonight?
I'm taking the Cleveland Cavaliers in Summer League -6.5. Cavs, baby.
Cleveland Cavaliers in the Summer League.
Yep. There's some darts if you want to bet on darts, B. Mitch.
No, I don't bet on darts.
Okay.
Unless I'm throwing them at you.
That would be mean.
And I don't have a problem with being mean sometimes. You got to be mean sometimes. Got to make sure people understand where you coming from, son.
You did tell me you were going to stab me earlier.
No, I didn't.
Yeah.
I never talk about violence like that. Give me the Cleveland Guardians.
Man, I was about to take them.
Good. Don't.
I'm taking the Yankees. Of course. And I'm taking the Yankees and the Braves. Oh no, not the Braves. I'm not taking the Braves. I'm not taking the Yankees either.
Why not? Yeah, those games are tomorrow.
Yeah, those games are tomorrow.
Boo.
Even your game.
All of them are tomorrow.
Yeah.
Can't do baseball today.
Yep.
That's right.
NBA. Let's go NBA.
Summer League, baby.
I don't see any more games.
This is crazy.
The Wizards are playing.
Yeah.
What are they playing?
They're playing the Kings.
Who's favorite?
The Wizards by 2.
Okay. What I'm going to do is I'm going to take the Wizards money line, and I'm going to take the Clippers in Summer League money line. I need a parlay. I need this parlay.
Who are the Clippers playing?
The Jazz.
The Jazz.
All right, let me just take the Jazz.
How are you going to lose?
He's trolling you.
Landini, who you got?
I already made a.
I mean, B, who do you got?
The Jazz.
That's it for sure?
Yeah. That's all I need.
Okay. All right, so we locked in.
Yeah. That's it.
Yeah, that's it.
I'm done. All right, cool. Well, hey, we're going to figure out what happens. I mean, JP, so he lost today, right?
Yes, he is.
All right.
He definitely lost today.
So JP lost today. Yeah, he had to go take care of his daughter, but still, we don't care. It's all good. All right, football coverage today on 106.7 The Fan is presented by T-Mobile. Switch to T-Mobile, and you can get tons of benefits and still save on every plan versus AT&T and Verizon. Use your savings calculator to find out how at T-Mobile.com/switch. All right. I enjoyed today. Brendan Porat, who called in earlier. Brendan called in and talked to us about the Open, and we see that Lowry is now leading, and I think he won this thing just a couple years ago. John Keim joined us, which probably would have wished he had that information when he called. Mike Jones joined us at 12 o'clock, and we had, I guess, a serious bleep you because everybody started defending baseball coaches, Little League baseball coaches. So we don't like people to call names of actual people or actual places. We might have to just stay away from the Little League sports because it's seen to like rub people a different way. So we're gonna talk about that one behind closed doors and see if we're gonna figure that out. We may have to just say, hey, let the Little League stuff go because people get mad when you got their coaches or their kids involved, or everybody will just have to grow the dam up. That's what's gonna happen. Point blank. Take care of yourselves out there. We'll be back here tomorrow again from 10 to 2. Everybody that was on the stream with us, everybody that tuned in, called in, we appreciate you because we understand you could be doing a lot of other stuff, but you're tuning in to us. We had a lot of people yesterday at Lost Rhino telling us that they love listening to the show. And believe me, when we say we appreciate it, we're not BSing you. We really, really appreciate it. Thank you all for giving us the time every day. We hope we give you something to keep you excited or to entertain you. We'll see you tomorrow, 10 o'clock. Be with your Finley, 106.7 The Fan. Peace.
Yeah, Thursday. What's up? Welcome in. We're Grant and Danny, and you are listening to The Fan. Thank you for making the show part of your day. Means a lot. Your boy is back from Arlington, Texas, in the All-Star festivities. So we are back at full strength in our Half Street studios in the Navy Yard. What's up, Danny?
Welcome home, buddy. We're sitting here before the show starts going, it's a little bit slow, maybe sort of general stuff, kind of check the oil on the Nationals. Let's figure this out and that out. Head on a swivel, dude. News has broken. Jason Wright is gone at some point, whether it's the end of the season or if he gets a job before then, but Jason Wright no longer the team president. Pretty big deal.
Yeah, which we should probably get right into. We will remind everybody that we've got a great prize we've been giving away all week long. Danny's been handing out the caller 10s, the Fujis at Jiffy Lube Live, and we've got another pair for the August 23rd show. We'll give those away today at 4 o'clock ahead of the Beltway Blitz. But yeah, the Washington Post, just about 30 minutes ago, breaking the story. We can corroborate here at 106.7 The Fan that Jason Wright, who became the face of the Commanders when they tried to transform their workplace culture after he was hired 4 years ago as the first black team president in NFL history, is moving out of that role. And from what I'm told, he will be with the team as an advisor, but not as the team president for this year. If he gets a gig he likes, wants to leave, they will help him do so. But Danny, it sounds like he's going to be around this football season in a different role, that his run as team president is ending, and that he will then no longer be with the team as of the end of this season. From the Washington Post piece, and this is what you and I were speculating about a couple weeks ago, his contract was set to expire in August. He took over in August, which stands to reason, right, that maybe you sign a 4-year deal, that the contract is up. And so I guess maybe you sign him to a 1-year deal in this new role. Instead of being the team president, you're an advisor. We'll keep you around for this year. You can help transition us into whoever they're going to hire. And they will immediately begin a search for a team president that's going to be led by Tad Brown, who's the chief executive of Harris Blitzer Sports and Entertainment, who runs a lot of Josh Harris's sports ventures. And I've seen him out at the park every big day that's happened, every big press conference. He's been there at Josh Harris's side. So he, and I'm sure Harris, already have ideas and people they want to interview. I don't know what that's going to look like in terms of, the team president. Is it someone that's run an NFL team before? Is it going to be someone with a business background in running clubs? Obviously, even though Jason Wright played in the NFL, Danny, he had no past resume running an organization, and then he took over running one of the pillars in the NFL.
Yeah, so it was an interesting time, a precarious time for him to come in. Basically tasked with, after the missile hit, right, after all the rubble was there and everything was in flames and it was as bad as an organization could possibly be, hey, man, clean that up. Good luck, right? So he became the face because Dan Snyder had to go into hiding or hang out on his yacht or stand trial or settle lawsuits or a million other things that weren't owning a team.
He didn't have to go home. He just wasn't allowed to be here.
Yeah, you can't hang out in front of us. So Jason Wright became their representative at league meetings, the guy that was the spokesman. I mean, if you think about that, we're just going to stage an informal video in front of one of these stadiums, and we're thinking about a stadium. And Dan Snyder talked for 5 seconds, and Jason Wright said, actually, here's what we're doing, like just because Dan was going to put his foot in his mouth. And so he became this larger figure than most team presidents are. It's a big role. It's a big job. But usually it's I'm meeting with the guy that might buy a suite, or I'm meeting with Chiniga Mayos, or I'm meeting with, AOL, or whatever, to talk about sponsorships and things. Not the guy that's out front making every statement, sort of speaking on behalf of the team. So, listen, he was always great to us. Very kind and forthcoming. He's a really nice person, was always kind to me. But a lot of fans, for the stuff that they saw, didn't go well. There's no way around that, right? So the stuff that behind the scenes that we'll never know, that, hey, he increased seat licensing ship by X amount, doesn't do anything for me. The stuff that we saw, where was touch points with the fans, there was a lot of negative in there. And that's kind of how people are going to remember it, I think.
Yeah, I think the most public-facing things that mattered the most to his constituents, for lack of a better word, to his consumers, either didn't go well, or the perception was that they didn't go seamlessly. I'm thinking about things as big as the rebrand and the name change and the new logo and an entirely new brand that now we're stuck with perhaps in perpetuity, and as small as just individual days at the stadium when you're honoring Sean Taylor, when there was, a snafu and people were upset, and all of a sudden now you're retiring Sean Taylor's jersey when that was clearly not the plan, and then his family's taking a picture in front of a porta potty. And those are kind of the worst of, if you will, the lowlights that get put on his ledger. When they're unveiling this big statue is the expectation for the activation for Taylor, and it turned out to be a mannequin from a Dick's Sporting Goods. Like, that couldn't have gone worse, obviously. Does it mean he's bad at his job? No, not necessarily. But when you ask fans about Jason Wright's tenure, they're going to mention the things that they see, the tangible, very public things that were tied to him. And he might have done a whale of a job. They might have had more growth in the last few years in terms of season tickets and business stuff and getting advertisers back. And frankly, that's his real job. Like, that's the thing that matters more. But to the average fan, and certainly to people like you and I on the outside looking in, the public-facing stuff is really what we're going to consider to be your win-loss record. And there were too many gaffes early. I think they cleaned that up with the new ownership group. There have not been those since, which tells you maybe the chaos and the stench of Snyder just made life difficult. But it really didn't matter. It was too late, and sometimes perception is more important than reality. It just seemed like they screwed a lot of things up.
They did. There's no way around that. Sometimes it's up to interpretation. Like, for example, I didn't love that artist rendering of the Sean Taylor jersey thing. It wasn't for me, but somebody you could go to an art museum and go, that painting's great. And someone could look at the same thing and go, I don't like it. That's eye of the beholder type stuff.
That one's tough, though. You might have to find someone who's a big fan of mannequins at department stores.
Yeah, to me it's a no,
like
but maybe somebody that has an advanced art degree could tell me, well, it's abstract and it means this. I have no idea. I'm just trying to offer it. The one that I focused on that nobody seemed to care about that much was the ones with typing errors, the ones with their heroes in jerseys of other teams, or an image where Doug Williams was left-handed for their 100 greatest. If a freshman in high school turned in that report, he would fail. Like, that's a professional football team with the easiest layup that there is, honoring the 100 greatest in some sort of little online dealio to get people excited, and they couldn't do the most basic thing, which is spell check, which is, just have somebody cross-reference. And it was emblematic of
clerical errors.
Yeah,
is what it was.
Of shoddy work, having something be hastily done. And then the biggest one, which we've hit on a bunch, no institutional memory. The people that were going to make these massive changes, and if you were a jerk if you pointed out at the time, didn't have the blood, sweat, and the tears, didn't have the highs, didn't have the lows, didn't have the heartbreak, didn't have the great moments of history with this team. One of the guys, a slick consultant, was here for a year and a half and is like, I oversaw one of the great rebrands in the history of mankind onto the MLS San Diego. Tweet, what? Like, that guy's already gone.
Yeah, well,
a tourist.
Just about everybody involved in the rebrand is gone. And Wright is still here for the moment for this season, but he will be gone, we now know. And so it's almost universal. I mean, you could go person by person, all the videos certainly that we saw, and let's hand Ron Rivera the images and let's look at the mock-ups. Everyone in all of those videos is gone. And this was my biggest gripe from day one. Who is running this rebrand that has a real legitimate stake in this? Not a passerby, not somebody who is going to be here today, gone tomorrow, not a hired gun because they were really good at some law firm, or they look great in a suit, or because, you need to go find the sharpest that are the easiest to sell at the press conference. Who is the person with the burgundy and gold tattoo on their arm that's still here caring? And I remember talking to Jason Wright about this multiple times. And I said to him, man, I think a lot of the mistakes that are being made here are just because you don't have anybody around you who can go, dude, you can't get the Sean Taylor thing wrong. It means something different to this group of people. You have to. This is personal. This is like this is going to sound terrible, and I apologize for the analogy, but I think you'll get it. It's like if you go to a funeral and the preacher says the person's name wrong. You know what I'm saying?
Oh yeah.
There is a disrespect and just a get this guy off that stage as fast as possible because I want to punch him in the jaw because he just called my dad Dennis Daniel, or you know what I mean? Whatever.
Yep.
Like, That's kind of what you did with Sean Taylor a little bit. And if you had enough people around you going, hey, this is emotional. This is not a safety that played 4 years. This is different.
Yeah, it's not a player that played here. This is something else.
And I feel that way more than anything else about the rebrand, where it was Ron Rivera. He's a 85 Bear. He's a Carolina Panther. He was here for a couple decent, mediocre, non-playoff type seasons, right? Jason Wright is a sharp guy. My point was always, and maybe I'll be right, maybe I'll be wrong. He could be a senator or do whatever he's going to do in 10 years, but it ain't going to be here.
Mm-hmm.
There just weren't enough people who care. So we're stuck with this thing. You guys came in, we're sitting there, and you drop in and tell us how to rearrange our house and where to put everything and what kind of furniture we need. And then you leave and we're not allowed to do anything for 20 years in this home. No, thank you. That was my annoyance, my aggravation. It's what I thought that group got the most wrong right away. I think they've worked on that some, and they certainly do a better job, now reaching out to some people to bounce things off of them. But also the big difference is, I think, that the new ownership group has some of that institutional knowledge with Harris, with Rails, with Ein, with lifers in the DMV, and more so than anything else, to quote Ron Rivera, more so than anything else, okay, they're tied to people who care and people who have been here. They can pick up the phone because they are from this area and go, hey, what do you guys think about this? And you cut them open, they bleed burgundy and gold. Maybe not to the extent that, someone in Section 317 does. They're businessmen now and they've gone on to live in other cities or whatever. But it's different and it's better. But we're stuck with this name, this logo, this thing that was given to us by a bunch of people in fancy suits that are coming and going. And that always sat wrong with me.
Yeah, the Hog ownership group, one of their first touch points is like Darryl Green jersey retirement ceremony. Masterfully done, incredible, eyes glistening all over the DMV, right? Totally. Just it's a different story to your point. I had as a political science major at the George Washington University. I remember I had a class on the presidency years ago, and the cabinet and everybody that gets together to advise the president. Everybody brings their skill set to the table, but at the end of the day, Department of Defense is going to argue for defense action. State Department's going to argue for diplomacy. Everybody that comes and sits at that meeting brings their thing, and then it's up to the commander in chief to weigh the best option. Who was hired? The consultant. A consultant then went into the consulting world and brought other consultants. We shouldn't have been surprised we got consultant behavior. In other words, they're sitting there high-fiving because the activation got 47,000 retweets. Not all positive. A lot of fans going, what the hell is this? What are we doing? But they're going, activation, synergy, and all these terms that you pay thousands of dollars an hour for to a consulting firm that you're supposed to be really impressed by.
Who is the guy that you referenced?
Will Misselbrooks.
No, Will Middlebrooks played for the Boston Red Sox.
So it's like Middlebrooks, but Missile or something.
I don't know the guy.
Right.
I know everyone in that building. I don't know that guy, okay? Whoever that guy is was here for like 11 seconds.
Seriously.
But he claimed, I remember we looked it up when he left and went to another team, that the rebrand was the greatest rebrand in sports history.
And he had some analytic to prove it that's based on the way consultants operate.
Did he?
My answer to that is no. But secondly, in his mind, probably yes, because that's what he was hired to do. And that was the mistake. Now, I understand you needed that PR ability. You needed someone to navigate the murkiest waters probably in sports history.
Well, that's another thing that I do want to acknowledge, and people will hate this part of it, and that's okay, because I have no problem occasionally being hated, which I think is necessary because people just want to hear what they want to hear. But I think it's our job to point everything out. Jason Wright's job wasn't easy. Jason Wright had a terribly hard job.
Correct.
Working for Dan Snyder is mission impossible. Being a team president at a time, during a rebrand, during the COVID season with no fans, during a period where the fan base had cratered, like that's a bad job.
Yeah, it's a tough
you
task.
Take the job because he got paid, I would imagine, millions of dollars. And frankly, because you're not getting another team president job anywhere else at that point, you'd never really been on the radar as a team president. You kind of came from obscurity to get the gig. I'm not knocking him for taking the job, but it is not an easy job.
No.
That having been said, you call balls and strikes. I think they did a lot of things poorly early on. I think they did some things well to try to get some people back there. Is it a better place to work than it was when he showed up? I would imagine unequivocally, yes. Is it a bigger now season ticket base and are things about the experience improved? I would say yes and probably to those two things. There's still a lot of work to be done if you talk the season ticket holders, but it's a glacial pace, if you will. And it's also easy to improve from having been just a utter disaster. They were down to like single digit thousands of season ticket holders from what I was told at one point. It was like 9 or 10. I think it was like 8 to 10,000
of like real ones. The guys that actually use the tickets, go to the game.
Exactly,
Not like get them and sell them on StubHub.
Legitimate human being, fan of the team, season ticket holders was the number that I'd heard at one point.
And it should be 4 or 5 times that.
I mean, it's crazy.
Yeah.
So when you're at rock bottom, and then, oh, by the way, you fire a coach, you hire a new coach, you have an offseason, you draft a quarterback too, like some of the things they've been doing, you should be able to push some tickets and have some growth. They would tell you their metrics show them that they've made some of the most growth in the last few years. Is that because they're going from such a low bar that inevitably, like if your ERA is 10 and now your ERA is 6, you're one of the most improved pitchers in baseball. You still can't get people out. I don't know if it's that or if it's that they're now kicking butt. I know that when this new ownership group initially looked at the books for the first time, they couldn't believe what they saw, right? I mean, it was like so bad, and there was so much work from a business standpoint. They bought this thing as the layup that is, we're getting into the NFL game. We can't miss. And then you get to look at the books after the purchase for the first time, and you go, oh my goodness.
Oh, dear God.
This is so much worse than we thought.
Yeah. And again, that doesn't, as you like to say, put the Triscuit crackers in any fan's stomach. They don't care about that. They, would like to have a good game day experience and the team wins sometimes. But the point I was going to make before was they went so consultant and outsider heavy that you got a consultant and outsider heavy process. There was never any balance to that. And that to me was the glaring error. And then it manifested itself in a number of errors. Again, those public facing, fan touching kind of moments were embarrassments. They were punchlines. They, 2-2-22, probably in their minds right now, they still think of it as a success. In our minds, we're going, what an embarrassing, foible-filled letdown that was.
I would love to know that. And maybe there will be a time when in the future, when he's no longer with the team, we can sit down with Jason and say, 2-2-22, win or loss.
He'll go, we're on the Today Show, man. We're on the Today Show. We're being interviewed live at our stadium on the Today Show. The exposure, global brand, and then use a bunch of words that make you and me feel stupid.
But so that's another point, though, that I think is good, is that view of how to handle that, like national TV Today Show, is what they brought in.
Yeah, that's the consultant.
And it was wrong.
Yep.
Not to say that Jason couldn't have done it another way, but he hired all people that thought that way. That day should not have been about the Today Show. That day should have been about doing something on the mall with thousands of fans around you in seats, right? And doing something to really appeal to your base, not viewing your brand as global and letting the guy in Belgium know at the same time as Beltsville, what the name of the Commanders was going to be.
Precisely. But again, that was the mentality. That's the thinking. And there's room for that, by the way, to think big, to grow, to engage in all those sorts of things. They never had a seat at the table for people that give a damn about this. That as you again, you said very well, and I've said it a million times, I'm going to be here for the next guy too. 17 presidents for now. God willing, I'm still alive and kicking on this planet. I'll still care about the team, and that guy will have a different job. That's my point. For every coach, for every guy that comes in and whines about like, where's my immediate support? Where are people just retweeting everything I say and applauding me just for existing? Dude, I got too much pain behind me. You know what I mean? I have too much doubt. I have too much skepticism based on decades of seeing a million of you come in here and tell me how different it's going to be.
I gave you your benefit of the doubt to Ron Rivera, Dan.
Yeah.
Sorry, DQ.
You know what I mean?
You want your benefit of the doubt, go look in Rivera's top drawer.
My hope died with Mike Shanahan, and that's 100% a fact. Like, if that guy couldn't fix it, I'm going, it's not fixable. And it wasn't until we had a new owner that now I actually think something's possible again.
I think today was probably inevitable the moment this ownership group took over.
I think so, too.
Here's what is becoming evident, too. They're not really firing people, it doesn't seem like. They're letting contracts run out in some of the bigger positions. I told you this with the Marty Party. Remember you wanted the Marty Party gone really badly?
Oh, yeah, still do.
And I said, I've been told Josh Harris does not like paying people not to work. They will find a new job for you, and they'll give you a new title, and you'll hang around, and if they have a question, they'll call you. But they're going to pay you what you were supposed to be paid, and you're going to keep showing up, essentially. That's the vibe I'm getting, right? They're head of
100%.
Basically all things media relations, within the last month. Again, we're close to the finish line of the offseason here. Just left. Now today it's Jason Wright's news. Now, a lot of this you would think would have been done within the first couple days after the season or after the coaching search. And it didn't work out that way. But we hear that his contract is up next month. It seems like they're letting people, for lack of a better phrase, play out these contracts. And then they're kind of finding an exit for you in a somewhat dignified, classy way, which I think is respectable.
Something to be said for that.
No problem with that. I know a lot of people just want heads on platters, but if someone isn't a detriment to the operation, if they're doing decent work and or a decent person to be around, then I don't know why there's any reason that you can't handle them that way. The only thing about that is a lot of times they're not going to be privy to everything because you just don't want them leaving with knowledge about your operation that can expose anything that you're doing. So there's only so much they're going to be involved in anyway. You don't want too many people that are uninvolved just kind of sitting at their desk,
right?
I suppose. But we can open up the phones on this. This news broke just before we came on. The MGM National Harbor listener line's available to you right now at 800-636-1067. 800-636-1067. How did you feel about Jason Wright's presidency? Success? Not a success? And what would you say was the highlight, the low light? Throw something out there that was really good that they accomplished and something that you wish there was a mulligan for. That's next on Grant and Danny. News came down within the last hour that Jason Wright is out as the president of the Washington Commanders. He took over in 2020, did release a statement he will remain with the team this year, it sounds like, as a senior advisor. This is what Jason Wright said in his statement. Quote, I am incredibly proud of what we have accomplished over the past 4 years. Together with an amazing team of professionals, we have taken this franchise through a period of immense challenge and uncertainty and have transformed it. We've set the table for an incredibly bright future under Josh Harris's leadership. Over just the past year, we've welcomed a record number of fans back into our building, made meaningful improvements to the fan experience, re-engaged with corporate partners, and reconnected with the community. Most importantly, we reestablished a culture of respect in this organization. Given all those accomplishments, that's why I am proud to announce that I will remain with the team throughout the 2024-2025 season with the same responsibilities. In particular, I look forward to helping the organization complete its new stadium deal. This feels like the right moment for me to explore my next leadership opportunity. I'm extremely grateful to my Commanders colleagues, our fans, and this community for all that we have accomplished these past 4 years, and I'm looking forward to the start of a very successful season for the Burgundy and Gold. That is Jason Wright's statement that he released this afternoon.
That is, I was thinking about what you said before the break about how this ownership group is operating. A lot of times for someone that's annoyed, that like lives and breathes this, but doesn't get paid to do so as a fan, you want your satisfaction. Like you want your pound of flesh. And sometimes it's okay to get that red meat, AKA while we're just waiting on Rivera to finish out the season and everyone knows he's not coming back, just make me happy and shoot him into the sun one time. Make me happy and tell Marty that his services are no longer required. Just give me some candy. But they are operating in a way where we're allowing a guy that I don't think they had much intention in retrospect, thinking about it, of retaining and bringing back. I think we saw the writing on the wall when he was a finalist for that Green Bay job, talking about Jason Wright, where he's being allowed to explore and flirt and there's nobody stopping you, right? Anything that's that public that comes out that you were a candidate somewhere else. I don't know how many of you guys out there have changed jobs, but that's not the normal course of business. I know it's the NFL. It's a different animal. Things get reported on. But if you work for, the advisory firm and you're going to the consulting firm, there's no big flirtation. It all kind of happens hush-hush until you make the announcement. Him being out there and noted as a finalist, that's almost a marketing thing for himself, right? Hey, I was included. I was almost here. And the team's going fairly well. That's fine. Letting him cut a promo like that, a statement like that, basically saying, do what you want. We're not here to make you look bad. We're not firing anybody. You can go out on your own terms. And I put that in quotations.
So I think he had plenty of wins, but I think they were all very minor things that he controlled. Like, he's a really good dude. He was good to fans. He would show up at fan tailgates when they asked him to. He would come to events on the road, sometimes that weren't even sponsored by the team. Like he had a club in the bag where he was, I think, very good to fans that he built relationships with. And I think that that's smart and that's necessary. And I thought his decency in a lot of ways with fans generally was a nice departure. And he was tangible in a way that the previous president, Bruce Allen, and some that have come before him were not. So I think that's a win. But the biggest games he played in, if you will, the biggest losses came on the biggest stages. The stadium deal. Where are we? What is going on with the stadium? He mentions the stadium deal in this statement. It seems like there's not really progress being made right now. I'm sure that there is behind the scenes, and I'm not telling you it's his fault. I'm just saying that when you think Jason Wright, team president, the first thing you think of is probably the rebrand. How'd that work out?
Yeah.
Are people happy about that? The second thing is the stadium. And so even if you have 20 wins on the little teeny tiny games that you played, when your Super Bowls went the way that these couple have, that's going to be the legacy probably.
Yeah, where are they playing and what are they called? So far, incomplete and F.
So I said we should give out one thing that went well, one thing that didn't, one good, one bad from his presidency. And then we'll hit the phones. 800-636-1067 is the number. For the good, I will say the effort and the fan relatability, right? You could reach him. He was way more willing to engage in any capacity.
Yes.
For myself, like we had him on the show several times. We couldn't get Bruce Allen on the show if we paid him $1 million an appearance. You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
every media member in this town who covers this team at a level above a certain threshold had time with Jason Wright multiple times over. Like, he was willing to chat. Fans, I think, had a ton of experiences with him. That's good. That's controllable. The bad would be, and I'm debating between 2-2-22, the Sean Taylor day, or I guess just the fact that there's not only still not been ground broken, but there's no stadium deal. I just got to go with 2-2-22 and folding chairs at the 50-yard line, and we're the Commanders. And that whole thing will just always eat at me. It always will. There's nothing anyone can say at me to make me feel better about that.
Good is a human being at a time of the most embarrassment, the most turmoil, the most awful a pro sports organization maybe has ever had it, right? Where you go, pandemic, a million investigations, Dan Snyder ruining everything at absolute rock bottom. Here is somebody that, as you said, is approachable, thoughtful, at least, kind enough to talk to you. Whether, I left the room and he said names about me, I have no idea, but at least would give you the time of day, right? Where you saw a face, not some dude in the ivory tower just sort of pulling the string here and there and rumors of him liking a quarterback or otherwise coming down to ruin it. He was there, right? During a time where we needed somebody to talk to us, he did. You know what I mean? Like a sort of crisis management. I think that was honestly a really tough situation. I think he did a pretty good job of that.
Yeah, previous White Knights were always in the football operation, and he was the guy they sold you for hope, and he was on the business
side.
And
La Famina was that, but he quite literally lasted 6.5 months. That happened. So it's hard to believe that it's going to be real. And then here's Jason Wright there time after time after time and didn't run afoul of Bruce Allen, so he got the axe. The negative, you touched on the specific, the general, I think is very easy. Any kind of institutional memory touch point. Anytime it was, hey, the fans care about this. This has to do with the org, the team, before you and long after you. Here's a chance to show them. Swing and a miss. I mean, you can go up and down the board. It was a consistent Joey Gallo-esque batting average.
Well, what we didn't mention yet, at the risk of piling on, is the dates on the crest initially.
Right.
I mean, you mentioned a lot about clerical errors with the 100 greatest or whatever that was, 90 greatest, where just names wrong, positions wrong, whatever. The years of the Super Bowls being wrong on the original crest of the reveal.
Yeah.
Wow.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if someone got fired that day. And I'm Mr. Don't Call for Jobs. That's one of those that's tough to come back to work the next day. If that was your thing, like, hey, Danny, is the crest ready? Hey, Danny, how's the crest looking? Whoever Danny is.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, Danny, are we ready for the big reveal?
It's looking good. I got the Super Bowl years on there. Now, what do you mean you got them on there? Yeah, the year they actually won the Super Bowl. Well, is it different than the nomenclature that everyone that's ever followed football uses it? Yes, it is. All right, let's roll it out.
You guys are next. We want to hear from you. 800-636-1067. We'll hop out of the way. We want to hear your assessment of the Jason Wright presidency, best and worst from his 4 years running the operation. We're Grant and Danny. Grant and Danny with you on this Thursday on the Fan. Jason Wright out as team president in his 4-year run with the Commanders. Jason Wright in his statement today saying that the team welcomed a record number of fans back into the building and made meaningful improvements to the fan experience. We were asking you guys how you felt about his presidency. Give us something you liked, something you didn't at 800-636-1067. Our buddy Disco is in Laurel on G&D. Hey, Disco, how are you?
Hey, guys. How you doing?
Good, buddy. What's up?
Hey, so a couple of points. I think we need to look – first of all, I think, Grant, you said this. No one has succeeded under Dan Snyder in any capacity. So I think that's the disclaimer that you start with. I think Jason Wright was an NFL implant into an organization, if you remember at the time, was the worst maybe the worst in professional sports history.
Oh, yeah.
So I think that now, as you've mentioned, that doesn't mean he had some missteps. He had many missteps, but I don't think that there was any path for him to succeed. When people criticize Jason Wright, the first question I asked were two questions. What did he come here to do? And what was there to sell? If he came here to clean up the organization and the culture, then I don't think we're paying attention to that. The second thing is, what was there to sell? That's the other thing. And then the last thing on the rebrand, definitely some missteps on the rebrand. I think it could have been done better, but I also think that no matter, they could have had Joe Gibbs trot out the new name. It was going to flop because it came from Daniel Snyder. So anything that was trotted out was not going to be received well. And then going back to my question, what was there to sell? Thank you.
Thanks,
Appreciate
buddy.
you.
Good call as always.
Yeah, I think that you and I are in lockstep largely in our disclaimer part of the Jason Wright discussion, because I always start with that.
Mm-hmm.
This is an impossible job. How well can you do the job that no one can do well? That's basically what we're talking about.
Yeah, clean up the uncleanable room.
Where it sounds like maybe, I don't want to say we differ, but I'm a little bit more down on the performance maybe than Disco is. I just think, and maybe I'm wrong. Again, I want truth serum and a 2-hour conversation with Jason Wright at some point. I don't think Dan Snyder was nearly as involved in choosing commanders. I think that was a Jason Wright and his team operation. It really doesn't matter. I thought that the rebrand itself was not done well and executed poorly, and the name itself is not good enough. And so that all gets an F from me, right? Also, the clerical errors we talk about, the ears being wrong, all that stuff. Dan Snyder has nothing to do with any of that.
And that's where I was going to go. That's why when you hear me criticize, which I think I do it fairly, by the way, I'm not going, they could have sold a few more season tickets, or they didn't do enough luxury suite sales or sponsorships. You'll never hear that come out of my mouth because I don't know.
Yeah, he did clean up, to Disco's point. The organization, they blew out a lot of the bad actors.
Yep.
You know, they were clearly, by all accounts of people that work there currently, it is a more comfortable, just professional, not harassment, crazed place to work. Like, all of that is good and is part of why he came here. But a lot of the other bigger things just didn't go that well. How much of that is because it is the hardest job in the world to work for Dan Snyder and do it well? Probably a lot. But Dan Snyder didn't want them to screw up the Sean Taylor thing. Dan Snyder didn't build the mannequin that looked like it was at Dick's modeling off cleats. I mean, some of that stuff, it's easy to blame Dan, but it ain't all Dan.
Right. Yeah. And you'll never hear me defend Snyder. He's the worst. I cannot stand him. And everything that he touched turns worse. But he's not there in the meeting, to your point about, hey, let's have the Taylor family take the picture in front of the porta potty. That's not like a Snyder directive. That's just a miss. Right? Those are controllable things where I think Jason Wright missed.
Let's go to Johnny in Silver Spring.
Johnny.
Grant and Danny. Hey, Johnny.
Hey, guys. How you doing?
Hey,
it's kind of tough to follow the guy who just went, but I was going to say, Jason, don't let the door hit you on the way out. I mean, what are we talking about? He changed the name to the freaking Commanders. That's terrible. He changed the burgundy and gold to like red and just pink on the white uniforms. I don't know what's going on there. I mean, frankly, it's just this whole like he's a nice guy thing. It's not good enough. What does that do for anyone?
Understood.
Thanks, dude.
Yeah, I get that reaction.
Yeah, and again, for the fan that isn't going to the office with the now Washington Commanders. You're watching on Sunday, you read a couple articles, listen to us, whatever. That doesn't help you at all. And that's kind of the point I come back to. The moments where there's a bridge from the org, here's the outreach, or here's the moment where you're having a fan touch point, one of these activations that he was so proud of, those went poorly. So if I'm a fan and my only perception of somebody is the thing that you're in charge of generally failed, I'm not going to have a great opinion of you. I understand that.
So, and that's what I would go back to is, when he says, or he puts a couple of things like on Jason Wright, maybe it wasn't all him. Like, I don't know if this goes right or wrong when he says Commanders is Daniel Snyder's cross to bear. Maybe Dan Snyder came up with it, maybe it didn't. But in the same way that when you're a head coach, the win or the loss goes on your record, you didn't throw the pick.
Right.
The rebrand was Jason Wright. He was the one on the radio explaining why they did what they did with the stitching, why this Comic Sans print, I'm making this up, represents the third ward of DC, and this color here represents the rivers in Virginia. You remember that whole stuff?
Oh yeah.
Like that was all Jason Wright. He's explaining it all. He's the face. He's the guy behind it. We did this. I talked to this person. We had this panel. They told us that this one has grown in their eyes over time. We had it on the bottom of the scroll like it was going to be on ESPN to see what it would look like next to a Browns helmet after a Browns game. He was the one telling you all that. And right or wrong, good or bad, he takes a lot of arrows. Maybe it wasn't him. That was the gig. You got to give it to somebody. Dan was on a yacht somewhere, and the yacht tracker was chasing him down, in far off lands. And Jason Wright was the one holding those meetings. 800-636-1067. How do you feel about his presidency? What does today mean for the name? We should get into that as well on Grant and Danny here on The Fan. As the exclusive sponsor of Grant and Danny, the law firm Condori and Murat can guide you and your family in the right direction, help you draft a will, set up a trust, and create a healthcare power of attorney. Schedule a free consultation with their estate planning attorneys at kmlawyers.com and be sure to tell them that we sent you so you can get a discount. kmlawyers.com. In 1 hour, we've got the tickets we're giving away today for the Fugees at Jiffy Lube Live. You've got to be listening right here to Grant and Danny. Also in 1 hour, the Beltway Blitz, the Nats, Spencer Newsbaum of the Washington Post, the Wizards with Chase Hughes, and the Commanders with Mitch Tischler. And there is some Commanders news percolating. We found out today Jason Wright out as team president. He'll stay on with the team, I'm told, as a senior advisor, but he is done as the president of the Commanders. He's put out a statement. Danny, if you're Jason Wright, and in his statement he did this, you can claim growth and successfully, I'd say, or fairly, you can claim success because there probably are more season ticket holders, purchases, all those things are up.
It's better than you found it.
No doubt.
It is.
I think you also claim the workplace has gone from number one in harassment to a better place to work. Irrefutable.
Mm-hmm.
What are the big fan things that you did that are your wins? The stadium is still FedEx Field, and there is no... In fact, it's not, because you don't even have a naming right on the stadium at this point. So in some ways, that's gone backwards.
Mm-hmm.
It's the field. It's Commanders Field. FedEx is out. But regardless, it's the same terrible stadium without a stadium deal, which was the baby. I remember sitting in Las Vegas, bumping into Jason out and about before the then football team, I think, was playing against the Raiders in what was the coolest stadium I'd ever been in, Allegiant Stadium.
Yeah, it's pretty brand new then, yeah.
And I was talking to him about, is there anything replicable here? Is there anything you like here that you could do with the new stadium? Like, he'd already done that video with Dan Snyder where they walked around SoFi. Remember that?
Well, of course. And
TMZ grilling him.
Exactly.
That
It's
was
like
4 years ago.
Yeah, he I don't know if it was him personally, but somebody, again, this was the consultant type deal where it's like, we're just going to be here. I'm sure they know somebody notified TMZ to like do the video, and Dan's like, well, and then Jason, of course, stepped in and was like, stops right there, and it starts again right here. Yeah, we're excited. We're taking the tour. And it was like a chance for them to show that it was on their minds.
Again, I'm quite sure there's been progress. They're likely, if we're viewing it as a football field, and the goal line was the day he took over, 1st and 10 from his own 1, shadow of his own goalpost. You know, they have moved down the field, but how much? Are we across the 50 toward a new stadium?
I don't think so.
Are we approaching the red zone? Like, what is going on with the stadium? You're now waiting for DC. We've been stuck with our wheels spinning. Virginia had a complete botch where
just
they
a
tried
meltdown
to go with the Wizards and the Capitals.
They got to sit a few plays out.
They can't be trusted. Maryland is ready to do the thing. Let's break ground. Let's give you all the money. Well, we were there 4 years ago. I don't know what has changed at all. I'm quite sure he could tell us more has behind the scenes, but I'm just saying, again, from the fan perspective, because that's who we're polling right now on how you feel about this presidency. The rebrand, 2-2-22, yuck. On top of that, is there major growth? There was a poll in the Post recently that says no, that this thing's not resonating, that the name, the logo, these things are not becoming more and more a part of the fabric, that people aren't enjoying them. We get calls, literally and figuratively, daily from people who want the name changed. Now, there's always nuance to all this. Is that a Jason Wright problem? Is that because it's not Redskins? How many people, if it was anything, would feel that way? Probably a lot. Like, I get all that.
Sure.
But my point is just, I'm looking for something to hang my hat on here if I'm Jason Wright to flex a little bit on people and go, we did that. And the business stuff behind the scenes, which was, I think, inevitable because you're starting from the bottom now, right? You're like, it's as bad as it gets, and then you get better. That doesn't work. That's notwithstanding. So then what else is there? Give me I'll hang my hat on this.
Right. There are, if you ever been in a workplace, you sometimes fill out, because there'll be this new incentive or this new focus of like HR people or folks up the top of the company, your own employee evaluations, but then also your management evaluations, people that are in charge of you. Do they give you the freedom to do this? And do you feel empowered? And are you happy with blah, blah, blah? So there are a number of categories where if you're being objective you would have to give Jason Wright good marks. You would. Again, if you're being objective. But the ones that are the glaring, not somewhat dissatisfied, but completely dissatisfied, or the 0 out of 10, or the low number, or whichever one the bad one is, are the ones that faced the fans.
I'm going to say this a different way. It came to me then. What you're talking about, and what I alluded to is wins. Those are wins for ownership, and those are wins for the business of the organization.
Right. Because that's better. It's better than it was.
That is not anything that season ticket holder number 657 cares about.
And nor should they.
A little bit, right? We could use my wife as an example, a season ticket holder. She doesn't care about that. If I ask her how much better is the experience, I think there's a couple things she likes better, but the fans we talk to, it's not crazy better.
No.
It's a little bit better. Lines are still really long to get food. Food is still cold when you get it from time to time. I don't know how many buttons he can just touch and fix things. I bet he can't. He probably wants to. It's a crap stadium, and oftentimes it's a crap result on the field. And so those things are going to make you not have that much fun. But we still have people complaining incessantly about, like, they do one really cool thing where they let season ticket holders, I think it's called like a gold line or something, but they can get in a certain area so that theoretically you have your tailgate, you come up last second, you scoot right in. You don't have to be in the long lines. The problem with that is we have people call and tell us this after every game, it seems like. They don't have enough people monitoring those lines, or people just bum rush it anyway, so you're not a season ticket holder and you're mucking it all up. Like, the idea is there. The progress is there, but it's still not seamless or always working. So I guess my point is, tag you back in. Take the stuff that's for ownership and business out. What are the wins for fans?
Yeah, what fan is going, did you hear the news? They signed a sponsorship deal with Coca-Cola. Why? That'll do it for me. I'm so excited. No one cares. No one cares. The stuff you want.
Although I get sized for Coke in the stadium.
I love Coca-Cola
over
Classic
Pepsi.
too. Of course
You
I do.
got to have Coke in your stadium. If you Globe Life Field in Texas, Danny, you don't know what they had.
It's a Pepsi place.
No.
It's not?
It's a Coke place, but
It's
I'm going to do you one
Coca-Cola.
better. I go up to the 5th floor.
Okay.
Press box.
You're on 5.
I waddle through a long press box. I'm perspiring. I'm thirsty. Just did a 3-hour.
Well, you were
pregame.
sweating?
Not
Not
like
really,
in a way
right?
that was noticeable.
Right, yeah, okay.
But like my pores had opened.
Sure, yeah,
I
internally
was kind of
sweating.
slick. My shirt was sticking to my back.
Vic Ferreira.
I just done a 3-hour pregame show on the field, right? Coming up. Crushed ice, little pellets, those little balls of ice. Do a big giant cup of that.
They're so refreshing.
And Coke Zero in the fountain. Let's go, boys. Let's go. Top 10 ballpark, just like that. That's how we got there.
Stratosphere right away. Rocket ship to the top of the list.
Exactly.
But yeah, the thing that fans care about, obviously winning and losing on the field, he can't control that, and anybody that alludes to that is wrong. It's separate departments. But can I get in there easy? Does it take me a long time? Am I hassled? Are the experiences that are more controllable, that aren't as sexy, that aren't as fun for the business part of the organization? It's not fun to make sure that the chicken tenders are hot. It's not fun to make sure that there's enough staff for all the lines not to be ridiculous between quarters or at halftime. It's not fun to have parking attendants hang out after the game to pay them all and supervise them and make sure that it's orderly and easy to exit at those various times. Because again, you've already got people's money in their pocket. But are you doing things to make your customers, especially your loyal ones, feel like they're getting their money's worth? And that list of people that felt like they were getting their money's worth was dwindling down to a precious few. Mostly not his fault, by the way, from what he inherited. That's the thing. A season ticket holder, if you're asking people to pony up dough well in advance, sight unseen for what the product's going to be, like if you buy national season tickets for next year, everybody could, God forbid, catch the new bubonic plague and not be able to play. You might not ever see James Wood, C.J. Abrams, Lane Thomas slips on a banana peel. All these horrible things can happen. If you want them to have a good time, you need to make it worth their while. Go above and beyond all the time. Not just one gimmick. This is what we're going to change this year. Your team, your Commanders points are now Commando points. So if you had Commanders points, those don't exist anymore, but you might get a free waffle fries if you go to 7 game. Whatever the hell it is. You've got to make people feel like they're getting something special, and that hasn't been the case nearly consistently enough.
The best thing about radio and the best thing about the medium here that we do, sports talk radio, is that we have the ability to touch you guys immediately. So I actually want to pose this direct question as an offshoot here. How much better was the fan experience the last couple of years? And I'd be curious if some season ticket holders, and maybe you're not, but maybe you go to the game a lot, compare pre-Wright to current Wright, last couple of years specifically. I would want to know that. Did the fan experience at the stadium get noticeably better under this group? 800-636-1067 is the number on Grant and Danny. So want to hear from you guys on that. How he got here has always kind of been interesting and mysterious, I think. You know, the Commanders hired him. I tell you what, he won those opening press conferences. People were really, really excited, obviously. There's long been some speculation the NFL was involved, Danny, in basically assigning him to the Commanders and said, go clean up that mess, right?
Mm-hmm.
We want you to go help them. But he did not have a track record for a year or two where, you know, he was a team president elsewhere and came in with that past to fall back on. So, yeah, there were some initial missteps because he was a recent former player.
Yeah.
And he was a really sharp guy who had a lot of success in the business world, but he had to learn on the fly.
Yeah, this situation needed a consultant, right? I mean, again, I don't know where you guys have worked in your lives if you're out there listening, but you've been places that where the ship needs a rudder, where you need a direction. So you bring in the consultant to sort of, you know, clean some things up, fix some things, change some cultural deals, evaluate and give you guys an overhaul and an honest report card. What I've always believed, and it sounds like this diminishes Jason Wright, and it shouldn't. I think the NFL said, before, Dan, we gave you somebody, Brian Lafemina, and we didn't write it in any kind of contract that we didn't think you'd fire him in 6 months, because who would do that besides you crazy, crazy tyrant? But they gave him somebody before to help fix things. This time, I think they said, you cannot fire him. This is a condition of some of the punishments that you're going through. In order to sweep this first round of stuff under the rug, this is one of the things you have to have. You have to have this person. You are going to deal and do what this person says, and you're going to go shut up behind the scenes and quote unquote work on the stadium. By the way, bang up job on that, Dan. But I think that was a condition of it. And that sounds like it diminishes Jason Wright, and it shouldn't, because they were like, this guy is smart with it, has high emotional intelligence, has EQ. He's going to be able to be someone that can get on camera and put a coherent sentence together.
Well, speaking of that, by the way, their next president needs to be behind the scenes. You shouldn't know the name of the team president on the business side, frankly, as a fan of the team. If you're a real mark, you're a season ticket holder, die hard, travel to games, go to team events.
You probably got a letter from the guy.
Yeah, you're tailgate Ted kind of, fan, like 99th percentile. Okay, fine. You should know the name of the team president. But you really shouldn't see them publicly. Now, I'm not faulting Jason Wright for this, because he was hired to be this
wartime
for the
consigliere,
team, where he was the face, he was the white knight. Everyone fell in love with him, me included. And now he's on NFL Network and he's talking and they're asking about draft picks. But there was way too much crossover with questions about football for a guy who was a business person. That was always weird to me. And I just think in general, like the Wizards and the Capitals version of him is a guy named Jim Van Stone, who you guys know because the Junkies have him on sometimes because their show is broadcast on Monumental. But Jim Van Stone, who's exceptional at his job, just kind of works in the shadows. He is kind of in anonymity. He could walk around Capital One Arena in his suit on game night in the lower concourse, and not that many people are stopping him, even though he makes everything happen at that arena. Jason Wright is extremely recognizable. You wouldn't see him walk through a crowd of people without getting stopped for 1,000 pictures. He was a face. He was a star. And I just don't think that's the way that role should be at all. It should be an anonymous business grinding in the back office role. It wasn't like he asked for that or demanded that, I don't think. It's just the way that they did it at the time, because they wanted no one to think about Dan Snyder. They wanted no one to think about anybody that was left with the organization.
Yeah.
And this is going to be your hero for the moment. And so he was very, very public. He was the most stomachable, tolerable, frankly, the highest likability and approval ratings of anybody in the building. So let's give him Jason. Let's give him Jason. But moving forward now, you don't have that problem. You got a new ownership group. You got a general manager people are fawning over and really excited about. You got a head coach who wears his hat backwards.
Yeah, it's different
So
circumstances.
people think he's awesome. You've got like all kinds of stuff going on that allows you now to just hire someone to do a business job. and they don't have to be out front. Let's go to Kevin in Arlington. I think he wants to weigh in on the stadium experience. What's up, Kev?
Hey, guys. Hey, welcome back, Grant.
Thanks, buddy.
Yeah, I think I mentioned to you I actually got to see the only home win last year because I went to the opener, and I bought several tickets, brought my oldest son and some good friends, and honestly, we got in more quickly. The lines weren't as bad. People were polite. I don't know. And there was a buzz. You could just, the stench of Dan was beginning to lift already, and everybody was happy. And so it was a positive experience. It was the last quote unquote positive experience I'd had at FedEx since I went for the Sunday night game. How do you like me now? Big win over the Packers in 2016. It had been that long. I had a really good experience. Here's the problem. In the last 2 years, I've been to also Levi Stadium because I have family in the Bay Area to see a Niners game. And I went to see Justin Herbert up at M&T play the Ravens a couple years ago. And especially with the Baltimore experience, the food should be comparable, should it not? The food sucks at FedEx. It still sucks. And it was very good. You didn't wince with the huge prices you were paying because it was so good. So it's like, you got to get food service right. That's like a layup that has to happen.
Well, it's funny you say that, Kev.
Happened.
Thanks, Kev.
It's a good call. I think about this at Nats Park a lot. Now, I am basic Bart, okay? I'm not really scouring the ballpark for food, but I go with people and sit in the crowd all the time who do. My wife or her friends or buddies or whatever. Where should I go eat? What am I going to do? And they'll leave and they'll come back 3 innings later and they'll have gone and found the place on the website or, whatever. I mean, they're like scouting out the food, or they're going to Rockland's and they'll come back and they'll talk about how good the food is. It's still really expensive. Like I get a souvenir soda, Coke Zero, Diet Coke, whatever.
Mhm.
Every time I go, it's like 11 or 12 bucks because you can refill it throughout the day. Like the stuff is expensive, but you can go eat at Nats Park and feel like you just had a fun meal, a good meal. I don't know if you could do that at the X, but people don't very often rave about the food. So there's probably something to that. Following up on Kev's call there, here's something I would want to know. What do you think about this? Remember last year, right before training camp, they added all the seats for fans?
Yep.
They had not had that before. Did they add seating on the eve of training camp last year, right after the owners took over? Because Jason Wright wanted those seats and advocated and came to them and said, guys, we got to do something for the fans. Let's get seats out there. And maybe he'd been telling Dan for 3 years, we got to do this. And he would just say no. Or did they get those seats because the owners take a walk of the premises right before camp and go, wait a second, where are people going to sit?
Mm-hmm.
You go watch the Packers or the Ravens or name every other team. There's bleachers for you provided so you can watch the practice. You're just sitting on flat ground with chairs like it's the 4th of July on the mall. You're not going to see a whole lot. But was that a Jason idea, his team, or was that the owners? Because it would tell me a lot about whether like the ways of the team became the norm and how he thought about things. Where if he's not advocating right away, we got to get bleachers. Dan told me no, but will you guys do it? And they just say yes. Has he been fighting all along to a wall because Dan Snyder doesn't care? And now
or would involve money
just
spent.
say yes a lot? Or was it one of those things where they're like, hey, why don't we have bleachers? And he's like, good question.
Yeah. Instructive point, because and it may seem like a small thing, but again, I keep coming back to this one element of this. As a consultant, when you go in somewhere and you have all these brand new ideas for how different it's going to be, and the change, all you're doing is fighting battles against status quo. You're fighting battles against what was, what is, and people are comfortable. They've covered their own butts and they've kind of hunkered down and burrowed in to make it really difficult to remove them, like burrs or ticks, So you hear no enough, you hear intractability enough, and you kind of get stuck in that rut because you become part of that same group, right? I mean, how many times can you say this is our initiative and get a million things of pushback and finally start compromising, right? So that is an interesting point. If it was it took another outsider in terms of the ownership group to go, yeah, we should probably have a place for people to sit. Or if this was Jason begging for 7 years, or however long, wasn't 7, since he got here in 2020, but basically begging for 4 years, like, can we please do something for the fans? It'd be interesting to find out.
One of my buddies on a team text chain with friends that I'm on just texted and said, they did slightly fix the parking traffic, by not scanning parking passes, which allowed me to not have a spot when I showed up to games 30 minutes prior to kickoff, which is kind of funny. Like, yeah, they kind of fixed the problem by just saying, all right, come on through, keep moving, keep moving. And then you paid for a parking pass, and now you can't actually go in because a lot of other people didn't. I don't know how many people had that experience. 800-636-1067. Has the fan experience gotten better? Is that something potentially Jason Wright can hang his hat on and say that they accomplished while he was here? We're Grant and Danny on the Fan. Jason Wright is no longer the team president of the Commanders. He's moving forward as a senior advisor. He'll be leaving the team at the end of the season, if not before. And I say that because it seems pretty clear via the post today, and from what I can gather, that if there's a job that comes about in the meantime, they would help him and let him go take that job, which is telling. But Wright in his statement today says that the most important accomplishment for he and his staffers was reestablishing a culture of respect in the organization. I certainly think they did that. We're trying to figure out if the fan experience at the stadium got better, which has been the number one emphasis of this new ownership group. They didn't come in here making that their chief priority because it was good. And Wright had been here for 3 football seasons before they got here. That, I think, is revealing too. Let's go to Davis in Rockville on Grant and Danny. What's up, Davis?
Yes, sir. So the fan experience is not better. We'll say that. But one thing you said earlier about the prices of the drinks, I will give Josh Harris a little bit of credit, or maybe Jason. They did reduce the price in half for non-alcoholic beverages and food for season ticket holders.
That's awesome.
Which is a great thing to have.
That's good.
So let me ask you this. So meaning like if I'm getting just I go get a soft drink, that's now 50% of what it was before he got installed?
Yeah, it's 50%.
All right,
that's season tickets. A gold member.
I like that.
Being a gold member. But the two main issues that we have are the parking lot. Now, the old system of having a tag hanging on your visor that you roll right in, and then you know where you're parking, and the parking lot attendants know where you're going to park.
Yeah, why can't they do that, by the way? Why can't they have
Doesn't make sense. The second one is nobody's addressed the sound system. That sound system, if you sit in the upper deck, is horrendous. And they keep saying, oh, we're going to fix it. We've dropped millions of dollars into it. They haven't fixed it yet.
Didn't they spend money, thanks for the call, this offseason on that?
I was trying to look that up. I think so.
Remember they earmarked the $88 million at the stadium?
Uh-huh.
I know that last offseason they began that project, is how they termed it. And I assumed it meant that it would be finished this coming season.
Yeah, so from last year, Commanders announced upgrades to video boards and audio systems at FedEx Field for the upcoming 23 season.
But it was still a major complaint that we got on the show, particularly from people high up. So I wonder, and I just don't know, is it possible that in some areas, maybe lower in the stadium, that the audio was fixed and the project was going to be basically finished after the year? I know some of the things that they promised in that press release, they make it known last year, we're going to do what we can now.
These are longer term.
But we just took over. There's not enough time to do it all. So it's an ongoing priority. But I'd be curious to hear from people if that was an issue you had as well with the sound system. It's certainly something that we hear from callers from time to time.
And so this is, by the way, the first part, he moved on to talk about the sound system, but that paper ticket or paper thing that hangs on your visor or that you show for a parking lot pass or whatever, this is the way of sports now. Like, people complain about this. You don't get the paper ticket anymore. It's always on your phone, or it's on the smart app, or it's on this or that. You got to download this program to have that. And it doesn't really make things that much more efficient, in my opinion.
I agree. But I would go as far as to say it makes things way less efficient. Now, getting them is easier. Like, let's say day before a game, you don't have a parking pass and you need one. If you need something hanging from your dash, you actually have to meet someone when you buy it from them, or they have to mail it to you, or you have to go to the stadium somehow, but you don't have parking.
Yeah, like last minute tomorrow, I'm going to the Nats game. I literally have an email right now that I will just accept the tickets and the parking pass, the whole thing's done. That's better. But I also think it's better for the teams because you don't have to spend the money to print all the different tickets off. It's, much easier and lower maintenance to just have an app or have, some kind of one digital release, and that's that.
I don't know why, though, you can't opt into the same way, like at a grocery store or something, you can do bags or not. You can paper or plastic. Like, send me my tickets and my parking passes when you send me my box with my little gift for being a season ticket holder, or if they even still do that. But that's what used to happen. You would open it up, you'd see which players are on which ticket, and it was a cool thing. Like, do that, because I do think there are plenty of people who will use those tickets, and you can tear those and get those in. I think that's easy, and you can have the thing hanging. And it's, my thing is always, as I'm driving along, coming up Garrett Morgan Boulevard, I'm in the app. I'm trying to find the parking pass. Now my screen went dark. Have you ever had one of those scanners scan it quickly right away? I feel like it's like, oh, hold on. It's like 10 seconds of just
Then my thing goes, can you open up your phone again because the screen went black because no one did anything?
Turn up your light. I mean, some of that it's the opposite of efficient.
Mm-hmm.
Tailgate Ted, what's going on, buddy? How are you?
I'm good, gents. How you guys doing?
Good, buddy. I was literally responding to your tweet, and now you're on the phone. I sort of don't have to. What's up?
So I'm not trying to be a Jason Wright apologist, but I also want to make sure that people understand some of the stuff that happened in regards to the fan experience getting worse was also COVID related. They claimed that they took away certain things because of COVID reasons in regards to some of the stuff in the concessions and the free refills.
But even still in 23, Ted?
Oh, trust me, I have a problem with it, Danny. I brought it up to them big time that several stadiums in our area are giving free refills. And it felt like a cash grab from the team. It was Joey Colby Begovich. He and I had plenty of conversations about this as to, yes, you're giving me 50% off, but before, I don't drink beer in the stadium. Before, I just get 2 soda refills and it lasted a day. Now I got to get 5 and it's going to cost me, 3 times as much. So it hasn't gotten better, but in regards to employees not wanting to work at the stadium, I brought this up once again to management. The Buccaneers and the Patriots and several other franchises actually sent letters to season ticket holders stating that they are having a hard time staffing the stadium because of COVID. People don't want to work. And that's been everywhere. The Commanders replied back to me and said, that will get spun and turned into no one wants to work for the Commanders. So it's just those excuses and the way they were just not relayed to us and shared, I think was just lack of foresight from some of this management group, whether it was Jason directly or the people.
Let me ask you this. Was it, you get there early enough, I know that parking and all that's not an issue, but just broadly, as one of the folks that's kind of one of the most known fans that goes to games, would you say getting in and out of the stadium's gotten easier or better?
No, it's gotten worse because the scanners don't work from time to time, and you have people that are sitting there waiting. So you've got a backup. And then what happens is what your buddy texted, they just let people go through like they're at a Copa final, and they just break through the gates. And next thing you know, there's no spot for anybody else.
What about traffic? Actually getting to the parking lots. I have found personally, but I go Garrett A. Morgan. Now I drive with fans toward the media parking area, but I have found that the traffic pattern that they have is better right now. Do you agree with that?
I do agree that it's better, but I'm not the right person to ask about that because I'm there 7 hours before the lots get open.
And then lastly, in the stadium, would you say better, worse, or the same, like negligible difference?
I'd say inside the stadium, it's better. You actually have restrooms that are managed and maintained. Before, it was disgusting. I felt like I was at a frat party. Things like that people don't really comment on. I mean, in regards to the gold lines are a joke. I've called you guys before. Being a season ticket holder and telling me that's a benefit is just flat out lie. I want to sue them for false advertising. But there are some things that have gotten better.
That's the one that season ticket holders
supposed to be your special line, right?
It's like a 12 items or less, but basically people with carts full of 40 are sitting in front of you in the line.
Yeah, and it's unbelievably frustrating to the point of they're not staffed. All it takes is just sending one person there, and not even counting just to get in the stadium. I don't care if I can't get my $4 hot dog at that point, but I do care that I can't get to my seat on time because you got a bunch of people that are sneaking in the gold line where that's my perk. It's not yours, it's mine, and there's no one checking it. It's so simple to do, and I constantly get, we're just short-staffed.
Yeah, well, they probably are. And I don't know. Thanks for the call, Ted, as always, buddy.
Right, but that doesn't help Ted.
Info.
You know what I mean? And I'm not ripping you. I'm saying you give me a reason why it's happening. Thank you so much for the reason.
Exactly.
Let's you fix it. That's not on me to fix it.
Yeah, I'm paying a lot of money.
Yeah.
It would be the equivalent. I'm going to a nice steakhouse. I'm paying good money. I'm getting terrible service. And I said to them, and this has happened, honestly, in some restaurants lately. Not good steakhouses, but just generally, I think service in restaurants has gotten way worse post-COVID, in my opinion. I think it's fewer people working. The expectations have been lowered. We were all scanning, our meals with the cards. Like, I don't know if you agree with me, but if you go 5 years ago to now, it's not even close. But anyway, you might even say like, hey, what's going on? It's like, oh, there's only one cook back there. Oh, hey, there's 2 of us working the whole restaurant. And that's cool to level with me. I appreciate that. But also, why is this my problem? Like, you're not charging me less. You're charging me more than I've ever been charged before.
Yeah.
It's never cost me more to come here, and the experience has never been worse.
So I
think that's kind of what Ted's getting at.
Yeah, literally this past week, I took my son to a place that quite literally has never let me down. All around this great country of ours, I am 100 for 100. I'm now 100 for 101, where there was no, I understand things happen. Life happens. Somebody, calls in sick or otherwise. All I want is for you to acknowledge that, hey, this isn't normal. We're really sorry. Level with me as a human being. Maybe here's a coupon for $5 off your next entree. I mean, whatever it is, it's small, but those kinds of courtesies go a long way. I don't want the excuse about how short-staffed you are. Thanks. Reason with me and let me know that you get this is unacceptable. I'll feel a lot better. Yeah.
I don't care. In terms of the Commanders, maybe you got to pay more on the day of the game. You got to do something.
Something's got to be done.
But you got to, if that's the problem, then you got to get more staff. We got to fix the problem. Grant and Danny here on the Fan, 800-636-1067. If you can answer the question for us as to whether or not the experience as a fan at games has gotten better under Jason Wright. We found out today he is out as team president. Also got a double play coming your way. And at the top of the hour in 20 minutes, Fuji's tickets and a Beltway Blitz on G&D. Grant and Danny on the Fan. We will get you a double play this segment. What's going on in our lives? Nothing to do with sports. Real quick, want to squeeze in a couple of our callers been waiting to talk Jason Wright news. He's out as Commanders team president. Zach's in Virginia. Zach, has the fan experience gotten better under Jason Wright?
Hey, Bob, how you doing?
Hey, Bob.
Hello, Robert.
I mean, I just want to say thank God Jason's out. Long time coming. I mean, I know his position was president, but, you know, it was a lot of lip service. But, yeah, I'll say the experience has gotten better. I went to 2 home games this year, one of them being the Dallas game where I was amongst the sea of Dallas fans, you know, actually cheering for us to kind of lose so we could get that higher pick. But, I mean, yeah, the band coming out when you first get there at the stadium. I remember that the Dallas game, they were giving out the free hats. I mean, that was great. The food's pretty good, especially the barbecue. But I mean, I'll tell you what, honestly, you know, 2 things here. If you don't get your food by the first quarter, yeah, good luck, because the lines are so long. You'll be there the rest of the game. I also wanted to touch on earlier, Danny. I know you're with me on this, man. The jerseys, man. My gosh, the jerseys. I mean, just bring back our old jerseys. I mean, you could get me. We all know the name sucks, right? But you could get me 75% there if you just bring back our old colors, man. Bring them back. You have the print. It's right there. You know, take those white jerseys and send them to Goodwill. All I care.
Appreciate you, dude. Yeah, and if it was and this is, again, something that I personally feel, and I know someone's done like a side-by-side with like their cell phone camera and been like, is this burgundy the same or is it different? Can you tell? I don't know. I don't know if the lady's dress is blue or gold. Whatever. I know this. The John Allen jersey I look at every single day that's hanging up in our studio, that ain't right. That's wrong. Whatever that is wrong. If you never told me it's going to be the same, and then it wasn't the same, I wouldn't be mad. That's not true. I wouldn't be near as mad. But it was the multiple times. Anybody that would listen, is this microphone on? Turn your recorder on. Is the camera on me? Where's my camera? Max Kellerman style. The colors will be the same, and then they weren't. If they are the same, they don't look the same. Make them look the same. I don't know how you do that, but you can't promise me something and then not do it. That that's the one I can't get over.
It is time for our double play, driven to you by your local Washington area Honda dealers. Stop in for a great deal on the rugged and capable Honda Pilot. Contact your local Washington area Honda dealers today.
They got me. GP. I've been telling my family, everybody that would listen, and nobody listens to me, by the way, on any topic, but especially this one. Hey, guys, can we curb the spending a little bit? Let's slow down our roll. Every time my youngest son wants 20 more V-Bucks for some sort of Fortnite skin, let's get the next one. Let's wait a minute before we do it again. But the spending has been outrageous, and it won't stop. And no matter how much I show people, look at this credit card bill. Look at how much this was last month. Nobody cares, and I'm the annoying one. I understand that. I get my role. But then I fell victim. Amazon Prime Day. I don't really know if they're actually sales. They could just say it's a sale. They could just tell you, they could mark up the price the day before. Let's say like this water bottle I'm holding in my hand. Dude, this was 100. Now it's 64. Well, was it really 100? Or did you mark it 100 yesterday so that you could mark it 64 today? I have no idea. But all of I go, you know what we probably need? My son's ever played goalie. He should probably get some goalie gloves just in case he plays goalie. You know what I haven't used in a long time is my pitching wedge. I need to do pitching wedge. Amazon Prime Day with all the different things.
You didn't actually get a pitching.
I didn't get a pitching wedge, but like I was shopping pitching wedges.
You haven't played golf in years.
No, I played Scotland in
right when you're on
the fall.
Trip. Yeah.
I think I played once this spring. I'm not going to play anytime soon. But I don't have a pitching wedge. I actually lost it at a golf course like 15 years ago.
But that's not a problem.
Somehow,
play golf.
Yeah, somehow I've gotten by. But I'm sitting there like pricing pitching wedges before I snapped out of it. Like, wait, I don't need that. But we literally bought. I bought most of it, but like my wife was on there. My youngest son had like a $25 gift card that like it went over the $25. Like I'll cover the rest because it's Prime Day. The number of packages coming to my homestead in the next 7 days is staggering. They got me. If you tell me, this is a message to companies out there. If you tell me it's a sale, you got me.
Well, it's genius. It's
Cyber
Monday, I think. Remember?
Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah.
Black Friday.
Oh, I remember.
You go shopping on Black Friday, whether you need to or you don't. Black Friday. What are you going to do on Black Friday?
Well, you're not gonna go?
You're going to go take advantage of the deals. You're going to go shopping. It's just part of the fabric. Now you got Cyber Monday. Everyone's like, you got to jump on.
Well, you have to. Look at the deals.
What if I didn't? Everything would be fine, but I need to.
You have a toaster oven, but this toaster oven is so cheap.
It's time for my double play. I will regale you with some tales from the All-Star game over the days ahead. I had a blast. Went out, was at the draft, live, futures game, home run derby, All-Star game, was in Texas, eating barbecue and having a merry time for several days. I'll just start by saying my number one observation about spending more time in Texas than I've ever spent in Texas, people in Texas love Texas. There is a pride in that state that is very obvious. It's constant. It's just ubiquitous. It's everywhere. They love Texas, man. They like telling you how free they are in Texas, as if in Virginia, we're not free at all.
Well, you're under a different regime here. Yeah.
Apparently. Like every Uber driver I got in, they're like, where are you from? And I'm like, oh, DC. It's like, oh,
man.
You're going to like it out here. I'm like, yeah, so far I like it.
Everyone's nice. Yeah.
You guys got barbecue. Everyone's been real nice to me. They're like, yeah, but you'll be free for a few days. And I'm like, okay.
Yeah.
Well, thanks, I guess. I mean, they love Texas.
Yeah, I barely got on a plane to get here with all the oppression.
Exactly. But it's tattoos of Texas flags. Yes. I feel like Maryland does this more than Virginia. Maryland puts their flag on everything. People love the Maryland flag.
Mm-hmm.
You notice that?
Oh, I've noticed.
Big
yeah.
fan. They don't have anything on Texas. The Texas flag is everywhere.
Mm-hmm.
There is just a pride. And I get it. You don't pay state taxes. Like, I'm jealous. I like that too. That's pretty cool. But that was my big takeaway from Texas, man. You know if someone's from Texas because it's like a CrossFit guy.
Yeah, they'll let you know.
They are going to tell you about Texas. And I didn't dislike Texas. In fact, I would even say I really liked it. People were very nice. I mean, how could I not like it? I was at a baseball event and just enjoying myself and eating barbecue the whole time. And like the portions are huge. And I went to lunch yesterday and got myself one of the most delicious brisket sandwiches I've ever had in my life.
I called it, didn't I? That's what I said he got.
Did you?
Yeah.
Attaboy. Brisket sandwich. But I did. You could do ribs by the each. Did you know that?
I didn't know that.
Yeah. So I got a brisket sandwich and then I did 2
side of ribs.
Beef. Well, I did 1 beef, 1 pork because I wanted to compare and contrast.
My man.
But I did the Chris Rock bit where I was like,
how much for a rib?
Exactly. But she goes, I'm like, so with the ribs, I said, what's the smallest order I could get to just taste them? She's like, well, we'll do the rib one at a, you could get 1 rib. We do them. You could get 1 at a time. And I'm like, how much for 1 rib? And she's like, excuse me? And I'm like, how much for a rib? The Chris Rock.
Oh, of course. Yeah.
And she's like, I think they're like $1.99, $2. And I'm like, I'll take 2 of them.
Yeah, can you come back and look at this YouTube video? I'll pull it up for you so you get this bit. Yeah.
How much for some soda? Just like the bottle, the cap.
Cup it in my hand. Yeah.
But God, it was good, man.
So
that's the biggest point.
Yeah.
Texas people love Texas.
The Texas bit is still linked to the history of the state, right? With like the Alamo and like sort of different battles for independence and like sovereignty.
Totally. Well, at one point, like
it was the Republic of Texas at one point.
Correct. I mean, they are, again, this is all anecdotal. It's like who was next to me at this one moment. Like people also were very patriotic and like big fans of the United States of America. But like there was a dude standing next to me during a droid show and they show the Texas flag and he's like, yeehaw, woohoo, yeah, yeah, yeah. And then they show the American flag and he's like, go back. And I'm like, I'm going to move a few steps away from this guy.
Oh.
I mean, this guy like loves Texas that
You're
much.
like, there's room for both of them.
You are a part of us, man.
Both are pretty good.
But Texas people love Texas.
Yes, they do.
So that's my big takeaway from Texas.
That's pretty salient because that's the thing, by the way.
Their barbecue, people are going to hate this take better than Kansas City, I think.
Who's going to hate that take?
I just think people will.
Kansas City's basically they're like, listen, we have some sugar in our ketchup that we slather on the barbecue sauce. It's not special.
It's better. This was better.
Yeah, Texas rules.
Yeah,
for that. Now they don't have a great pulled pork situation down there. You need another region of the country for your pork products.
You like Texas?
I love Texas. I'm very pro Texas in terms of the barbecue.
And you could live in Texas.
I could do it.
Texans love Texas.
I could do it. Their brisket situation, kind of like that genre of meat, they do as good or better than anybody. They don't have a pulled pork. You need the Carolina barbecue. You need a little Memphis in there.
I met up with a couple of listeners, just bumped into them from time to time
Mhm.
too. Surprising number of just G&D listening Nats fans that were about that I kind of they were at the draft or at different events.
That's cool.
I like that. Like I don't know if it's a bachelor party or what, but yeah, it was a good time.
Dude, Cal Finnegan's here. We got to be here.
Barely.
I guess,
How
right?
about Finnegan getting the late call?
That was cool.
He was at Hershey Park, I think, with his family, like on a roller coaster.
Can you get to an airport, bro?
And he didn't even make it in time for like the red carpet event in the morning. I got a good red carpet story. I'll tell you later. My whole goal was to see Livy Dunn. We made it happen.
Happy for you, buddy.
Thank you. I'll let you know all about it.
Okay.
Grant and Danny on the Fan. The Beltway Blitz comes your way next. Right at the top of the hour, we're giving away those Fuji's tickets. As the exclusive sponsor of Grant and Danny, the law firm, Kondori and Murad, can guide you and your family in the right direction and help you draft a will, set up a revocable trust, or create a healthcare power of attorney. Schedule a free consultation with their estate planning attorneys at kmlawyers.com and be sure to tell them that we sent you to get a discount. That's kmlawyers.com. Right now, caller number 10 at 800-636-1067. Congrats. You're going to win 2 tickets to Miss Lauryn Hill and the Fugees. The celebration continues with special guest YG Marley. Friday, August 23rd, Jiffy Lube Live. Tickets are on sale now. For tickets and more event information, go to thefandc.com/events, courtesy of Live Nation. Congrats to whoever's going to win those tickets. That's an awesome show. Coming up in August out at Jiffy Lube Live. Big news of the day in DC sports we'll cover in the Beltway Blitz. Jason Wright is out as the team president of the Washington Commanders. Want to get into what this could mean for the future of the name and whether or not a decision on a rebrand gets affected by today's news at all. We can do that coming up in a little over 20 minutes. But let's kick off the Beltway Blitz right now. Talk some hoops. We start with the Wizards. Summer League activity continuing, and Alex Sarr's struggles. So, Chase, I have not gotten the chance to ask anybody on the beat about this. I was out in Texas, but Sarr going 0 for 15 in a Summer League game. How concerned should I be? I mean, that feels really hard to do, and that feels really scary for a Summer League performance. I mean, you wouldn't even be allowed to take 15 shots if it's going that badly in a regular season game, obviously, but the level of competition is down, and he went 0 for 15. How should I feel?
Yeah, obviously it was not a good performance. I mean, he was going up against Donovan Clingan, who I think is going to be a really good defensive player at the next level. Of course, people remember him at UConn. But obviously going 0 for 15, something that he will hope never happens again. I think if you're trying to point a positive out, maybe it would be the fact that he did have a good game defensively. He's been good defensively through 3 games so far. He had 3 blocks, held Clingan to 3 for 10 from the field. So I think it is kind of a reminder that he's further along defensively than he is on the offensive end. And, you know, maybe you can take solace in the fact that even if his shot isn't falling, he can find other ways to impact the game. So I was encouraged by that. But, you know, watching that game and watching him in general this Summer League, I think it's become pretty clear that he likes to play on the perimeter more so than on the inside, like what a usual 7-footer would like to do. And I think it's also becoming clear that it's going to be pretty important that they have somebody who can set the table for him on the offensive end, because like a lot of young players, he struggles to create his own shot.
Yeah, there's still, I think you touched on it, Chase. There's a lot I liked about it. Instead of just sort of hanging his head and grousing and pouting, he's as active as anybody on the court with the blocks you mentioned. I think he had one of his better rebounding games, and, you know, he was moving all over the place. I get the sense that this org now kind of is in the right headspace. And what I mean is, that's okay if the 18-year-old kid who's still pretty raw behaves like a kid that's still pretty raw. They're allowing him to go out and make those mistakes. Nobody's yanking him because he missed a 3. I hope this happens in regular season too, not 0 for 15, but allowing him to go through some of the bad to eventually come out on the other side. You don't draft somebody at number 2 because they can't take it. My hope is that he's allowed to have some down moments, doesn't get yanked in crunch time or things like that. To me, it actually is a pretty good sign, other than the not making any shots.
Right. And I think it'll be really interesting to see how he bounces back. He'll get his first opportunity tonight, assuming he plays, but the Wizards do play at 7:00 against the Sacramento Kings. They've got Drew Timme, formerly of Gonzaga, so that could be a decent test at the big man spot. But, you know, watching him play offensively, it also kind of reminds me why they signed Jonas Valanciunas. Like, clearly Alex Sarr is more comfortable playing off the ball on the perimeter as a 4, maybe even kind of as like a 3. And so they went out and signed Jonas Valanciunas in free agency, and he's much more of a traditional center, about 7 feet tall, you know, a big guy who can rebound and set screens, and those just aren't strengths for Alex Sarr right now. So I think, you know, fans that maybe were wondering why did they sign Jonas Valanciunas, I think it's becoming more and more clear that they feel Alex Sarr will be more comfortable if they have a guy, a big man who can sort of do the traditional big man things.
Chase, on the flip side of his struggles, man, has Bub Carrington been impressive? What do you like so far?
Yeah, Bub Carrington has not only been
arguably the most impressive player on the Wizards Summer League team, but I'm starting to see lists come out of, the best rookies so far in Summer League, and he's making just about all of them because, his shot has been kind of inconsistent, but what's been very consistent is the ability to score, get rebounds, and get assists. I mean, he flirted with a triple-double in his debut. Each game, I think he's had at least 5 assists and 5 rebounds. He's making, timely plays at the end of games, almost tied the game the other night with a steal with 2 seconds left, and his shot just rimmed out. So his ability to create his own shot off the dribble, which we saw in college, which we saw at the NBA Draft Combine, has translated so far. And I think that's a great sign because he's going up against much more athletic players than he was used to in college. And so I think it's a good sign that it'll translate to the NBA level.
What have you seen from Kyshawn George so far? To me, the shot is there. It's obvious. He's smooth with that part of his game. Looks like he needs to ramp up the physicality, a bit of explosion to kind of keep up with some of the better athletes in the league, especially some of these wings.
Yeah, certainly the shot has stood out. I mean, he shot 41% last year at the University of Miami from 3, and it was about 2/3 of his attempts from the field were from 3-point range. So that's obviously his bread and butter, and he's done a nice job shooting pretty efficiently in the summer league, picking his spot. And, in the second game, I noticed because I was there in Vegas, he hit a few shots that were very closely contested and ran down the court with his hand over his face to kind of remind the other team of what he just did. And it just impressed me that he was able to beat that tough of defense because they were going up against the Rockets, who have had a great defense so far in the summer league. I also like his size for his position. At 6'7" without shoes as a wing. It really stands out on the court that he's big, for the spot that he likes to play, which is on the wing. And I think he competes on the defensive end, but shooting right now is definitely the thing that stands out the most.
Chase, thank you. We appreciate you, bro.
Absolutely, guys. Anytime.
See you, dude.
All right, let's talk some football. And the huge news today on Grant and Danny from Commanders Land, Jason Wright out as team president. He will remain with the team as a senior advisor this season, but his 4-year run as president ends and he'll leave at the end of the season. Mitch Tischler of Monumental Sports joins us now. Mitch, what do you make of the breaking news today?
I mean, it's certainly big news, but I don't know that folks should be that surprised about it. Earlier this year, we heard about him interviewing and almost getting the Packers job that he was up for, president, the Packers. And so, once it's kind of public that you're starting to look for another job, isn't it pretty, in any industry, isn't it pretty obvious that things are ending at your current job? So, I think it's an interesting day for Commanderland because, there's a lot of folks that like some of the things that Jason Wright did, but ultimately I think his lasting legacy is going to be that Commander's name. And I think we know how folks feel about that.
Yeah, folks are still not excited. What do you think this means, if anything, for a rebrand? Does it usher it in? Does it make it faster? You feel like he was an advocate for this name that everybody hates still, or what do you think it means?
No, I don't think he had enough power once Josh Harrison company took over to really kind of have a hand in all that and a say in that. Ultimately, it's going to come down to what the ownership group wants to do, and to that extent, I got to be honest, I think they're handling this with much more in a nicer way than obviously the previous ownership would have. I think keeping him on and letting him be a consultant and give him the opportunity to look for a new job and then kind of help facilitate that. So I think that as far as culture and all those different things that folks like to talk about, I think that Jason did a good job of kind of ushering in some better things on that side. But ultimately, the new ownership group is kind of extending a nice hand to him.
Yeah, and this isn't new or specific to Wright. I mean, they did this even on the football side to some extent with the Marty Party and some of the guys they've kept around in different roles and as advisors, and they didn't just come in and blow a bunch of people out. So there's some dignity and some class and some decorum that you'd expect from these guys. Going back, though, to Wright and the name, what's your opinion on how involved Dan was in Commanders versus Jason and his team? Because I don't know if it matters, but it seems to me like people think that Dan chose the name. I've never really thought that.
Yeah, I never really thought that Commanders was Dan's choice. But at the same time, we know how involved he was with everything that the franchise did. So I have no doubt that he did have a say in it, obviously, and a hand in it. But ultimately, Jason was the front face of it. And, he was the one that was out there saying that, we're going to listen to what the fans say. We're going to take that into account. And at the end of the day, I think we can all agree that name was decided on before any, votes or any public thought or fan, injection into it was. So, ultimately, Dan definitely had a say in it. But to me, it's Jason's burden to carry.
Rookies reported today. That's like a matters of actual football here as training camp kind of gets underway. What's the schedule here for this week? Are they not practicing until next week, or is that when the first open practice is? Or what are the rookies doing until the vets get here middle of next week?
Yeah, the rookies are getting their feet wet. They're doing what rookies do. Once the vets come, I don't know that there's a ton of rookies that are going to get a whole lot of reps, especially early on in practice outside of Jaden Daniels. So I think it's an opportunity for them to kind of get their feet under them, understand what the expectation is for training camp, get a feel for how everything's going to run kind of day to day, and ultimately for them to get opportunity to hit the field running and be ready to go once the vets show up.
Mitch Tischler of Monumental. All right, before we let you go then, 5 years from now, July 18th, 2029, will the Commanders have a different name?
I don't think so. To me, if and when they change it would be maybe in congruency with when they open a new stadium, and I don't think there's going to be a new stadium within the next 5 years.
Oh.
So ultimately, I think fans are kind of stuck with this Commander's name for a little bit here.
Not having a new stadium in 5 years, it would be a disaster of epic proportions, but we're headed that way.
Yeah, I was going to say,
now,
what's the worst case scenario? You mean the scenario?
Say it again?
I said, what's the worst case scenario? I think the exact scenario that's about to happen. Like, you literally just laid it out, and that's so terrible.
Listen, when I'm talking about when a new stadium opens, not that a stadium's not going to be agreed to by that point. And
if a stadium's not agreed to at that point, I mean, I don't even want to tell you what I'm thinking.
Listen, the longer they spend it at FedEx, I think everyone knows how poor that is, including Josh Harris and everybody else in that business side.
Thank you, buddy. Appreciate you.
Thank you.
That is your Beltway Blitz with our friend Mitch Tischler covering the Commanders. Yeah, I've said this many times. Every single minute they spend at the X is a mistake. Every minute they spend at that stadium does more irreparable damage to the product.
Mm-hmm.
There is no lipstick that makes that pig look good. You can't fix that stadium with a coat of paint, with a cool mural, with hard work, being nicer to fans. It's a disaster. And urgency has to be high on the priority list here with the next stadium. If you can get a really cool, beautiful thing over by RFK in 2035, or you could do something in 2029 in Maryland, I'm sorry. The Maryland thing slides up the list because timing matters. You are doing that stadium has done more damage to the brand than anything not named Dan Snyder, in my opinion.
Yeah, it's probably the 2 seed
in the last 20 years. It's the experiences. Now, the team being awful is a different category, and that's number one probably. But when you go there and you don't have fun, and when it's ranked dead last on every list, and when the experiences are gross, other than Dan, I'm not sure what else there's been that's been more of a detriment. And to continue to just sign up for more and more and more of it in perpetuity while are we spinning our tires? Are our tires even moving? Are we stuck in neutral? Are we just stuck in the mud? I don't know what this is. But he's right. I mean, it is 2024 already. We're about to embark on the season. It's very possible that they are still playing there in 2029 at this point. Because I
think it's likely.
I'm not ready to say that yet. That's tough. Then I got to start preparing for that. And I mean, it takes 3 years to build a stadium. The suggestion is that they can't be ready to break ground in like a year and a half.
That's what I'm suggesting.
I don't buy that. I think when the levee breaks, the water's going to come flowing. Like tomorrow we could find out. The Wetzels are thrilled. Everyone's cool. Everyone's on board. They're getting the land, whatever. And then next thing you know, we're skiing downhill. But there's got to be developments.
Yeah.
The other thing is, how long do you wait and continue to play the game with DC politics before you just say, or I guess that this is even federal politics, Not even DC.
Yeah, we haven't gotten to the
I'm
DC
just
council
saying,
part yet.
we
Let them weigh in and watch it go fast.
That's a great point.
That's my point here.
That's our next one, is when Muriel Bowser and the DC folks get their hands on this thing without the money.
Yeah, with the feds moving at light speed over there.
Yeah.
Like here comes Timmy the Tortoise round the bend. No way.
That's after we haven't even bought the car yet.
That's my point.
Like when we bring the car home, then they get to do everything they want to do with the car. We haven't even gotten the car back yet, right? But at some point, you just kind of look over at Maryland and you go, I could build something pretty cool. It'd be pretty awesome.
We already own the land.
Got that land already. Does Jason Wright, no longer being team president, make it easier to change the name or change what will happen with the name in any way? Let's get into that next on Grant and Danny here on The Fan. The St. Petersburg City Council has approved the Rays' new $1.3 billion stadium in the Tampa-St. Pete area.
Amazing to me.
I am the woman whose buddies are always showing off their engagement rings, and I've got to sit here and go, oh, nice. It's so pretty. Why does everyone else get stadiums? Everybody gets a damn stadium deal. You get one. Danny, do you want one?
I'd love one.
Here you go. Let me just, here's your stadium deal.
Thank you. Oh, thanks.
Darius, would you like a stadium deal? I've got a couple in my back pocket here.
Yeah, I'll take one. Sure.
All right, great. No problem. Here you go. Ryan, I heard you were looking for a stadium deal.
I'd love a new stadium.
How much money are you looking for your deal? How big a stadium we talking?
We're talking like 65,000 seats here.
Here we go. No problem.
Hey, nice, Ryan. You got one.
Thank you.
Hey, I'd like one. Shut your mouth.
You shut up when you're talking to me.
But at least 10 years will go by, and I'll just keep pretending like you're going to get a stadium.
Like Kansas City can't get one, which doesn't make me feel better, by the way. But still, that's like the only other example I can think of. Everyone else is like, yeah, listen, no one goes to Tampa games. They probably shouldn't even be there, to be honest with you.
They can't quite figure out the Kansas versus Missouri thing. But also, the good news is, you know what? I don't even like the comp. You're right that they're having a hard time with
that's what was my only point, yeah.
They're having a hard time with their plans because the two states are fighting. We've got the two states and then D.C. in a battle royale.
And then here's the federal government just sort of walking around with like stink bombs. Just
let me know when the Chiefs aren't able to get their stadium because the federal government is a pain in the butt.
Well, you know what happened with the Chiefs? This is true. Did you hear about this? There's a senator from Maryland, and then there's a senator from a totally different state that doesn't even border them. Montana. That also is like, no, you got to do this.
Dakota.
Yeah. Then there's again the committee. You forgot about the committee guy?
Yeah, I'm so sure. But the thing that makes it not work for me and that it's not relatable, Chiefs fans don't get to complain.
Mm-hmm.
Number one, they have Patrick Mahomes and they win every Super Bowl.
Yeah, sure we do, dog.
So I don't care if they're playing at a high school stadium. Go away from me.
We could probably sell it out. Like if it was me, Trav, a couple other guys, Coach Reed, we'd be there. We'd sell it out.
That's number one. Number two, Danny. Arrowhead Stadium is one of the most beloved stadiums in the NFL. I don't know what I don't know. Maybe it's falling apart. Maybe it's coming apart at the seams. I've never heard a single person go there and not talk about how awesome it is. Is it old? Sure. Just like Kauffman Stadium's really old. They're trying to get a new ballpark for the Royals as well. You know what's still super nice? I was just there a few years ago. Kauffman. It's a gorgeous place to watch a baseball game. Arrowhead Stadium with the tailgating and the noise and the energy. It is a revered, kind of vaunted, one of the elite stadiums in the National Football League. The X is none of those things. The Commanders need a new stadium and can't get one because they're number 32 or 31, however many stadiums there are. Giants and Jets share, Chargers. Maybe there's 30 of them. We're 30. The Chiefs are not. They're way up toward the top of the list. They want one. They don't need one. They want one. Very, very different. But you're right. They have had a tough time. Everyone else, the Jaguars, they decide on a Wednesday they want a new stadium. I think they opened it on Thursday.
They're like Friday morning, like, you guys, it's done.
I don't even know how it was built so quickly. You'd think it would take months or maybe even years. But no, like Wednesday, the Jaguars were like, we want a stadium. And then they played a game there that Sunday. It's incredible what they were able to pull off. Not us.
It does feel like that, by the way.
Not
I know.
Up in here.
Listen, I know it's not. I know they didn't decide on a Tuesday, get approved on a Wednesday, and play on Friday. I know that. But the way I track it, because it's like not first thing on my radar, that's how it feels like. It feels like within the hour. They're like, now you got a game.
I'll give you another one. I was in Arlington, Texas, right outside of Jerry's World the last several days. I was at Globe Life Field, which is very nice, by the way. Air-conditioned baseball. Those of you that don't get it, you just don't get it. It's like the Washington Post back in the day. Baseball games indoors are perfectly fine. In fact, every ballpark ever built should have a roof on it. You want to go retractable roof? I will allow it, but you cannot build a ballpark anymore without air conditioning. I'm tired of rain delays. I'm tired of being inconvenienced by the weather. It's nonsense. And it's hot also.
Yeah.
I don't want to sit at Nats Park when it's 107 degrees and the sun's burning me up. And
just on the first base side,
I got to take my kids home early or take them into the concourse because it's too hot on Father's Day. No, let's have a roof. We should all have roofs. But anyways, Globe Life Field is good. They also still use the ballpark in Arlington, which is right next door, which I didn't realize. Are you familiar with that premises over there? So it's like Jerry's World,
yeah,
Globe Life. the ballpark in Arlington, and for some reason I'll never understand, a Six Flags. It's like in just this flat area where you can see all the roller coasters. And
Well, that's Texas, dude. They got some flat ground out there.
It's just very strange.
Yeah.
But it's all like right there. You can just hit golf balls from one to the other. Well, the ballpark in Arlington, I didn't realize, still hosts high school games, college games, still used frequently. All of the fan fest stuff that Major League Baseball's done, and year to year, is normally at like convention centers, indoors. You run around on, they lay down like the equivalent of like putt-putt turf or something. But like, this was all in the old ballpark, just in the concourse. You could walk down to the field and do stuff as well. It's still in decent shape. I'm going to name drop for a second. You guys are cool with that.
All right, let me get my weight belt on to protect my back. All right, ready? Here we go. I'll lift it.
I was having a conversation a couple nights ago with Rafael Palmeiro.
Hello there.
Sorry about that.
Clank. Why was that so heavy?
Oh, let me just pick up that name. So I'm having a conversation with Rafael Palmeiro.
I got it. I'm holding okay.
This is going to be tough. Yeah. At the bar. Okay. How you doing over there so far?
So far, I'm very into this story.
Is tough.
Did he snap his fingers and point at you?
He didn't.
Like he did to Congress?
He should be in the hall, by the way. 3,000 hits, 500 home runs. I don't care if it was steroids or a B12 shot. He should be in the Hall of Fame. He's one of the greatest hitters of all time. You guys are doing it wrong if you're holding out the guys that did steroids. And a bunch of guys you have no clue if they did it or not are getting in. Also, it's a museum, so get over yourselves. But anyways, I was there giving him a standing ovation when he came back from his steroid suspension. Right after 3,000 hits. True story. I told him that, by the way. I don't know if he loved that part.
Was he into that part?
The mentioning of the steroid suspension was probably not my best bullet.
Did you open with that? Hi, Ravi. Good to see you. Guess what I did?
That was deeper into that was after we were boys. So anyway.
Okay. Sorry. The story's been derailed. You dropped this huge name.
Yeah.
Now we're on a tangent. Please tell me the Palmeiro story.
Well, here's how it actually relates directly to what we're talking about on the Grant and Danny radio program.
He has a stadium too?
He has his own stadium. He opened it.
Yeah.
No. So I said to him, I said, I don't understand this. I said, I just went over to the ballpark in Arlington where you played all your games here. I said, don't get me wrong, I love Globe Life Field. But did they need a new ballpark? Because I'm now seeing this place after years of it not being upkept.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, to some extent it is, but not like you would if it was still the current ballpark.
Right.
And it's still, you could play a big league game there this week. I'm like, what am I missing? And he basically said, no, they didn't really need a new ballpark. They wanted one. He said, basically, this is his gist. What he had always heard was Dallas was going to swoop in to try to get the Rangers. They wanted to move them to Dallas because Dallas had lost like the Cowboys, wherever they were, Irving or something, and moved to Arlington for Jerry's World. So because of that, just not waiting, not allowing any nonsense, however and whoever.
Heading them off at the pass.
They just said, we'll just build another one next door right now. So this never becomes a thing. And that's kind of how it happened.
Dude.
And my point is, imagine that.
The preemptive swoop in.
Right. Like here we are saying FedEx, has been the worst stadium in the league for a decade.
Yeah.
We have been talking about this organization finding a new stadium for that long. The renderings with the moat from Goose Allen. What year were those? Was that 2013 or something?
I want to say 13 or 14.
I mean, that has been I was literally a young, fresh out of college person then. And they just did a thing where they're like, there's a chance we're going to have to fight for this. Let's just build a stadium real quick.
Like, could you imagine like DC going, you guys, Maryland might get this thing. We're just going to build one. Or something, or Maryland being like, we're just going to start building just so the DC can't get it.
It wasn't even old. It opened, I think, in 94. Camden Yards was 92. I believe the ballpark in Arlington was April of 94. So it wasn't even to this moment. It's 29 years old or whatever. Is that math right?
About that.
Yeah. I think it turns 30 this year.
Mm-hmm.
And it hasn't been used in close to 5 years. But everyone gets them, man. Everyone gets it.
It's the get. And here's the thing.
It just seems so easy for everyone else.
Well,
I know what my dad would say. My dad would say, I'm not Jeff Howe's dad when he fails the test.
Right.
Like I go up and I'm like, he's like, why'd you fail the test? And I'm like, Jeff failed the test too. And he's like, I don't care about Jeff. Like maybe Josh Harris would say, we're not other people, Grant. I don't care about the other
we're not other teams.
But I want mine. Where is mine, for God's sake? And Virginia, you had it. You had it right there in your hands.
Yeah, you got to sit so many plays out. We're not returning your calls for a while.
We're the only place that hates stadiums. I don't get it. They're fun. They're nice to go to. You ever had a new stadium? You haven't because you live here.
The answer is no.
2008 Nats Park. Remember that when you walked in? It was pretty cool.
Walk right down the street.
That wasn't even a particularly great one.
No.
Like they didn't do a whole lot of build. That was like fairly quick. I think
rudimentary.
Pretty sure it was a record build. No bits.
Mm-hmm.
I was like 12 months. I could be making this up. Ryan, do a little digging on that. But it was like one of the fastest stadium builds ever. I remember being there opening night, and they fixed all this stuff now, but there were like leaks in the concourse.
Oh yeah,
on like a rainy night.
But here's what I get: when a multi-billion-dollar at the time, now they're worth even more, organization or team that's iconic. Like when they're building the new Yankee Stadium, they're doing it pretty much just like the old Yankee Stadium, but just with nicer luxury suites so they can make more money. They got their own television network. They are churning it out, right? They're making all the money. The demand is outrageous. I get that. I get that a team like that gets the new digs, right? If the Dodgers wanted to move out of Dodger Stadium, they should probably get a nice stadium, and they probably would, right? At some point, right? Not that they would, but you know what I'm saying? Like that brand, I get it. 8 people a month go to Rays games, even when they're good. There's never been less interest in anything than people going to Tampa Bay Rays games. For whatever reason. The only reason they got a team in the first place because that was where George Steinbrenner's offseason home was, and he just shoehorned it so the DC didn't get one or something. Like that, they shouldn't get a stadium. The Marlins shouldn't get a stadium. This one, right here. We got the demand. We got it. You know what I mean? We got the people still give a crap. Like, we were selling them out at the worst stadium in the sport as recently as 5 years ago. Now the attendance has gone a little bit, but don't look at that part. There's still interest, and there's still zero progress in that regard. That's the one that's tough for me to swallow.
Nats Park took 23 months to build. Looking it up here. From early 06 to March of 08. So that's number one. The Arlington UFL team uses the old ballpark in Arlington, and I believe all the other teams might practice there. I know that they are set up there because I was talking to a couple people. That's like the main hub for the league. They all live there. I don't know if there's other practice fields they use or if they all rotate through.
Oh, so they converted it from baseball, basically, so now it's full-time.
No, it's very much baseball still. Like college baseball teams use it. I think it's turf probably or something. I'm not sure, but yeah, they use it. It's out of season at that point for the most part, I guess. But yeah, the UFL team uses it as well, and they convert it for football for that. Maybe they go full Oakland A's back in the day, where like Robert Griffin in 2013 was running over the infield dirt, getting tackled for the Redskins against the Raiders. That is such a bad look. I looked at pictures of that recently. Me and Heisty were up in the press box just looking at that old stadium. That used to be so gross. The Niners had that back in the day at Candlestick too, with the with the Giants.
Yeah.
Where you turn on like a 4:00 game. It would never be Summerall, really. Maybe if like the Niners are playing the Cowboys, I guess, like Summerall and Madden. But you'd see like Emmitt Smith running across that infield against like Garrison Hurst.
And the ground changes. Yeah, I mean, I could have sworn I saw this once. Maybe I'm making it up. But Bo Jackson talked about that when they were in Oakland forever ago, right, with the Raiders. And he was like, I used to hate runs off left tackle. Not because their left tackle was bad or the plays weren't good, but it meant I had to run on the dirt more. You know what I mean? Like, I like going to the right better because it was away from the infield. You know what I mean? Like, NFL,
not
man.
running on.
Yeah.
I can't imagine being tackled on that.
No.
I saw, I think it was Travis Kelce maybe from early in his career talking about like every time you went down, you thought you're going to break ribs or something. Just being
different.
Tackled on that dirt. Awful. Grant and Danny on the Fan. Jason Wright out as president of the Commanders. What will that do for the team trying to potentially get a new name at some point? Well, let's talk about that next on the Fan. Grant and Danny on the Fan. Welcome back. Thank you for making the show part of your day. We appreciate you. Taking you up to 6:30 tonight. And then overtime with Linnell deep into the evening. No Nats baseball. They'll be back in action tomorrow, a Friday through Sunday set at home against the Cincinnati Reds. You get to see one of the most exciting players in all of baseball. Just took part in the All-Star game. Ellie De La Cruz come to town. Ellie De La Cruz has 46 stolen bases, Danny. He is on pace for 76 steals this year. We've only had one 75 steal season since 1992. Now, the rules have changed, and it's easier to steal bases than it used to be. Bases are a little bit bigger. You're only allowed to throw over a couple of times. You throw over a third time, you don't get a guy. He's automatically awarded second, although he doesn't get a steal for that. And there's some other changes, I think, whether it's gameplay and the pitch clock and being able to time things a little more that have made it easier to steal. But I don't really care about all that. My point is just you got to go back almost 40 years to find the last time somebody was putting up stolen base totals like Ellie De La Cruz is this year. And he's 6'5" and change. He has 17 homers. He might homer 30 times in the process. This is just one of the most exciting players in the sport coming to DC this weekend.
Yeah, shades of Eric Davis, right? I mean, that's who we're talking about. Also, another Cincinnati Red whose career was robbed because of injuries in that terrible old, AstroTurf or Riverfront Stadium back in the day. But Ricky Henderson type stuff, Eric Davis type stuff. And both those guys were, obviously Henderson was more squat and had those huge legs and, wasn't like an enormous guy, was very strong. Davis was like an unbelievable athlete, but you just said it. He looks like a small forward.
Eric Davis, if he was 3 inches taller and had more power and more speed.
Yeah, and 40 more pounds of muscle.
Then he might be, but I get your point. I mean,
Right.
He was a multi-time All-Star, won a Derby title, and won a World Series and was a Silver Slugger.
Yeah, these are these like crossover, really the 5-tool thing. You say 5 tools, but you don't really mean 5. No, that's all the tools. Everyone you can have, he's got.
My dad texted me, who doesn't watch a ton of baseball and is not, a huge sports fan, but he'll watch it casually and enjoy. And the one question he asked me about the All-Star game, like the one text I got, he goes, "How big is this De La Cruz guy?" And he's 6'5" and change, but he's 22, by the way. Think about that. Remember, we went to Nats Park to see him last year just to put eyeballs on this dude. He's already been in the big leagues for 2 seasons.
Yeah.
I mean, he was 21 as a rookie last year, and he's got already some 200 games under his belt as a 22-year-old. And he's got some swing and miss. Like, he's never going to, I don't think, be a guy that wins a batting title or anything, but he's going to hit a lot of home runs, steal a lot of bases, and play just an electric brand of ball. He's a guy that first to third on a bunt, could score from first on a pop out, and if it's not caught right beyond the dirt. Like, we've seen that kind of stuff already.
He's one of those dudes that you got to see to believe, right? Again, and it seems like there's more and more of those guys in pro sports now than there ever were. There've always been freaks. Like when I was a kid, Ralph Sampson moved around at 7'2", 7'3", like nobody ever had. Ended up with injuries, derailed his career. But there've always been like a couple. Now it seems like everybody's got one. Does that make sense? Like it used to be like this once in a blue moon you'd see it. Now it's like, well, this guy Giannis Antetokounmpo is 7 foot tall, handles it like a guard, and takes one dribble from half court to dunk it. This guy Victor Wembanyama moves around like a 2 guard at 7'4". This guy Alex Sarr, even though he went over $1 million the other day, again is 7'2", moves around like I don't know, Byron Scott did back in the day as a 2 guard. Then we haven't gotten to baseball yet, where Shohei Ohtani throws 100 and also hits the ball further than anyone else.
That was the best thing.
It's everybody.
Seeing him homer in the All-Star game, just turn on that pitch and go 400. Sexy. Seeing Skeens as advertised, that was awesome. Watching him. I'll tell you who really blew me away. Like Skeens in person, there was an aura to that was neat. Mason Miller of the A's, who was sitting 102.
Yeah.
The hardest thrower maybe in all of baseball. Now, it's an inning at a time for him instead of Skeens, who occasionally touches 102 as a starter. But Miller this year has been clocked at 104, which is like up there with Chapman for some of the hardest pitches in the history of Major League Baseball.
People don't understand. That's not just a number. The difference between 85 and 90 is a big jump.
Yeah.
Right? Just when you're seeing a baseball up at home plate, you can tell the difference.
Fastest pitch I've ever seen this was off a machine.
Mm-hmm.
But just to give you an idea, I didn't play college baseball like Danny, right? I put a machine at 94, and I actually think machines are more difficult than like a pitcher, for what it's worth, because you can't see the whole windup and time it up. But that's not the point. Machine at 94 just took like 15 swings and tipped one foul, like directly into the mid. It wouldn't have moved off of its path, but I could hear the ping. I could be like, and I was like, oh my God, I touched it. And that was the best accomplishment at 94. Now I had 10 to that, bro.
Yeah, 10 more beyond that. Just beyond, like, units of 5 at that stage are so profoundly different. The difference between, I think the biggest jump is between 90 and 95.
Yeah.
Just feeling wise. Like 90, if you're sitting on it, you're in rhythm, you can still get the head out. 95 is just different, dude. Once you're up there, you're already at ludicrous speed. It's already stupid. You already have to cheat and guess and, start your swing way early, and you're probably getting fooled by every breaking ball, change up, splitter, splinker, or whatever new thing they invent this month.
The new splinker.
Yeah.
That's the split sync for skeins at 96.
But at 95, which was gas our entire lives, now it's like, oh, well, 95. He doesn't really let up the radar gun anymore. This dude throws 104, 104 miles an hour. A human being, not a cyborg.
Oh, by the way, we're trying to figure out why the batting average, on average in Major League Baseball, this year in the 240s is the lowest it's been since 1960.
I can't figure it out. I don't know what the correlation is.
They changed the rules to help hitters in 1968 into 69 when it was this bad before. And the other year was 2022, and that's when they changed all the rules to help again then, right? They said, oh, well, let's add offense. Let's make sure there's no shifts. Let's do this. Let's do that. So both times in the history it's ever been like this, they've changed rules to try to help for more offense after. It's just pitching is that good. Top of the hour next here on Grant and Danny. We will get back into the departure of Jason Wright and what it means for a new name, maybe for the Commanders. This is the Fan. As the exclusive sponsor of Grant and Danny, the law firm, Condori and Murad's going to guide you and your family in the right direction, help you draft a will, set up a trust, create a healthcare power of attorney. Schedule a free consultation with their estate planning attorneys at kmlawyers.com. Be sure to tell them Grant and Danny sent you. That way you'll get a discount. kmlawyers.com. Danny, Jason Wright out as team president of the Commanders. That was the big news of the day. He subsequently put out a statement. In part, that statement read, "I am incredibly proud of what we accomplished over the past 4 years. Together with an amazing team of professionals, we have taken this franchise through a period of immense challenge and uncertainty and have transformed it. We've set the table for an incredibly bright future under Josh's leadership. Over just the past year, we've welcomed record numbers of fans back into our building, made meaningful improvements to the fan experience, re-engaged with our corporate partners, and reconnected with the community. Most importantly, we reestablished a culture of respect in this organization." The statement goes on, but those are some of the meat and potatoes. I ask you, Danny, do you think today is significant in the possibility of the name not being Commanders in the future?
So I actually don't. I think let me tell you why. This ownership group, I think, knows. I think they know. The mistake that I think they've made, or the thing I disagree with, let me put it more politely, is they go, well, we can't do it right now. And I think they can do it right now, and they should do it right now. I think this is the first thing that you can do to show not only do we get it, but we get it hard. We are really, really smart. We understand this is something we can fix today to make you guys happier. But I think they put it on the back burner. I think it's going to coincide, as Mitch Chester said when he joined us for the Blitz, it'll coincide with when they get to a new stadium. They'll do this big rollout or whatever. They're not making it a priority. And I would tell them that they probably should. I think they get it. I think it's going to change. I don't know that changes with or without Jason Wright, if that makes any sense. Because I'm one of the people that you guys, speaking of the conversation with Mitch, one of the handful of people that does think it was actually Dan that just said, call it the Commanders, and waved his hands, and everyone else had to do a song and dance and pretend that it was a process when it never was. So that's what I've always believed. Whether I'm right or wrong, I have no idea, but it happened on his watch. So, I guess it's on his ledger. So I don't know that Jason Wright moving, he was like some sort of last advocate for Commanders. You know what I mean? Like, I don't think he was like, over my dead body, and now that he's gone, they can steamroll ahead and make the change. I don't know that he was an obstacle. I think he was serving at the pleasure of the chairman of the board. In other words, what they want done, he was going to go out and do. Right now, he was trying to dig up sponsorships and increase season ticket sales and do this, that, and the other. If they'd said change the name tomorrow, he would have been tasked with that project and helped.
So I agree with you that he was not going to impede them in a name change because he was going to say yes to whatever they wanted to do. If he knew they didn't like the name, it would be wise for him to not like the name too. Hey, Jason, we're thinking about changing Commanders. What do you say to that? I think we should. That was Dan's thing, not mine. You guys are right. It's not going well. Whereas if they come in and they go, we actually think Commanders is pretty good. We think the fans are wrong. And if we just win some football games, they're going to like that. I think Jason would say, we agree with you. And that's why I picked the Commanders.
Right.
And that's why this name is going to continue to resonate in the time moving forward. So you could spin it however you want to that way. Here's what I think is relevant about today as it pertains to the name long term. I believe that them moving on from Jason Wright in some way is an indictment on the name and on the rebrand. That was his biggest task. They've clearly decided this is not the person we want to be our team president. Why is that? Number one, I guess you could theoretically say he was incredible, did an amazing job, and they just want their own guy. That's possible. But I actually think after a year of evaluating him and asking around and seeing what people think, they came to the conclusion they're going to go in a different direction and bring somebody else in. So I view this in some way, Danny, as a bit of a referendum. How could it not be? If his two biggest tasks, and maybe this isn't fair to him because his biggest tasks were cleaning up the culture and improving the business, and I think he did both of those things well. There's just no box score for that. There's no stats. There's no home run count or win count for that we can see tangibly without looking at the books with him. But if their perception is your two biggest jobs over the last 4 years were make progress on the stadium and make sure that you pick a good name and make it look good and have everyone be happy. That's a big 0-2.
Yeah.
A big 0-2. So I think that it's not easier per se, or like now all of a sudden they're going to change the name because Jason's gone. But I think if Jason hung around, it would tell me maybe they were okay with 2-2-22. Maybe they were okay with the rebrand. Maybe they don't think Commanders is that bad. Maybe they kind of like the tweaks to the jersey. And him leaving the organization tells me, or at least opens the possibility up, that there were a lot of things that have happened the last few years that they didn't like that much. And maybe the name and the rebrand and the logo are among them.
Yeah. So it's one of those things where we'll never exactly know. Like there's a million of these beats and scenarios are kind of like key turning points throughout the entire saga. Like I want to know what happened in that month, whatever it was. I think it was October of that year, where beginning of the month, Dan's like, out of my cold, dead fingers, you'll never pry this away from me. And then at the end of the month, he's like, I'm selling. Like, I want to know what happened. I would pay money to find out, fly on the wall, documentary style, 30 for 30, who said what to whom and when. What did someone from the league walk in, said, shut the door behind you. And then, so we got your ass. This is how you're going to go. And then he had no choice. Like he was cornered and he went kicking and screaming. Or if he finally just hung his head and said, fine. That's the scenario you just laid out. I want to know. Was this a, Jason, they've handcuffed me. You're going to do this entire thing. Do you stand on this? Do you stand by everything that you did here? This is your production? If so, we're going to judge you accordingly. Like who did what when? Who was in charge of what when is essential.
I think we'd all love to know that. But do you agree with my premise that finding out today that he's out, and by the way, he was interviewing for the Packers job, so my guess is he's known for a little while.
Yeah, we think so.
Hey, you're not going to be the team president. We'll keep you around for a season as an advisor. We'll help you get another gig. But we're bringing in a team president. Do you agree with my premise that that is a tell that, or let me say it this way, it's a referendum on his performance as a team president? You could say no, because it's like coming in and inheriting a quarterback. Like I'd always say, if the quarterback's really good, you probably keep working with them. You know, when Matt LaFleur takes over, because Aaron Rodgers was Mike McCarthy's
you're
guy,
happy to take that job.
But if it's Justin Fields, now all of a sudden maybe I'm moving on.
Well, so again, there could be so many different things. Having worked in the private sector for so many years, I worked in one industry where there's a lot of turnover. Just necessarily, it's just for whatever reason, people are always kind of leaving after a year and a half, 2 years, 2.5 years, or whatever. And I would see all the time when the new big boss came in, their top lieutenant seemed to change too. You know what I mean? Like even if the person in there was really good, they would either get demoted or less responsibility, then they would kind of in turn move if they weren't outright fired or let go or whatever. It could just be, the reason I bring that up, it could just be you were a wartime team president where this group was under duress, and we're not asking you to do those same things. Our team president should be not a front-facing person, should be Billy the businessman with wearing a tie with a pocket square, shaking the hands of the dude from Marriott to buy a suite. We don't need what you did anymore. We've got our own sort of setup. We could just want our own people. It could just be you look at what happened with the front office. I wanted all the Martys let go. What's happened since is they've hired 15 different people who did all the jobs that the Martys were doing and basically put them in the in the secondary annex in the basement down there with Milton from Office Space with a can of pesticide. Like they've marginalized those dudes. So maybe it's just that. Maybe he's boxed out because his contract was up. They need something different. Could be, as you say, a referendum on performance. It's really hard to know. That's certainly an indicator, though, that this wasn't somebody that, even though you would say, since this Harris ownership group has taken over, look at these increases that they've bragged about, rightfully so, the new business, the renewals, or the increase in season tickets, club level sponsorships, all the different things that have been sold. If you're judging them on those metrics, you'd say those are pretty good. But we're not going to renew you. Like, tells you that maybe there's something else besides that he was being judged on, right?
Yeah, I guess that's the part we don't know, because a lot of times I would say the default is if you're an owner of a team, you want your own people around. Like, I'll give you a good football comp. When Ron Rivera took over, they froze out Kyle Smith immediately, who that first offseason helped them to run the offseason. But very quickly, I think, as Rivera figured out, okay, this guy actually has some of his own thoughts and It's not just going to see it the way we all see it, work in unison. It's not just the old Carolina buddies getting together and having a powwow. Guys like him, I'm trying to think of a couple of the other names of front office people. Jeff something came from the Eagles, but like the old Bruce Allen people, they basically got frozen out because you were from the last group. I don't know if I could trust you. I don't know if you're a guy that leaks stuff. I don't know what you know and what you don't.
Are you an underminer? Like, we don't know.
So you were just kind of screwed when they showed up. Doesn't matter how good you are, bad you are at your job. And maybe you could say the same thing about Jason Wright. When Josh Harris took over, it stands to reason. I pay $6 billion for something. I'm going to hire my own head coach. I'm going to hire my own general manager.
Yeah.
And maybe I want to hire my own team president too. Like, I know smart people who do a good job running businesses. And it's not just me. I'll bet you Mitch Rails knows a few. And I'll bet you Mark Ine knows a few. So maybe the writing's on the wall. Like, I would bet Jason assumed as soon as the team was sold. Remember, he was bringing all those guys in for meetings and tours, and he was involved in that process pretty imminently. But I'd imagine the writing was on the wall for him some. We know recently that was the case. He was interviewing for the Packers job. But I would even think dating back to a year and a half ago when Tillman Fertitta and George Stephanopoulos and all the other people that were trying to buy this team were involved. Jason Wright is the one that's greeting them at the facility and showing them the locker rooms and stuff. I'd imagine he goes, I don't know how good my chances are. Like, you might be able to keep your gig if you're down the totem pole a little bit. It's hard to not be seen as the team president. They you know what I mean? They're going to want that job to be their own guy. But I still take it as a sign that there's some hope maybe that they know that this name and this rebrand didn't work very well. I've got to assume that they know that and that it was baked into the conversation.
Do you have your bell ready, by the way, real quick?
Yes.
You have your bell ready?
I do.
Who is Steve Apostolopoulos? Steve Apostolopoulos. Bam. I don't know why I remember it, but I do. I got it in my data bank.
Yeah, that's a hard name to forget, man.
So
it's an easy name to hard name to spell, but
I was going to say challenging to spell, but
difficult name to
but remembering. Here's what I think on this. And again, this isn't based on any kind of reporting or digging or talking to anybody, but I bet you, Jason, having been in the business world, right? You see these things happen because when you're a consultant, you work with multiple companies and you kind of get a feel for how a lot of different business gets done. I think he probably knew at some point, however many months ago, whether it was a frank conversation with Harris, Rails and company, or it was writing on the wall, as you said, where we're not firing you and we're not going to, shoot you into the sun like you've been doing something wrong or your performance is bad, but there won't be much renewal talk. Maybe he brought it up like, hey, what about a contract extension? Or, hey, what about, re-signing here or whatever? And maybe he was rebuffed. I think he's known for some time and they're treating it very delicately and with some class and some dignity, not leaking stuff out about him or otherwise, not, speaking bad about his time here or blaming stuff on him or whatever, kind of keeping it the window foggy for us to figure out who's at fault for what or who did what right or what wrong or whatever, but to try to allow him to land on his feet, even though they knew and they've known for some time he's not coming back. Do you know what I'm saying? The difference between like, get out of my office, you're fired, versus as soon as that clock hits midnight, the ball's over, Cinderella.
That's true.
And I think that's what it's like.
And I also don't know, they seem like people that want to monitor you, which I love, like to see if you're good or not. Everyone wanted the immediate firings. No, let's give him a season. Let's watch him.
Right.
And maybe that's true. If they came in here and he was blown out, like they took over right before training camp last year.
Yep.
If in late August last year before the season, he was terminated and like he's just gone and they eat a year of his deal, that probably speaks more to, okay, they really thought he did a bad job. They didn't want to continue with him running.
Like, we can't be associated with whoever that is.
This does not scream that. This is very amicable, even though it's pretty clear what's happening. They're going, hey, you put out a statement, talk about how good you did. You find another gig and we'll help you go get that gig.
Or write your reco.
And in the meantime, we got a year. You're going to help advise us. I mean, you were around. You made a lot of decisions. You're going to help whoever comes in here learn the pitfalls and the good and the bad of all things business in this area. And you're now an asset. So we're going to keep you around for a year. I also think that's a sneaky great business practice, by the way.
Yeah.
If you can get people to do it. I'd imagine it's difficult Because if you're giving me a haircut and telling me to hey, you hang around and help this guy learn how to do your job. A lot of times you got another better option. You just go take that better option. If I have to sit here and help coach up the next afternoon drive host while now I'm not the afternoon drive host, that's
Right.
not that fun.
No, it's not.
But if I don't have another gig and you're willing to pay me good money for a year to hang on and do that, and I need that money, or maybe it isn't even that. Maybe
or the
it's just-
opportunity isn't there.
Yeah, exactly.
How many multiple $1 million whatever he was making gigs are there to run an NFL football team?
It's just
There aren't
another
many.
year of stockpiling experience.
Yeah.
Good for my resume.
Mhm.
I'm going to be making connections all year long. I'm traveling all year. I'm at every stadium, so it's all good for him. But it's actually really smart from a business standpoint to have him basically sit next to, you're not training, but really just assisting the person taking his job to help not make some of the mistakes you made.
Yeah. Because I've seen that happen in the opposite way, where writing's on the wall immediately, where we're interviewing somebody for the position. Now they've made up a different name for the position, so it's not obvious. Like we're interviewing, instead of calling an afternoon drive host, it's a later day talk show runner or something. You know what I mean? Like, okay, we kind of know what we're doing here, and the writing's on the wall that when your contract is up, we're not firing you and telling you to go away. We'll do this with dignity and class and kind of keep it quiet, but it's sort of obvious that you're going to be replaced. I've seen that happen in the workspace. And usually the way it goes is either you go have a conversation with one of the bosses, or they kind of they reach out to you and kind of tell you how it is or how it's going to be. And guys start scrambling and trying to find another gig, right? Usually that happens pretty quick. And you saw that happen, right? We saw publicly him as a finalist for the Green Bay job.
If you had to bet, do you think he'll be here at the end of this season still with the team in this new advisor role, or do you think he gets another gig before? Because my guess is there's just going to be a day a couple months from now where we find out Jason Wright left to go to, I don't know what it is.
Right.
It could be in business. It could be anything. But my guess is this is the way they're kind of explaining what they're doing right now. And in the meantime, he's going to try everything he can to go move on. Because again, even though they're keeping you around, that's uncomfortable. And you're still getting
your role's
frozen out.
diminished. Yeah, that's what it is.
Totally diminished, but you're getting frozen out of a lot of stuff. Like they don't want you to see how the sausage is made in their operation.
Yeah. So my answer is I do not think he'll be here. I think he'll find. So whether there aren't that many NFL team president gigs that just get handed out.
As a president, because there's none of those open.
But I mean, maybe it's think what Brian Lafayette did, for example. I don't know what about working for Dan Snyder and Bruce Allen, trying to clean up the tire fire of public relations necessarily translates to running the LA Summer Olympics in 2028. That's what he's doing. So
he'll get a hell of a gig.
So you can find something that's pretty cool.
Yeah, I think he's going to get a really good job at
this.
Wait till you hear what Booger McFarland had to say about Jaden Daniels next, right here on Grant and Danny on the Fan. I don't think I've ever heard this song not in the context of Shrek. So I hear this and I just picture
Immediately
that big green ogre. This is a hilarious song. Is this new in the portfolio here? I don't think I've heard this for
not a lot of Smash Mouth in the old rotation.
Yeah, I've updated the portfolio over the last couple days. Yeah.
Disney Sillies. Is this in the Disney Sillies folder? Trying to think of what else would qualify. Maybe Let It Go. From
Yeah, I was
Frozen. Is it the next
Be
Smash?
my guest. Be my guest. To bring us back in.
Exactly. Darius, don't go far. Speaking of your dulcet tones and your pipes. So I have a question, and Darius will probably end up helping more than, with all due respect, you or Ryan on this.
Okay.
NCAA football came out. Where are we at on this, Danny?
Dude, we talked about it on it came out Tuesday, right?
It was Monday.
Monday.
We
as
talked
I
about
said,
Monday.
clearly Monday.
Do you have it? Are you going to play it?
I do, and yes.
No way.
Oh yeah, dude, it's been that long. That's the thing.
You haven't played it.
I have. Not a ton, not as much as I'd like, but I have. I'm exhausted today. I was up a little too late.
We believe him, fellas? What do we think? Is he trying to just blend in with the cool kids, or is he really playing it?
No, I think this game brings back so much nostalgia.
Yeah.
That it's just one of those you have to.
How much did it cost?
$69 on my PlayStation 5.
And you just get it electronic?
Yeah, so I do digital
and
download.
You were not worried about that purchase as it pertains to the fact that you won't play it very often.
No, that like this one I needed to have.
So here's where I'm at on this. This is why I bring it up. Is this worth me getting a system and getting this game? That's what I want to know. I played it years and years ago and loved it.
Like everyone else, yeah.
My brother texted me last night. He's sending me pictures of his build a character for the JMU Dukes. He's like practicing. He just, some dumb linebacker, just Sean Paulson got, signed his letter of intent or whatever he's doing. And I'm kind of like, I had a little FOMO. I'm like, I could be on the JMU Dukes. Like, this could be fun. I have not had a system in a while. The last time I did is probably 5-6 years ago. I went out and I bought an Xbox One for Madden. Because I said, I haven't played Madden in several years. I need to get back into it. I think I played Madden twice. And then it sat there, and I just...
It's a great paperweight for you.
It was a few $100s, just such a waste. I gave it to a neighbor when I moved. This little kid was sized to get an Xbox One. I have nothing right now.
That's nice of you.
I mean, what am I going to do with it? Put it on Facebook Market?
Play games on it?
No, I just didn't use it. I mean,
watch
again,
DVDs?
I probably went, if I had to guess, I'd say I went definitely over 2 years without touching it. Something like that. It just sat in my house. Because the only games I play, I would be psyched to play MLB The Show. I like hockey games. I'm sure I could get into the other stuff, FIFA, Live, NBA, whatever they're calling it now, 2K. But it's basically baseball, Madden, and
college football now.
Maybe college football would be my rotation. That would be it. So I'd have to buy a system because I think it's only available on weird systems. Like, does Xbox One even play it?
So I don't know what the heck the new Xbox is called because I'm a PlayStation guy.
Yeah.
So it's PlayStation 5 or it's whatever the new Xbox is.
Yes.
I think
so
it's called
PlayStation
Series
did
X.
this super complicated thing where they just went 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Xbox is like the 1, but that's not newer than the X. The Series X, and there's a Scorpion involved at certain points.
So what
it's
do you
but
have?
confusing. I like video games, so I play PlayStation.
So I was always an Xbox guy.
Right.
So what is the new Xbox? Xbox X?
It is Xbox Series X.
Okay.
That's the latest.
So if I have an Xbox One, I cannot get this game anywhere.
You will not be able to play that.
How much does the Xbox Series X cost?
That's a great question. You could probably find a refurbished for a couple $100.
Yeah, so I have a buddy who I do the BetQL shows with out of Kansas City who said he went and bought one at like a pawn shop or something for cheap. And I'm like, yeah, you bring it home and then you play it 4 times and it stops working. I think if I'm going to do it, I would do it right. I would get the system. Because at this point, my kids are starting to be, not that I want them to be big gamers.
I will tell you, when you open that faucet a little bit, it becomes a thing.
So that is actually a good point to not get it, honestly, because I don't want my kids playing video games.
Yeah, Truman's going to walk in and see you playing and having a blast, and he's going to want to all in on
I would
that.
probably only do it when he's in bed, maybe in the basement. But
but it might just happen. You think you got some free time, and he trots in, and now he's seen it.
My goal is not for anyone to feel like I'm taking shots, because I'm not.
This is going to come right at me here.
No,
Watch
no,
this.
no.
Here it comes. Now watch
I
this.
think
Here
this
comes.
is for me. I don't know.
No, it's coming. Here it is.
It's not for either.
I turn 45 next month. Here it comes.
All I'm saying is I can't get out of my head, like in my subconscious, like, should I be doing this? I'm a grown up.
There you go. There you go.
Right? I mean, seriously, should I? I'm talking like this is what I wanted for Christmas when I was 10. I'm gonna go buy a system in a video game.
My retort to you, a couple fold.
Now,
Number
it will
one,
give me so much joy. By the way,
and this is what we're talking about. This is a recreational thing for you. It's not like you're out playing golf, for 7 hours on a Sunday.
I am not.
You're not, going out and get hammered on a Tuesday night. I mean, this is your alone and fun time. Who's to complain about that? Number one. Number two, 96% of your life is you searching for things that made you happy when you were 10. You eat the foods you ate when you were 10. You're still doing that today.
Oh, yeah.
Why can't you do something else that was fun when you were 10? You still go to baseball games for fun.
I would love it. I just feel like, is there something more productive I could or should be doing? Like, we agree this is a nice thing to do as a let me relax, put my feet up a little bit.
Oh, sure. My feet is up.
And I'd probably just be watching a Netflix doc or something. It's not like I'd be out building a fence.
Well, so if that's the standard, could you be doing something more productive? The answer is yes. I mean, that's what every Nats game you're watching. When you're sitting there irritated,
that's a job.
When you're irritated at like Amos Willingham giving up a gopher ball when they're down 10.
That just means he pitched.
You could probably be like digging a ditch. You could probably be like working on your gutters.
No, that's quite literally my job.
Well, you know what I mean.
I do. I agree with you. But like that, in that example, I should be watching more baseball. I do a baseball show on the weekends. I should be reading up on something. Like, I don't know. That is what I'm combating. But I am leaning toward. I'm kind of sized to buy a system in a video game.
What if, hear me out on this, you came over to the good side? Okay.
I thought you were inviting me over to play.
No, would be ridiculous.
Yeah.
Come on over to the good side. Don't have to use your Hotmail anymore to log into some weird Xbox nebulous universe and then have to like get a single use code for Microsoft 57,000 times.
Well, I 1,000% would not get PlayStation.
There you go.
Because I don't eat my boogers.
Well, again, you're not in a fraternity either, so I would probably get a PlayStation to go with your iPhone. You've leveled up so much in your life. It's almost time to go the whole way.
This would complete the circle.
It would complete the circle.
Yeah. How much does it cost for a new one? 300?
I want to say it's 400.
You want an X?
Yeah.
That's 5.
500?
Yeah.
How much for a PS5?
Let me look it up.
I think that's also 500. Yeah.
Well, I mean, first of all, that is egregious.
It's a multimedia console, though.
Well, how do all these people have this? This is so expensive. So everyone dropped 500 on this?
Yeah.
429 for the no, that's pre-owned. 450 looks like for the new Slim, not Slim Shady, but the new. So the original ones they always bring out for like each new console, the original Xbox, PlayStation, otherwise usually like bulky, heavy with the fan. Then after a couple of years, the technology improves. You get that Slim, takes up less space on the shelf.
Well, I can tell you right now, I'm not doing this.
The new Slim for 450.
I will not be purchasing a system, but maybe I could go to like a Goodwill or one of these pawn shops.
You go to a GameStop and get a used one or something like that.
But is that still like 150, 200?
No, that would be more than that.
Yeah,
more for a used one.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. It's a new console. Just came out a couple years ago.
Okay, so that will they guarantee that it works?
You'll get like a guarantee when you buy it, yes, and then you can also add on an additional warranty that kind of backs you up.
Okay. So I'm just doing a quick informal survey here.
Yeah,
I see cheapest one I see is 240. I see a 300 on the pre-owned.
I would do the 240 pre-owned maybe. And then how much the game is $70.
Yeah, new games are 70.
So and how good is the game? Like, let's not do the whole it's the greatest game ever. How good is it?
No, I won't do it's the greatest game ever. But as someone who I wasn't really into the original NCAA games like everybody else was.
Yeah.
This is good.
It's good.
This is
I mean, I'd be butt sized.
So actual gameplay is awesome. There's not a lot of tutorial in it and kind of the
don't want tutorial.
Right, but you know what I mean? Like to say like this is how you do an option pitch. This is how you
I'll figure
run
it out
the mode.
as I go.
But that's kind of my point is we'll figure it out.
Is the game play better than Madden?
I would say 100% yes. The gameplay is better than Madden in its current state. Yes.
Ooh, that's bad news for Madden coming out next month.
It is.
If they don't make a play or two.
It is. And I mean there's some possibilities that Madden is kind of taking some of the things that NCAA is doing and they're going to do it in their own way. But we don't know yet. I mean, they've released so little information on
So
Madden.
why shouldn't I be the quarterback of the JMU Duke tonight at midnight?
I'm going to try to quantify something for you. Just to give you an example, just one little thing. You can see the sweat. You know what I'm talking about, Darius? He knows exactly what I'm talking about. You can see the sweat on the players.
Ooh, that's good.
Like that.
This is so long in the making, though. This is why I'm considering it. They have been perfecting and just honing this game for years. I'm not saying that since the last one they've been building it, but it has been several years in the making, whereas Madden, they're just serving food out the window. It's like, hey, it's August. We got to put something out. Like, this is the amount of broadcasters that spent like hundreds of hours reading everything.
Oh, yeah.
Reading a little bit about some of the work that went into this.
Well, for Madden, because it's a yearly thing. Now we're getting into some my den here, the nerddom and the geekdom all together. You're basically now playing Madden for the user service of updating rosters and ratings and scores and those kind of things. So when it first comes out in August, Grant's rated a 77, but he has a great preseason. Now the update says you're an 81 because of what you're doing early on. Those sorts of things are now kind of what Madden is, less so than the old school offline. I'm building a dynasty, winning 1 million Super Bowls.
So I go back to my original question. Give me one good reason why I shouldn't be the quarterback of the JMU Dukes as a dual threat tonight.
There is no good reason why you shouldn't do it. What would be really good, even better? What if you were the head coach of JMU?
Oh, my God.
Can I be the head coach?
What if you were the head coach of JMU and you get on the recruiting train and you go after a silly 5-star recruit in Virginia?
I'd rather do that than be the quarterback.
You can do that.
Call me Kurt Signetti.
No, you're not getting that 5-star, are you?
No, you're not. But it's the thrill of trying.
Now, Grant Trolson just walked in. What if I was the coach of the Maryland Terps and I got him off to a 4-0 start and we beat Howard by 50 and everyone pretended we were awesome?
Now, then you end up finishing 500?
And then we lose 6 in a row. But it's too late because everyone already talked Grant Paulson's ear off about how good Maryland is.
Yeah.
What if I did that?
Maryland is back.
See, that's the Trolson.
Yeah, you were close with Ohio State in that one game, though, until the fourth quarter, at least, right?
That time.
Yeah.
That time.
I was. Clary, you seem out on this, it seems like, which for a 24-year-old Gen Zer is very surprising.
Yeah, I'm out on video games as a whole. I don't own an Xbox. I don't own a PlayStation. I'm probably one of the only 24-year-olds out there, and I'll give you a million reasons. But number one reason, waste of time. Complete waste of time. All the games are the same. Madden, the same. NCAA football, the same. I saw my roommate play NCAA football last night, and I was like, what's the difference between this and Madden? Nothing. Absolutely
I mean, that's just
nothing.
True.
It's
so he has a system in his room?
He does. He barely plays as well. He bought NCAA football. He's
Do you ever
enjoying
play
it.
against him?
No, because it's a waste of time. It's just not fun.
The analogy I would draw to summarize what Ryan's viewpoint is, countries are all the same. There's ground and roads and places where people go inside and outside of. It's all the same. They're just houses. They're just nations with invisible lines around them.
You brought up a great point, Danny.
Yeah.
Honestly, they are the same.
They are.
Shane's in Oxon Hill on G&D. What's up, Shane?
Yeah, I just wanted to say, I'm 35, and when I was young, I really couldn't play video games like that except for on the weekends. My parents really kind of kept it away from me. So the more I got older, the more I wanted to play the video games. And I see it as just like any other hobby. You do things that make you happy. And when I get off work, like right now, I'm driving in traffic. I actually just am right now ordering NCAA. Wondering if you guys would like to start a dynasty together, and we all have our own teams. I might bring out the Bowie Bulldogs.
Let's go.
Oh my goodness gracious.
Shane, if I get it, I'm in. If I get this game, I'm in. We'll have a league together.
I wouldn't be able to keep up.
Start a conference. Playing video games feels childish when I'm doing it. I can't help it.
Yeah.
My dad.
I don't get that stigma.
I'll like do a little therapy real quick, live on the radio. My dad used to hate when we took naps. I'm going somewhere with this.
No, I get it.
So my father,
Wasting
if
daylight.
he found us taking a nap, he would come home from work in the afternoon during the summer or whatever it was. He would always come wake us up and be like, what are you doing? Napping. Like, wake up, go downstairs, clean the counters, do something. To this day, I am uncomfortable napping. If my wife's like, go take a nap, you don't feel good, you're tired or whatever. When I lay down, I see my dad hovering over my head like, what are you doing, you lazy ass? You slob? What's the matter with you? Why are you napping? You see what I'm saying?
Of course I do.
I can't. He was not anti-video game, but I have that same kind of like you play video games.
Yes, I do.
Do you collect Pokemon cards too? Or
Nope.
Are you having mac and cheese and chicken nuggets for dinner?
Nope.
You know, like what time's dad gonna put you to bed?
No,
tonight?
I mean, because I've evolved with as the entertainment has evolved. That now some of the best source of content for television, for movies, comes from video games. These stories and these arcs are far more mature than it's me, Mario. Eating a mushroom 35 years ago. The world has evolved and changed as our generation, mine more so than yours, has grown up in it. With how good video games have gotten. The best titles are ones that play like movies, that play like television shows.
For people that have played it so far, how are you feeling about it? And is it worth the hype? 800-636-1067 is the number. I still want to get to what Booger McFarland said about Jaden Daniels as well. We're with you until 6:30 on Grant and Danny. At the top of the hour, right at 6 o'clock on G&D here on the Fan, you will hear what Booger McFarland has to say about Jaden Daniels possibly outplaying Caleb Williams in their rookie years. Williams, of course, signed yesterday. Excited to dive into the possibilities of those two guys in year one. Coming up at the top of the hour next on G&D. But 800-636-1067 is the number. We are discussing the brand new NCAA video game that dropped that everyone's been waiting for months. Danny has it. Darius has it. They are playing. Ryan is all the way out, not a gamer. I am considering not only getting the game itself and playing it, but that would mean getting back in. I've got to get a system. I've got to get the game. This is a major life change. My wife's going to be salty. We're going to have a sit down about it. There's going to be conversations about hours where it's okay to do that and not okay to do that. How do we handle the kids? And is my son allowed to see me play? Because then he thinks he can play, and we don't want to do that. We have a 5, a 3, and an 11-month-old, Danny.
Mm-hmm.
We have successfully navigated no YouTube in our house at all.
It's amazing.
Now, very early, very, very early, there's going to be a time when they're able to work the remote, and then it becomes an all hands on deck.
Yeah, well, 2 kids need attention, and then the third one, you got to play some zone, and just, here, take the phone. Here's Bluey. Here's Miss Rachel.
I'm not going to
whatever.
be the guy that says it won't happen, because everyone says that and it happens. I just know that so far we're fighting the good fight.
You've done an amazing job.
And the wife is the MVP. But here's what she's not going to be size for. Is like, yeah, me and Nooms are going to go run JMU's offense. She's just not going to. She's like,
you're not going to like it.
I mean, if he starts doing that, next thing you know, he's like, he wants to, build a bear. I don't know if that's a game, but some other game.
Well, it happened overnight. Like me and my youngest, like just for fun, like as a way to do something together. We're playing like Lego Star Wars, and hey, here's another fun one. It's a cool puzzle game, and this one's called Balloons. It's where monkeys have dart guns and they shoot the balloons as they come out in a path. And isn't that nice? Yesterday, he's like, Dad, can I have $20 for V-Bucks on Fortnite? I want a new skin because I pwned some noob the other day. I'm like, oh my God, what happened? You're 6 years old. How did we get here? That's the life.
I don't even know what that means.
I'm not sure I do either.
The words you just said.
Yeah. He's gonna I need more V-Bucks, Dad. I need a new skin.
How much are they allowed to play? Like
more than they should.
Stick aside. What's your normal plan?
So it's not even like it's allowed. It's like they're home.
They're just doing it.
They're home right now with our nanny
right now.
Yeah, because actually my oldest is at soccer practice, but normally they get home, they got nothing to do, but until parents get home, if my wife's not working from home, and it's like that's what they're doing.
If we take the toothpaste out of the tube,
it never goes back.
Curtains, man.
It is.
Yep. Like having a system in my house might be a bridge too far. My kids are young enough, I guess, that they can't call their own shots, but like I'll just hide the stuff or whatever.
So what you do is you can just place it out, right? And they're not going to know how to turn it on. The new machines are sort of mysterious in that way.
Like a year from now, maybe they do. And now what?
Yeah, but even still, they won't know what to do. It's got to be that time.
You just said your kid's 6.
Yeah. Well, because we did it together, it's one of those things like everyone's so tired. Everyone's just, oh my God, at the end of our rope. Okay, come sit down on my lap and we'll do this as a toddler or whatever. And then when they see you doing it, then it becomes the thing that they want to do on their own. If you never show it to him, he won't know it's there. Does that make any sense? Like, how much YouTube have your kids watched? Because they don't know about it. They don't know where it is.
Grant and Danny on the Fan. True.
Right?
But it's like me asking, should I start watching programming on YouTube? And I just won't let the kids know about it. Then it's like, it's just a matter of time.
Mm-hmm.
Let's go to Mark in Herndon. Mark, have you got the new game yet?
I don't have the new game, but I do have something that might help you sell it to the missus. And there are certain TVs you can stream the game to directly from Microsoft. Don't have to buy a console.
No way. Really?
You pay the $15 a month or whatever. Play it as much as you want. When you're done, subscription ends. You still got a nice.
Wow. Oh, I think I accidentally hung up on you. Sorry, buddy. That's very helpful. So, Darius, you're my technology guy. I guess that would actually make a lot of sense. If Microsoft has its own brands of TVs, then you could just, as an app, add the game or buy the game, and you don't even need a PlayStation or an Xbox.
As a technology guy, that one's kind of new to me. I don't know. I know that there's gaming available on TVs,
right?
Yeah, but I just don't know if NCAA would just be readily available to play on a TV without a console. That seems weird to me.
I don't know about that.
Oh, you guys are putting the kibosh on it.
Yeah, I just here's what I don't know definitively one way or the other. I don't know about that. Like that's one of those, like, I go to the hotel room and they're like, you can play a selection of games for $2.99 a minute. I'm like, I can? What selection do you have? Like Super Nintendo from like 93?
Dexter, Damascus, you're on Grant and Danny.
Grant, dude, it's totally worth it. And I have 3 kids, and I have a 9-year-old and an 8-year-old. They have the Xbox 360 downstairs. I have the PS5 upstairs. My brother and I stayed up till 1 a.m. last night playing Road to Glory. I don't know if you're familiar with it, but we made a quarterback, 4-star recruit from Stone Ridge, Tennessee, Rib Machete, and we got
What's his name?
Rib Machete.
Rib Machete.
That's right.
How big is he?
And he's 6'3", 235.
Okay,
right-hander.
I would have liked a little more height. What's his 40 time?
40 time, they don't do 40s, but
Okay.
you do an interview with a reporter, and they find a school that best fits you. We got a starting job at Northwestern, and we just upset number 15 Washington last night.
That's a huge one. That's a big W.
Are you going to jump in the portal if you have a nice year? You can't stay at Nubby
Maybe.
Northwestern.
Yeah, but it's Big Ten, and the regroup of Big Ten. It's a big. We want to cause a ruckus in Big Ten, and we woke up our two kids last night. They came up at 1 o'clock. They're like, "What are you guys doing? Oh, you're playing college football!" And they try to sit down on the couch.
No,
to
you
watch
can't
us.
sit down with us.
Oh, that's great.
And we knew it was game time. We're like, we got to go to bed and call the shots. And
So
get the beer cans on the table. And
Size
everything.
for Rib Machete right
By
now.
the way, I saw a bit that I thought was the greatest bit of all time. Some kid films himself like he's doing a D1 college commitment thing, and it was for what team he was going to play Dynasty mode in.
That's great. I want to go back to Rib Machete. It sounds to me like he got the starting job right away at Northwestern. That's pretty good. Get the upside of top 15. I think he's going to be in the SEC by next year. Let's go to James in Montclair. What's up, James?
What's up, Grant? Man, look, I don't have the NCAA game, but I heard your concerns earlier, and I want to tell you that I'll be 49 this year. I've been gaming since 1981 on the Atari 2600.
Let's go. The Atari.
We've come a long way, haven't we?
Hey, man, look, it's not a child's thing. You know, I've been hearing that my whole life. Video games will never do anything. It'll be a fad. Video games have been around my entire life. There are people on Twitch right now making millions of dollars a year to play a video game in front of an audience. It is an industry. You should not feel bad for having a hobby of playing video games. It is not for children anymore.
I love it, James. This feels good. He's coaching me up a little bit. I agree with you for the record. It's just some of those things in your subconscious. You know, where my dad's like, get outside. Like, stop playing. Here I am 34, you know, and it's still, or I'm older than that, by the way, still in your head.
If you combine the total revenue of the movie industry and the music industry, if you combine them, you still don't make as much as video games do.
I believe that.
What
percentage do you think gaming money is adults without kids?
Oh, without kids being involved at all, or what do you mean?
Adults that do it for themselves, and the kids could be like the guy that called in with Rib Machete.
Right.
That's for him, but his kids benefit. So I'm going to count it as adult purchase.
That's probably hard to quantify because like ours at home, like that's my PS5. But my son plays too.
No. I'm saying if the adult is actively playing it and enjoying it, that's theirs.
Oh,
they made the purchase.
Yeah, that's a big percentage.
80?
Probably a little bit less. 65, 70 is what I would say. Like where the adult that's now the breadwinning functional member of society that's earning is playing.
What kind of chance does Jaden Daniels have to outperform Caleb Williams? That's next on Grant and Danny. Stretch run of Grant and Danny taking you up to 6:30. The exclusive sponsor of our show is the law firm Kandori and Murad. They guide you and your family in the right direction. They'll help you draft a will, set up a trust, create a healthcare power of attorney. Schedule a free consultation with their estate planning attorneys at kmlawyers.com, and be sure to tell them we sent you. You'll score a discount. kmlawyers.com. Tomorrow on the show, one last chance for you to win tickets to the Fugees at Jiffy Lube Live. We'll do that at 4 o'clock ahead of the Beltway Blitz. And rookies are reporting to training camp. So we'll dive deep into a conversation on all the Commanders' first-year players. Speaking of which, on ESPN today, Booger McFarland, one of their lead NFL analysts, formerly on Monday Night Football, was very high on Jaden Daniels. In fact, he thinks he might end up being better than Caleb Williams. This is what he had to say earlier today on ESPN.
Don't be surprised if midway through the season, we're having a conversation very similar to what we had last year, meaning the number 2 pick, Jaden Daniels, looks better than the number 1 pick, Caleb Williams. Just like we had last year with C.J. Stroud and Bryce Young, because there are a lot of people out of Washington telling me that this young man, Jaden Daniels, not only does he look the part, his teammates know he looked the part. And I think Caleb Williams is going to struggle, and I think Jaden Daniels is going to come out the gate flying. And we're going to have this conversation, Greeny. Mark it down. July the 16th, whatever it is, it's 100 degrees. Did the Chicago Bears make the right pick? We're going to have this conversation again.
Few things on that.
Mm-hmm.
First thing is, gosh, do I love hearing all the nice things about Jaden Daniels.
It's way more fun.
We got the cool kid. It's been a long time. To be exact, it's been about 12 years when we had, again, in this town, Washington had drafted at number 2 overall, a Heisman Trophy winner who took the league, the country, by storm, and then as a rookie subsequently took the league by storm in Robert Griffin. Since then, we really haven't had the cool kid that everyone wanted to say the nice things about and put over. And they do right now in Jaden Daniels. You can't find anyone saying anything negative. Jeremy Fowler every week, it seems like, is reporting that there's teams all over the league that are raving about him. I don't understand
I don't quite get that
reporting because none of them are around the team or talking to the player. I don't really understand why other teams are mad that they don't have Jaden Daniels now based on how he's looked, but I digress. You have comments like this coming out.
It's the Hard Knocks trailer for next week where Joe Shane's asking Brian Dable straight up, would you trade up for Daniels? He says yes.
Right.
You know, I love it.
But it is nice to just have the cool kid that it seems like makes you the envy again of a lot of teams in this league. I love that.
Me too. Same. The part that jumped out to me, though, that I would love to double click on is the Caleb Williams struggling part.
Exactly.
I went, if the conversation is Jaden Daniels is going to be really good and that's going to be the story, that's exciting, great, cool. But wait a minute, struggle, not, are we talking Bryce Young levels here? Are we talking about, it's a little bit slower for him to hit the ground running? Is it look like he can't play? I mean, he's got as good a situation as anybody has walked into in terms of weapons. I don't know about the head coach, but the coaching staff, offensive line, they've done to me what I think should be the new standard if you have a rookie quarterback, is you go all out to make sure that he's set up for success. He's going to struggle? Like, you know what I mean? I'm not even talking about like have rookie ups and downs. Like, I don't think we call that struggling. We just call that being a rookie, right? Bad moments, tough moments, things that are learning experiences. Struggle to me implies like a far greater or lower, in this case, bar where it's probably, is he best served sitting out for a handful of weeks? You know what I mean? Like struggle to me is maybe a more powerful word than maybe he intended.
Yeah, that one's interesting. I mean, if you want to tell me Daniels was better than Caleb Williams this year, no kidding. That's why he won the Heisman Trophy this year, and Williams didn't. He won it 2 seasons ago. But he completed about 68% of his passes to Jaden Daniels, 72%. Daniels, 40 touchdown passes, 4 picks. Caleb Williams, 30 and 5. Not like he was bad.
Yeah.
But there are a couple games in there. Remember the Notre Dame game this year? Did you watch that game by chance?
Yeah, not off the top of my head. What was significant about it?
He was gross. I mean, it was an
like
ugly...
they weren't good. Was that when they started that swoon or in the middle of the swoon where they couldn't win?
So he threw 3 picks in that game with a touchdown. They lost for the first time all year. They went into that game 6-0.
Mm-hmm.
And then they lost to Notre Dame and Utah. They beat Cal, and then they lost their last 3 games to Washington, Oregon, and UCLA. But in that first game, he was like 23 of 40, and he threw for sub 200 yards and threw 3 picks. But there were a few outings like that. I'm not saying there was anything else on that level completely, but he was just okay in a couple games this year. So if you're a little timid or trepidatious on Caleb Williams, okay. But can we at least acknowledge that the Bears just built as good a situation for a rookie quarterback as any team has in the history of the league?
Mm-hmm. This is my point. This is the drum I'm beating. I think this should be the new standard. Like the way they've done it is a blueprint.
This is the model home. I don't know if you can make this the standard. I think it's really, really hard to do. You should strive for it, though.
Mm-hmm.
Do everything in your power. What else can I give you? Top 10 defense. Check. Good running game. Check. By the way, they went out and got DeAndre Swift with Khalil Herbert, with Rashawn Johnson, brought in Travis Homer, the former Seahawk. 4 deep at the position. How many receivers do you want? I'd like 2 really good ones. What if I gave you 3?
How about 3?
DJ Moore is retained. Rome Odunze is drafted in the top 10. They didn't have to do that. Keenan Allen is acquired via trade. They didn't have to do that. One of the 2 of those moves would have been probably enough to have a good situation for him. And they said, They traded for Keenan Allen knowing they might take a wide receiver in the top 10. And then they still went and got a Odunze when they could have gone O-line. They could have gone defensive impact player. They could have traded back for a king's ransom and taken an edge 5-6 picks later. Like there's a million things they could have done. Said, let's just take the best wide receiver who's going to be the best player. And by the way, Rome Odunze is going to be a badass.
I love that guy.
Love that kid. I'm a big Malik Neighbors guy, and like he was my dude at wide receiver, but not as I don't like Odunze, like splitting hairs. To me, Rome Odunze is going to be a superstar. I think all 3 of the top 10 wideouts, including Harrison in this draft, are going to be Pro Bowlers more often than not moving forward. But who has ever had it better than Caleb Williams? He's like a Harbaugh. Who's got it better than us? The guy has a great backfield, tight end room led by Cole Kmet and Gerald Everett, who's still a bit of a matchup problem. Very, very solid. Great blocker and leader and basically a coach on the staff in Mercedes Lewis, their 3rd tight end. And then you've got Moore, Odunze, Allen, Velas Jones, their former 3rd-round pick, all in the wide receiver room. What else could they have done to help him?
Yeah, and this is my point. So that's why I say struggle. Like I don't know about. Again, if I had the first pick, I'd have taken Caleb Williams too. You know what I mean? Like I all you can do when you've been the presumptive number 1 pick for 3 years is go down. Like when he burst onto the scene, when he beat out Spencer Rattler at Oklahoma, whenever that was, and was prolific then, goes to USC, was even more prolific. He's been the number 1 pick for 2.5 seasons. So people are going to start to pick nits and the chinks in the armor and the little weaknesses and the foibles, and so much is made of your idiosyncrasies, whatever they happen to be. The only thing we're looking to do is tear you down a peg. That's the easy no-brainer number 1 pick. And this is Chicago has done the thing that I want done. I want this to be the as I said, the goal or the standard. They have built a house that all he's got to do is turn the key. Even if you're just okay, right? No one's saying go win every game for us, go, be Pat Mahomes 2.0, be a hero. Just be fine. Don't screw up and you'll end up having a pretty nice campaign with the weapons around him. When in doubt, throw it towards number 13. That's Keenan Allen. Like he'll make you right. Struggle that's the word there. That's doing the heavy lifting. That's kind of like the flare gun going up, going, wait a minute, struggle. That's interesting.
Yeah, it certainly is. I would put these 2 guys on their own tier among the quarterbacks because Michael Penix is only going to play if Cousins gets hurt. Drake May is not going to start the season on the field. I think he will play very early. If I was the Patriots, I would start him, but you went and got Jacoby Brissett, who's actually got a chance to play at a pretty high level. We saw that last year. Different than a lot of the other veterans that guys like Caleb Williams in Chicago, where his backup quarterback is Tyson Bagent, a college free agent.
His dad's the arm wrestler.
Or even here in Washington with Jaden Daniels, where Marcus Mariota is the backup. But I think those 2 guys are vying for who has the best season. I could see J.J. McCarthy, if he gets on the field soon enough, having a decent year that surprises people. Just because Minnesota is also a really good QB spot.
Mm-hmm.
Justin Jefferson, superstar.
Kevin O'Connell.
Jordan Addison got in trouble with the law again. I don't know if you guys talked about that, but he got arrested the other night, I believe. Drinking under the influence or with the
DUI
influence
or something. Yeah.
But my guess is he's not going to miss much time. But those 2 guys, Hawkinson coming back. Like that's a pretty good situation. Aaron Jones at running back, as you said. But otherwise, I think it's going to be really tough in Denver, I'd imagine, for Bo Nix. He just doesn't have the supporting cast. And even though Daniels is not on the level of Caleb Williams, it's better than a couple of the other guys. And I also think he's going to run a lot, which makes it easier. Think about Robert Griffin, the rookie years of some of the guys that have had great first season. Sometimes it's more of the dual threats who can kind of create on their own too.
So I think the proof will be in the pudding with Kingsbury, this offense, on what they do on first down. Last year, if you start to look at some of the advanced data and the various numbers, they were among the 2 or 3 worst teams in the NFL on any metric you would want on first down, right? In terms of yards gained, success rate, setting up a lot of bad down and distance. If something similar happens where, let's say, Kingsbury's lost his fastball and it's a lot like what Bieniemy was doing last year or whatever, you set the kid up. Doesn't really matter who's around him. If you're in 3rd and 7 a bleep ton, you're not going to be as good as someone that's not. Only a couple guys can overcome that consistently. And the names are like Mahomes and Josh Allen and Lamar Jackson when he's right. I mean, that's it. But if they're making it easier on him, aka not just trot Austin Eckler out there on 3rd down when it's 3rd and 14, but finding something from the do early or getting the ball in playmakers' hands, just to eat up 4 or 5, 6 yards, to get some layups here, a couple checkdowns to kind of get the ball rolling a little bit. I think you could see a pretty high floor for Daniels. I mean, that's kind of what I'm thinking, more along the lines of maybe not. I think long term his ceiling's as high as anybody's. This year, I don't know if I want to, go full Icarus style and try to touch the sun. I'd rather build something here, get him rolling a little bit, and then we could start putting more and more and more on his plate in terms of, all right, now you got to make all these Jags better. I don't know if I want him having to do that as a rookie.
Non-Commanders NFL news would have been Washington news a year ago at this time. Matthew Paris, who now covers the Saints, just tweeted out as the Saints start training camp today that they have placed Chase Young on the physically unable to perform list. Remember, Chase Young had the neck issue that he's been dealing with, and the Saints signed him, and then it came out that he has the neck problem. And I think they acknowledged that they knew before they signed him, but it's like, well, wait a second. You just gave him $13 million. Then we find out when you peel away all of the money, it's really not that much fully guaranteed by the Saints. But this is a massive year for Chase Young, as have been the last couple that haven't gone all that well. But this one feels different because he is now on his 3rd team since the beginning of last year. I think that speaks volumes. The Commanders traded him to San Francisco. The 49ers employed him and played him for 9 games. He only had 2.5 sacks in San Francisco in 9 games. I mean, that's crazy to me with all the attention all those other guys were getting on that defensive front. Then you fast forward to the offseason and San Francisco says no thank you. So he signs in New Orleans for not a lot of guaranteed money. It was billed as this $13 million deal. It's really not. So now it's kind of, what's it going to be time for him? And it's mostly been injuries. I understand that, but it's year 5.
Yeah.
Like we're halfway to a 10-year NFL career. He has never had an 8-sack season. This past year, he had 7.5 sacks, which equaled his rookie total. That tied the career high. But 5 of them were in the first 7 games of the year here in Washington. And remember, 2 of those were against Denver when they had a ton of sacks.
Yep.
He had a couple of games where he got, I think, 4 of his 5 sacks. Otherwise, there's 3.5 sacks all year long. But you're entering year at 5. You've never had 8 sacks. We're a long, long ways from you're supposed to be one of the best to ever do this thing. But you just want now the guy to go play 17 games and have just a normal good year by Rob Jackson standards,
Seriously.
by Brian Arakpo standards, and it's starting with him on the PUP list in New Orleans.
Yeah, not good. I mean, when you start dealing with health stuff like that and you hear neck,
that's scary.
That's obviously scary. So, certainly wish him the best. But
I did see, I want to say really quickly to his credit, I think he did a football camp.
He did locally, yeah.
In the area within the last week. At some point I saw this, and I thought that was nice that he's back in DC, still, home to him in the DMV and still taking care of some of the youth. So I'm pulling for him to have a nice year. But if it does not happen this year, I don't even know what his free agency would look like next year, as you're now looking for a 4th team in 2 years.
Yeah, now you're a situational pass rusher for somebody.
Yeah.
You're coming off the bench some. I mean,
that would be a pretty crazy fall. But he still has a chance, I suppose. Get back from the PUP list, turn it on in the second half, get yourself a decent payday, and kind of resuscitate your career.
Yeah. I mean, I really do believe that
after his rookie year, everything got derailed. I think the feeling was he'd arrived, that he's great now, and look at this, and the requisite work that needed to be put in wasn't. I mean, I wasn't there every day,
The
but
symbolism was not showing up and doing anything during the offseason with the team. But the question of, like, hey, you were filming commercials. I was making that money, boss. We'll never know if he was burning the candle at both ends and what his lifestyle was away from football. But that optic, that day, that did not feel great. And what's happened since, makes that even more memorable.
I mean, listen, the idea that he wasn't working hard, I'm not saying that. I mean, I'm sure there's an Instagram video where he's like pulling a monster truck tire around the field and he can run and jump and all that other kind of stuff. But in terms of the football work, the improvement has not happened, and it's always someone else's fault. There's always another reason why, or it's this thing, it's that thing, it's this scheme, it's this design, it's this. Like, you don't make excuses for TJ Watt. Name that Bosa doesn't get the same excuses. They're paying attention to you. They double team you sometimes. Yep, it's NFL football. Like, at some point, end the excuses and just go play hard. Just go play well. You know what I mean? And it's a little bit exhausting that it's always someone else. But now when you enter the health part into it, you put that my football criticisms aside, you seriously want him to get right, want him to be okay. And it is awesome that he was back here doing a camp for kids. That's really, really cool. That's like one of those extra things. You don't have to do that. So that's really cool he did.
Yeah, and I just hope that he can have a decent enough year to make it interesting moving forward so that this thing doesn't completely go sideways. Because I think people forget how beloved the prospect he was already.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't mean locally. I mean nationally.
Oh, yeah.
Although locally, too.
I mean, he was the guy on the pregame, whatever. It's like when they're doing the matchup at 12:55, this guy versus this guy. It was Chase Young and the Washington Football Commanders team, Redskins, or whatever, all four over the years. He was marquee. I mean, even after games where he did nothing, you'd see the best player on the other team come up, dap him up, keep doing your thing, buddy. Like he was the guy that everybody kind of gravitated towards.
Lastly, just saw this on ESPN.com. This is funny. The odds to win NBA Rookie of the Year have shuffled since the start of Summer League. Memphis Grizzlies' Zach Edey is now the consensus betting favorite to win Rookie of the Year in the NBA at sportsbooks. I know he's limited athletically, and he's not going to be a stretch player like most bigs are in the association now, but it was weird to me that he was kind of viewed as a second-round prospect for much of the pre-draft process, as dominant and huge as he was. At worst, he's a rim defender who makes life hard on people driving the paint. And he's going to, there's just not many teams with guys that can defend him in the block. Like when you have the ball and you tee him up, he's got touch around the rim, but he's had such a good summer league that he's already at the top of the rookie board. This is what I found interesting though. More bets have been placed on Bronny James to win Rookie of the Year than any other player at sportsbooks. James has attracted nearly 1 in 4 of the bets placed on the Rookie of the Year market at ESPN Bet.
So I can relate to that. Sometimes I just hate having money and I want to get rid of it. You ever feel that where you just hate, like, I hate this money?
Donate that to a charity.
Yep. Well, you kind of are.
No. I mean, but donate that to someone who, doing good with like animals or children.
Yeah.
He doesn't have a chance to win Rookie of the Year. You being a sucker and seeing a name on the board that you recognize is not a good reason to just throw money at something. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I do. Unless you think LeBron is so powerful that he engineers it.
Or give it to me. I'll take it. If you don't want to give it to charity, that's not your thing.
Yeah, there you go.
That's fine. Give it to me.
Give it to the Paulson house.
We'll take it. That'd be fun for everybody. All of our Bronny James discussions, by the way, leading up to the season, I think are going to end with what he's done recently in the Summer League. And it hasn't been pretty, but I don't like that people are beating up on him as bad as they are. Because
yeah, we talked about this the other day.
We don't kill backup like the last 5 guys getting drafted. No one kills those guys.
No,
he's getting destroyed like he was the second overall pick.
He's trying to make the NBA. That's very relatable to me. I do not begrudge the player. I don't begrudge LeBron, the dad, for wanting something really cool to happen. To me, the embarrassment and the cringe is the NBA and the Lakers at large. Like, nope, he's not an NBA player. That's okay. Lots of people aren't. He's a guy that should be in college for 3 more years probably working on his game, but that doesn't fit the timeline.
The latest in sports as we say goodbye on G&D tonight, presented by T-Mobile. Switch to T-Mobile and you can get tons of benefits and still save on every plan. versus AT&T and Verizon. Use their savings calculator to find out how at T-Mobile.com/switch. I believe overtime with Linnell Willingham. Doc Walker, what's Linnell been doing around here all day long?
He's just been stalking around.
He's just been hanging out all day. Doc Walker has overtime coming your way next. The Good Doctor. So we will listen to that on our way home right here on the Fan. And then we're back at it at 2 o'clock tomorrow.
Thank you for coming.
This update brought to you by Reynolds Empower Home Team, Keller Williams Realty.